Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 113. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he stared at the ground, recalling the scene he'd just seen, the unfamiliar sky, the huge ancient warship, and that jade finger. Go down. Stargazing deck picks the stars. It picks the past and present, the cycle of karma, and the stars that belong to you. The mentor's voice sounded again. Lu Yin looked up and bowed, his tone respectful. Mentor, may I ask if stargazing deck picks the past and present, but can it also pick the future? The mentor replied indifferently, everything has a cause and effect. If you pick the cause, there will be an effect. What do you mean by the last sentence? What do you mean by the stars that belong to me? What I saw was clearly an unfamiliar sky, Lu Yin asked. Ask yourself. You picked the past and present, the changes of time. Go down. I will not answer you again. Lu Yin walked down the deck doubtfully, his gaze lost. Everyone saw different things, so what did he see mean? His overdraft of innate gifts and stargazing deck had allowed him to see that jade finger. Whose finger was it? Why did it want to crush him? Why was he angry? After arriving at Astral 10, Lu Yin only felt one thing: insignificance. Invincible among the Sentinels? What a joke, that was only the Great Yu Empire. A person's strength was not only reflected in the same level of power, but also in their realm. How many people in the Innerverse were younger than him but far more powerful? All that talk about being invincible within the same realm and having a fair fight was just a lie. Baser had once said that no one would seal their realm in a fight, as realm was also a type of power. This was the same for ported battles. He hadn't met a single sentinel in his 5 battles. Powerhouses didn't believe in fairness, only in crushing their opponents. He would never forget the humiliation that Wendy Yushan had brought upon him. She hadn't even appeared personally, she had looked down on him from a high vantage point. She hadn't even looked at him with disdain. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Yin looked up and walked into the teleportation device, choosing the Rain Observatory. He wanted to start there. After passing the exam, he would be sent directly to the Rain Observatory. This was Astral 10's arrangement, and there had to be a reason for it. Perhaps it was the beginning of everything. The rain from the Rain Observatory made the sky dark green, and Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of familiarity when he arrived there again. He looked around and leaped into the sky. It took him a few minutes to fly out of the range of a large tree. Looking down from the sky, Lu Yin could not help but feel a little shocked. Big Pow had been right. There was a bluestone platform at the top of each giant tree, and these unbelievably large trees formed Astral 10's Rain Observatory. He found a bluestone platform 2 hours away from the teleportation device and sat down cross-legged, quietly watching the rainfall. Back in the Great Yu Empire, above the second ring of Xenu Star, Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his blade and cut down a flying astral beast. Good, you've recovered your sentinel strength, a man nearby cheered. Zhang Dingtian's face was calm as he looked up into the sky. He saw the first ring of land in Xenu Star, and even further away he saw the stars. Lu Yin should be in Astral 10 right now. Brother Zhang, let's spar and see how strong your realm breaker is. The man walked over to Zhang Dingtian excitedly. Zhang Dingtian retracted his gaze and tightened his grip on his blade. All right. Not long after, the two separated. The man was a melder while Zhang Dingtian was only a sentinel, so victory was quickly decided. Amazing, you've just recovered your sentinel strength and already have the strength of an elite from Yu Academy. As expected of a genius who broke the rules and remodeled his body. Even the captain thinks highly of you, the man praised. Zhang Dingtian wiped his blade. He was far from enough. Right, I heard you know King Zishan, the man asked. Zhang Dingtian nodded silently. The man was surprised. Tell me, is King Zishan really that talented? For people from the Great Yu Empire entered Astral 10, and he's one of them. It's said that he's unrivaled amongst the Sentinel realm and has even defeated a melder from Yu Academy. I'm not sure, Zhang Dingtian muttered. The man was disappointed. You're too stupid. If you could get on his good side, you would be able to do whatever you want in the Great Yu Empire. Let me tell you, he was just an idle prince before entering Astral 10, but his status has changed ever since. He might be able to enter the Innerverse like the 5th princess, but he might not even set his eyes on the Great Yu Empire. Zhang Dingtian's gaze turned cold as he gripped his blade firmly. He would also leave the Great Yu Empire and seek revenge on Qingyu and Lu Xiaoge. On the second ring of the continent, Bai Shui was panting heavily as she stared ahead. Her body suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few meters away. No, it's too slow. It's not Flash, it's Turtle Crawl, Peach complained as she sat on a peach tree and swung her legs. munching on snacks. Bai Shui gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Faster, faster. Flash is my special skill, and as my personal secretary, you have to be extremely fast. Even faster, use your innate gift while you flash. On Xenu Star, outside the Imperial Palace, the courtiers were walking out. It was supposed to be a normal day, but today was different. All of the courtiers were avoiding the 11th Squad's blind monk, not only because of the blind monk himself, but also because of Saruzin behind him. Far away in space, on a giant spacecraft, Susan was sullenly looking out the window as Xenu Star grew further and further away. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had to leave to meet Captain Batson in the 7th filament, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. Boss, I miss you. In Astral 10, on the limestone platform of the Rain Observatory, Luin sat there for 5 days, not moving at all as he watched the rain fall. The rain had changed from a mere droplet to a mere curtain that connected the heavens and the earth. Unknowingly, the star energy within his body began to mimic the rainwater, and it began to transform around his body as it began to rain. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. He sat there for 15 days quietly watching the rain fall. His star energy had indeed changed and he could feel it, but it was too slow. He was sure that if he sat here for a year, his control over star energy would be far greater than what it was now, but he couldn't wait that long. Lu Yin admitted that he wasn't a patient person, or else he wouldn't have robbed those trial takers for star crystals. He had to think of something. He exhaled and moved his limbs. I haven't rolled my die in a long time. It's time to roll it again, but I don't have enough star crystals. It'll be a waste. Just as he was thinking, the dark green sky suddenly trembled, and the raindrops actually stopped falling. An unimaginable pressure swept over, and Lu Yin was instantly pressed to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying star energy that could be seen with the naked eye swept out like a hurricane, instantly crushing the tree that Lu Yin was standing on and crushing it towards him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He was about to die and he couldn't resist. Director, stop. Someone shouted. Just as Lu Yin felt like he was about to be crushed into a puddle of blood, the terrifying force disappeared, and a ragged old man laughed maniacally in the sky. You started this war and now you're reaping what you sowed. Ha ha, the war you started. Lu Yin stared blankly at the crazy old man as he ran past, his head swelling as he fainted. The moment he fainted, mysterious runes flashed on his back, forming a lock that glowed before disappearing. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and arrived behind Lu Yin, looking at him in shock. Was that a seal? This kid's body has been sealed, but what seal? Why haven't I seen it before? I can't even see how many lines there are and I can't break it. Interesting. The crazy old man destroyed dozens of giant trees before disappearing. Lu Yin was more unlucky. If not for the Rainmaster, he would have died. He only woke up after a day and a night. His head hurt and he opened his blurry eyes. Raindrops dripped from the back of his hand, bringing with them a slight chill. Was this the Rain Observatory? What happened to him? You're awake, an ancient voice sounded from behind him. Lu Yin turned around and saw a middle-aged man. He looked ordinary, but he knew this voice. It was the Rainmaster. Are you the mentor? Lu Yin asked, his voice hoarse. The man looked at him with a strange gaze. I'm Guan Yu, you can call me the Rainmaster. Yes, Rainmaster, Lu Yin replied respectfully. The Rainmaster looked at him. Do you remember what happened? Lu Yin frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed. He looked around and saw dozens of giant trees that had been destroyed, stretching far into the distance. There was a crazy old man. The Rainmaster sighed. Forget about it. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Before he fainted, he had vaguely heard the words, Director. That old man couldn't be Astral 10's director, could he? The Rainmaster tossed a chip to Lu Yin. This is for you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 114. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he accepted it. This should be a gift from Michelle and the others, but he actually got one as well. It was probably hush money or compensation. Lu Yin was about to ask something, but the Rainmaster had already disappeared. Rather disappointed, he inserted the chip into his gadget and looked at the screen with shining eyes. There was an introduction to star energy that clearly described its many transformations. Seeing this, Lu Yin finally knew what he should do next. Every student should have something like this, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Astral 10's education methods were indeed problematic. According to the chip, star energy went from removing impurities to solidifying, and then to the realm of infinite transformations. This was a process that many cultivators needed to use natural crystals to display battle techniques. But as long as one's star energy reached the realm of infinite transformations, they could imitate natural phenomena. Lu Yin raised his hand and condensed star energy in his palm. Without using the serious art, his star energy could only form a trace of substance at most. He hadn't even touched upon the realm of solidification, let alone the realm of infinite transformations. After the realm of infinite change, there was an even deeper realm, which was to strengthen one's own will and even form a power system that was unique to oneself. This kind of system was only mentioned once on the chip, and there was no specific explanation. However, the words unique to oneself firmly attracted Lu Yin's attention. Star energy was the foundation of everything, and his control over it was still too crude. It was no wonder that all the students who had passed the exam had appeared at the Rain Observatory. Astral 10 had hoped that all students would start cultivating there, but everyone else had placed their focus elsewhere. The screen disappeared and the chip shattered. Lu Yin looked up. He also wanted to cultivate at the Rain Observatory and let his star energy transform, but it would take too long. What he wanted the most right now was to obtain a batch of star crystals and roll his die. He was looking forward to the never-before-seen 3 pips and the 6 pips that had absorbed all his star energy without revealing its ability. Determining the direction of the teleportation device, Lu Yin soared into the sky. The Rain Master watched from a distance, deep in thought. Strange, I've never seen the seal on his body before. It's very complicated and definitely not something from the outer verse. It's hard to find even in the inner verse. Could it be? Aside from the 3 main attractions, there was also a place called the Treasury, which was where Lu Yin was heading. According to Big Pow's introduction, the Treasure Pavilion not only housed countless rare treasures, but also gave out training missions for students to obtain rewards. Lu Yin wanted to try his luck and obtain some star crystals. The Treasure Pavilion was very big, and its exterior was dazzling with gold and jade. It really lived up to its name. At this moment, Hui Day Knight was about to leave the treasury when Lu Yin entered. Scram, Hui Day Knight growled, shooting a disdainful glance at Lu Yin as he left. A cold glint flashed across Lu Yin's eyes. This guy was asking for a beating. Oh, there's another newcomer. It's the 7th. What do you need? Not far away, a thin and shriveled old man smiled strangely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and was taken aback. The old man's mustache was quite unique, and his mustache moved along with his smile. His eyes were crafty and cunning, and it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. You are? A teacher of the Treasure Pavilion? The old man nodded and stroked his mustache. Student, are you here to search for treasures or to complete a mission? Can I go in and take a look? Lu Yin asked. The old man waved his hand and a screen appeared in front of him, displaying a dazzling array of items. Everything in the Treasure Pavilion is here. You can take a look but you can't enter. Lu Yin stared at the screen in shock. There were many things on it, including armor, pills, books, weapons, and even spaceships. The screen disappeared after a while, and the old man waved his hand again to bring up another screen. This time it wasn't an item but a mission. You have to complete a mission to obtain the items in the Treasure Pavilion and exchange them with corresponding mission points. How about it, student? Interested? They all seem to be sentinel missions. Lu Yin was puzzled. The old man stroked his mustache. Those who dare to issue missions to Astral 10 are all huge organizations and financial groups. Their missions aren't simple, so don't even think about challenging those above your level. You'll be lucky if you can even complete a sentinel mission. Take a look at the top. Lu Yin looked at the mission description. Obtain 5 consecutive victories in ported battles. Reward, Aurora spacecraft and 10,000 star crystals. 5 consecutive victories? Lu Yin was shocked. The elder nodded. Yes, it's a 5-match winning streak, not a 5-match winning streak. The difference in difficulty is like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course the rewards are very generous. That brat from the Day-Night clan went to challenge it. Lu Yin laughed. It was difficult for them to even win 5 consecutive victories, so it was no wonder Hui Day-Night's expression was so ugly. He scrolled down to see if there were any missions suitable for him. Search for the legendary violet orchid sprouts. Complete a weave trial. Lock breaking. Lock breaking. Lock breaking. Don't speak for a year. Lock breaking. Help Iltok Spacecraft Company decompose waste materials. Reward, 1/3 of the value of the decomposed materials. There were all sorts of missions and there was even a mission to not speak for a year. Lu Yin's horizons were broadened. Mentor, what does lock breaking mean? The old man glanced at him. You've never heard of lock breakers? Luin shook his head. The old man was disdainful. Youngsters these days don't know anything, not even about lock breakers. I can't be bothered to explain it to you, go find out for yourself. Luin didn't mind and pointed at a mission. That's it. The old man glanced at it. Iltok Spacecraft Company is an old friend of Astral 10. Don't embarrass Astral 10 or you'll be punished. Luin smiled. Embarrass? What a joke. With the decomposing materials was too easy. He could easily decompose the company until they started doubting their own existence. I've already transferred the mission to you. The location is written on it, go on your own, the old man said. Luin looked at the location. The closest Iltok Spacecraft Company was 2 days away from Astral 10, and he had to pass through a wormhole in between. He followed the mission's instructions and borrowed a personal spacecraft from the treasury. Return it when you're done or pay for it if you don't, the old man said as he handed the spacecraft to Luin. Luin entered his fingerprint and teleported to Astral 10 space station. There were no less than 100 personal spacecraft, so he randomly picked one and entered it. Not long after, the spacecraft took off and rushed into space. Astral 10 was hidden from view, and when Luin appeared in the dark sky, he couldn't see Astral 10 at all. The huge Astral 10 was completely hidden as if it didn't exist. Luin couldn't imagine how this was done. Half a month later, Luin finally left Astral 10. At this moment he was traveling through the universe as a student of Astral 10. Elsewhere at the Sand Ocean's teleportation device, Coco looked at the boundless desert in fear. Brother Little Pao, I don't like it here. Little Pao laughed. This is a good place to train, it can stimulate anyone's potential. I'm not in a hurry really, Coco said hurriedly. Then I wish you victory in the upcoming freshman competition, said Little Pao. Coco was shocked. New student competition? What's that? All new students will have a martial arts competition to determine their status in the academy. The strongest person will be rewarded handsomely. Coco pursed her lips. When will it be? Little Pao shrugged. I'm not sure, maybe in a few days or a few months. It depends on the mentor's mood, but the last person will definitely be punished. Coco was speechless. She thought back to all the new students and realized that she was probably the weakest. How can that be? Little Pao laughed. Go train. Meteors streaked across the dark sky. 2 days later, a dark yellow planet appeared in front of Luin. This was his destination, one of Iltal Corporation's garbage disposal planets. This dark yellow planet was one of the most common planets. It was under the control of Iltoko, and everyone on it was Iltoko's people. Lu Yin's spacecraft was confirmed to be allowed to land. When he opened the door and walked out, he saw a slightly plump middle-aged man smiling at him. Welcome to Iltal Corporation, I'm Manager Ake. The man immediately greeted him politely. Luin nodded. I'm Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 115. Oh, it's Student Lu. Please, I'll show you around, Ock said warmly. Although he was surprised to hear Lu Yin's name, he quickly covered it up. It was rare to see someone with the surname Lu in the universe. Luin looked up and saw a dark yellow sky. There was no sun, only thick yellow clouds that gave off an oppressive feeling. It's fine, Manager Ock. Take me to where the mission is, Luin said directly. Ock nodded. All right, please take the spacecraft. Luin and Ock boarded a large spacecraft that quickly left the space station and flew off into the distance. Mr. Lu, this planet is full of irritating gases, it's not suitable for living, so we Iltal bought it to store abandoned machines. Look, there are abandoned machines everywhere, including abandoned spaceships, aircraft, weapons, armors, everything. Aku explained. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. This was a dying planet. Perhaps it had once given birth to a civilization similar to Earth, but due to various reasons, it was on the verge of destruction and could only be used as a garbage dump. Perhaps in a few 100,000 years, this planet would cease to exist. The land was dry and there wasn't even a basic water source. Many people in spacesuits were searching for something. They were all slaves that Iltoko had brought over from a desolate planet to search for something useful. There were too many of them. If not for Lu Yin's protection, the cultivators on Earth would have been sent to the battlefield, and the ordinary people would have ended up like these people, living on this desolate planet as garbage until they died. Student Lu, what kind of disassembler do you use? Ock asked. There was too much trash in the universe and a considerable amount of it was man-made. Although these products were discarded, many companies would separate useful materials from them and reforge them. This method was cost-effective and also effective in cleaning up the universe's trash. The device used to separate materials was called a disassembler. Lu Yin had done some research over the past 2 days and found that cultivators use star energy to separate different materials. Generally speaking, the better one's control of star energy, the more material they could separate. This was one of the reasons why Astral 10 had accepted this mission. It allowed them to train their star energy. I don't need a disassembler, Lu Yin said calmly. Ak was stunned and stared at Lu Yin. Student Lu, what did you say? Lu Yin frowned. Prepare a quiet place for me, I don't need a disassembler. Manager Ak's eyes flashed. He nodded and ordered the aircraft to turn around. Half an hour later, the aircraft stopped beside a hill. Student Lu, there's no one here and there are many abandoned machines around. You can use them to your heart's content. Don't worry, there won't be anyone watching. Lu Yin got off the aircraft and breathed in the pungent gas. This gas was no different from poison to ordinary people, but it was harmless to cultivators like him. It was just a little unpleasant. I'll get someone to prepare an air freshener for you, Manager Ak quickly said. Lu Yin waved a hand. There's no need for that. You guys can leave. I'll call you when I'm done. Manager Ak did not continue to be courteous and left on the aircraft. As soon as he left, he activated his gadget. General Manager, the students from Astral 10 don't need a disassembler. They either rely on star energy or innate gifts. He's probably relying on his innate gift. If he can decompose materials with just his star energy, then he's qualified to become a lockbreaker. He won't accept such a mission, so don't worry about him. Let's wait for the results to come out, a pleasant female voice said. Manager Ak hurriedly agreed. The hill wasn't very tall, so Lu Yin rose into the air and looked around. There were countless abandoned machines that reached into the clouds, some large and some small. The largest one stretched far into the distance. It was probably a large spacecraft. Dark yellow clouds floated in the sky as Lu Yin stretched his limbs. Let's begin. I hope I get 2 pips. He then took out his die. The die emitted a hazy starlight. It didn't need to be replenished with star crystals. After so many days, it should have returned to its original state. He gulped. Every time he rolled the die, Lu Yin was always nervous. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly until it finally rolled a pip. There was a clatter as a war blade fell to the ground. Lu Yin picked it up and inspected it. It wasn't bad and was suitable for a melder, but it was useless to him. He took out a cube of star crystals from his cosmic ring and crushed it. The die returned to its original state and he tapped it again. His luck wasn't bad. He rolled a pip and a disassembler vortex appeared. Lu Yin was delighted. This was it. He crushed 18 cubes of star crystals without a second thought. This vortex was similar to the time-stop space and it could use star energy to increase time. 1 cube of star crystals could increase time by 160 minutes, which was twice as long as the time-stop space. 18 cubes would be enough to sustain the vortex for an entire day. But it's a little small, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he picked up an abandoned machine and tossed it into the vortex. The moment it passed through the vortex, some unknown materials fell to the ground. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Let's get to work. He pushed the mountainous pile of trash towards the decomposing whirlpool. Although the whirlpool was small, anything that passed through its range would be decomposed. Lu Yin could only push it back and forth, and it took him a full 2 hours to decompose the mountain of trash. There was a considerable amount of material on the ground that he didn't recognize. When he thought back to how he had broken down the cosmic rings, he guessed that these materials could be broken down to obtain even more precious items. However, he decided against it after some thought. His own speed of decomposition was already shocking enough, and if he broke down even more precious materials, who knew what would happen? A day passed just like that, and Lu Yin spent the entire day disintegrating a considerable number of abandoned machines. The area around the hill had become more spacious, and the materials he had disintegrated piled up into a mountain. I wonder how much I can earn from this. Lu Yin thought about it and crushed another 18 cubes of star crystals. Let's do this for another day. 2 days later, Ak received a notice and hurriedly took a flying device to Lu Yin's location. When he saw the 2 mountains of decomposed materials, Manager Ak rubbed his eyes hard. It was real. It was actually real. They actually decomposed so much in 2 days? Even a Lemmeter wouldn't be able to disintegrate so much in a month with the most efficient disassembler. This efficiency was too high. For a moment, Ak looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a god. Lu Yin coughed. What's wrong, Manager Ak? Is this enough? Ak hurriedly replied, yes, it's enough. Your mission is complete and it's more than enough. Student Lu, did you do all of this by yourself? He couldn't help but suspect that there had been students in the past who had privately brought in a lot of materials to complete missions from the academy, claiming that they had disintegrated them. In reality, they didn't really care and would just treat the materials as purchases. It was a win-win situation, but this was too much. How many cosmic rings had this student brought? Was this for real? How could he have disintegrated so quickly? Lu Yin calmly said, "Please calculate my payment." Ok hurriedly agreed and had someone calculate Lu Yin's payment. At the same time, he contacted the general manager, who was the person in charge of the Frostwave Weaves Iltal company. "Impossible, a student can't have disintegrated so quickly unless he's a lock breaker," the pleasant female voice said with certainty. Ok said, "Then I'll ask." "No need, it's probably fake. Lock breakers don't care about this small amount of payment, and they wouldn't waste their time on something like this. Let the student go." "Then how's the mission going?" "It's more than enough." "Yes." Ok hung up. On the other end, Lu Yin had already received his payment. He had spent 2 days disintegrating a mountain of materials. Most of them were worthless as they were just ordinary hard metals, but there were also valuable special materials that were sold by the gram. The materials added up to several tons and were worth 10 billion universe credits. In the end, Lu Yin's share of the payment was more than 3 billion universe credits. Lu Yin did a quick calculation. If the machines he had disintegrated were in good condition, they would have been worth at least 100 billion universe credits. Iltal company had bought them at a very low price and then asked the cultivators to disintegrate them and remake them. The finished products could be sold for tens of billions of universe credits. Even after deducting the payment, Lu Yin could still make more than 10 billion universe credits. The repairs, maintenance, and training of the machines all cost money, and this money would also be paid to Iltal company. It was no wonder that they had the money to buy a planet and turn it into a garbage dump. Lu Yin felt jealous. This company was just one of the Outerverse companies, and it was nothing compared to the other major powers, not to mention the Mavis Bank. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 116. If he could get the Mavis family's money, he could keep the time-stop space open indefinitely. "Student Lu, this is your reward." Manager Ok handed over a white Mavis family card. "There are 2 billion cosmic dollars inside. You can go to the nearest Mavis bank and exchange them for star crystals. It's convenient for you to carry them around." "Exchange?" Lu Yin was surprised. Ok explained, "Transactions in the Innerverse are mostly done in star crystals. The number of cosmic dollars is too large and sometimes inconvenient. 2 billion cosmic dollars can be exchanged for 3,200 star crystals." Lu Yin nodded, secretly excited. This job was perfect for him. He had decided to come whenever he needed money. Wait, when had he ever not needed money? He would return once he turned in the mission and saw if it was okay. Ok was puzzled by Lu Yin's happy expression. They guessed that this student must have brought his own materials to complete the mission. Although the mission had been completed, the materials had been lost. They had only paid 30% of the value of the materials, but why did this student seem so happy? Were the missions that important? That shouldn't be the case. They couldn't give out missions that were too important. "Student Lu, do you want to continue decomposing or return to the academy?" "If you want to continue, we welcome you with the same reward," Ok probed. Lu Yin shook his head. "No need, let's go to the space station." Ok nodded, "Please?" Along the way, Lu Yin looked at the countless abandoned machines on both sides of the road. To him, these were all treasures that could be exchanged for money. "Manager Ok, can I come whenever I want to decompose materials?" Lu Yin asked. Ok smiled. "Of course, unless you're a limiter, you'll have to pass the test. Students of Astral 10 don't need to, and you've already proven yourself. If you want to come, just let me know in advance. This is my private number." Lu Yin noted it down and thanked Ok. Ok hesitated and probed. "Student Lu, you seem to be a sentinel, and your control of star energy seems to be very good. You're much faster than most limiters." Lu Yin casually replied, "My innate gift is more suitable for decomposing materials." Innate gift? Ok was shocked. He wasn't sure if this person was real or fake. If he really had such an innate gift, Iltokos definitely couldn't miss out on this opportunity. There were many strange innate gifts in the universe, and it wasn't like there hadn't been a lockbreaker before. "Student Lu, is your innate gift a strange one?" Lu Yin looked at Manager Ok. Manager Ok quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Student Lu. I shouldn't have asked." Lu Yin turned around. "Sort of." Aku was envious. It seems that you have the potential to become a lock breaker. A lock breaker? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he had forgotten to check. Has Manager Ok met a lock breaker before? Ok smiled bitterly. Don't joke with me. How could a lowly person like me ever meet a lock breaker? Even our company's CEO might not be able to meet him, as he's an important figure at the peak of the universe. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything. He looked at his gadget and tapped a few times, causing an introduction to lock breakers to appear. A lock breaker was an honorific given to a group of people who could perfectly strip star energy. The universe had been developing for countless years and had been destroyed multiple times. There were countless things left behind, and many things that had existed since ancient times would be wrapped in layers of cosmic energy, forming a protective layer that was similar to an outer shell. It was equivalent to being sealed, and forcefully opening it would easily destroy the items inside. Due to the many mysterious phenomena in the universe, some protective layers were also dangerous. Although it seemed easy to earn money, Aker had said that a limiter with excellent control of star energy would not be able to earn as much as Lu Yin in 2 months. Those limiters were extremely rare and needed to pass a test. Lu Yin guessed that such a limiter's control of star energy was at least at the realm of materialization, or perhaps even at the realm of infinite change. How many of them were there? Earning money was not that easy, he was just using cheats. He walked out of the Mavis Bank and looked at the cosmic dollars hanging from tree branches. He was once again moved by how rich the Mavis Bank was. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and took out a black crystal card from his cosmic ring. He had obtained it when he rolled Pi 1, and it had the words Yao Gu engraved on it. He had assumed that it had been authenticated and could not be withdrawn, but since he was already at the Mavis Bank, he might as well give it a try. With that in mind, he returned to the bank and tried to withdraw the money from the card. Surprisingly, he succeeded. He was excited. He had succeeded without being authenticated? How was that possible? He was too lucky. He quickly checked his balance, 12,000 star crystals. He was delighted. That much? That was 4 times his current wealth. Wait, this black crystal card used star crystals as its currency, not cosmic dollars? Forget it, I won't think too much about it. 12,000, that's great. Lu Yin took out all the crystals he had, but found that his cosmic ring was not big enough. He generously bought an extremely large one that cost him 1,000 star crystals, but it was worth it. This cosmic ring had enough space to store more than 10,000 star crystals. He left the Mavis Bank with a heart full of excitement. He was still a little apprehensive, after all he had a huge amount of money on him. 15,000 star crystals was enough to arouse the greed of others. Everyone looked like a bandit to him. He did not linger and headed straight to the space station. He boarded his personal spacecraft and left the planet, heading towards Astral 10's coordinates. 2 days later, Lu Yin was very close to Astral 10. In a distant, unfamiliar region of space, a giant meteorite shattered a star and continued to fly into the distance. A pair of indescribable eyes opened on the meteorite. They were like black holes that could devour everything around them. There's news. Send someone to the human domain's outerverse Frostwave Weave. Find the person who dared to steal from me. I want him to know the price he has to pay for stealing from me. Yes, young master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 117. In Astral 10's treasury, the bearded old man looked at Lu Yin in shock. Not bad, kid. You must have paid a high price for exceeding the quota. What price? Lu Yin was puzzled. The old man snickered. Everyone knows, so it doesn't matter. They've already confirmed that you've completed the mission, so there's no need to hide it. Lu Yin was puzzled. What was there to hide? The old man scoffed. Exceeding the quota in 2 days? Do you think they're idiots? Unless you're a lock breaker. Alright, let's see what other missions you want. Lu Yin didn't pay attention to the old man's words, nor did he accept any missions. He left immediately after receiving his reward, which was just a few star crystals. Astral 10 didn't have a fixed residence, so Lu Yin returned to the space station. He guessed that this was the only place that wasn't monitored by the mentors, so he decided to roll his die. He had rolled it twice on Iltal Corporation's trash planet and rested for a few days. He should be able to roll it 3 times now, but he wasn't sure if that would yield anything. He raised his hand and crushed a cube of star crystals before tapping the die. The die spun slower and slower, and Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged. Finally, it rolled a 2. Lu Yin was speechless. It wasn't like he was going to decompose anything. He crushed another cube of star crystals and rolled a 5. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. It was useless again. Who knew who had an innate gift here, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find anyone in 10 seconds. There was still one last roll left and he was a little nervous. He tapped the die and the 5 sides disappeared, leaving only a 6. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had rolled a 6 once before, but it had absorbed all the star crystals he had. The memory was still fresh in his mind, but what about this time? He didn't have much time to think about it before the die began to absorb the star crystals in his cosmic ring. 100, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all the way to 10,000. The moment the die absorbed all 10,000 star crystals, the scene in front of him changed. He found himself in a strange, dark space, and his consciousness transformed into a ball of light that flew forward at a slower speed. There were countless balls of light around him, some large, some small, some ordinary, and some as hot as stars. The 6th point allowed him to fuse with someone in the universe and experience that person's entire life. Activating the 6th point required more than 10,000 star crystals, and that was just the starting price. The orbs of light that he was currently looking at were those that he could sense with his current strength, and they were the closest to him that would not cause him any harm. Lu Yin himself also transformed into a ball of light, and when he looked at the countless balls of light around him, he was stunned. Suddenly he felt a pulling force and he knew that something was wrong. He didn't have enough star crystals left, and if he used them all up, he would have wasted a chance before he could fuse with any of the balls of light. He didn't think too much about it and rushed towards the ball of light that was as hot as the sun. He guessed that the stronger the ball of light, the more terrifying its owner would be. However, before he could even get close, he felt like he was about to be burnt to a crisp. These balls of light weren't something he could touch, so he had no choice but to rush towards a ball of light that was slightly larger than him. He fused with it, and at the same time the 15,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring were all absorbed by the die. A beautiful girl called out anxiously from a dark patch of grass. "Delay, wake up, Delay." "Yes." Lu Yin heard her call and opened his eyes. Where was he? "Delay, you're awake. That's great." The girl was excited and smiled at him. "Delay?" Lu Yin was confused. Wait, he seemed to have rolled a 6 and fused with someone's consciousness. Was it this person? "Delay, what's wrong?" The girl looked at him nervously. The man in front of her seemed familiar, but his gaze was unfamiliar. Lu Yin rubbed his head, instantly receiving all the information from this person. His head felt a little dizzy, but after a while he turned to the girl and smiled. "Nothing, I was just joking." She sighed. "You scared me to death, don't joke like that again." Lu Yin, no. Delay nodded. "Aya, I'm hungry, can you buy me something to eat?" She grunted. "Then stay here, I'll go buy some food." Lu Yin watched her leave and then looked at his own body. He sighed. He was Delay now and he didn't know how long it would take to fuse with him, but it shouldn't be too long. He raised his hand and felt the indescribable power within him. This Delay was a Lammeter. This was the power of a Lammeter. Not only that, but Lu Yin was also ecstatic. This person's control of star energy had reached the realm of infinite change. He was a famous genius on this planet who was planning to join the 13th Imperial Squadron. He hadn't expected to be in the 13th filament, which was the border of the Frostwave Weave. 10,000 star crystals had sent him here. If he had more, would he have been sent straight to the Innerverse? Star energy condensed in Lu Yin's palm and gradually took form. Finally, it took the form of a flame that vibrated with the air, creating a scorching heat. This was the realm of infinite change. This was the realm of infinite change. This person wasn't even 40 years old, so he could be considered a member of the younger generation. To be able to control star energy to such a level, what a genius. The same battle technique in the same realm, but with different control of star energy, the power would be completely different. It was a pity that this person didn't have any battle techniques and only knew a few common ones. He didn't know how to find a backer or how to earn money, and he didn't even dare to approach the girl he loved. Ah! Lu Yin hurriedly stood up. It was the girl's voice. In the distance, Aya had fainted on the ground, and when Lu Yin rushed over, several cultivators walked out from the shadows. One of them looked at him smugly. "Long time no see, Delay." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through Delay's memories, he knew that this person was called Ramos, the son of the most powerful person on this planet. He had always been jealous of Delay's talent and had wanted to bribe him to take part in the 13 Imperial Squadron's test, but Delay had rejected him. "Ramos, I've already rejected you. Let Aya go," Lu Yin said in a low voice. Ramos sneered. "I'll give you one last chance. Give up your spot and I'll let you live. I'll even give you battle techniques. Otherwise you'll never get any." Only then did Lu Yin realize that Delay didn't know any battle techniques because he had been sealed. It was no wonder that a Lemeter like him could only use common battle techniques and couldn't even leave this planet. I won't agree, Luine said again. Ramos shrugged. A blockhead is a blockhead. Do you really think you can attract the attention of the 13 Imperial squadrons? This universe has no lack of geniuses. Let me tell you, the Empire is paying attention to King Zishan and the others who have entered the Astral Combat Academy. You've long been forgotten. Even if I kill you tonight, no one will bother me. Immediately, several Lemeters attacked Luine. He instinctively used flash to dodge, but his body was unstable and he almost fell. He had forgotten that this body belonged to Delay, and even if he could use flash, he wasn't used to it yet. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the ground shattered and Luine flew into the air. Behind him, a middle-aged Lemeter growled and attacked with a battle technique. Luine raised his hand and condensed star energy to its peak before striking out with his palm. The two sides collided, and the middle-aged man was sent flying into the ground. This was the terrifying power of controlling star energy to the realm of infinite change. It could even resist battle techniques. At the same time, several other Lemeters surrounded Luine. Luine gritted his teeth and used flash to dodge again. This time he succeeded and his body vanished, causing their attacks to miss. Luine appeared behind one of the Lemeters and used his star energy to form a sharp blade. The Lemeter reacted quickly and dodged, but the blade sliced through the void and a huge amount of star energy swept out, cutting the ground in half. At the same time, the shockwave blasted towards the river in the distance, causing it to flow backwards. The battle here should have attracted the attention of the army, but they had yet to show up. Ramos had already arranged everything and he was going to bury Delay tonight. He had no intention of letting Delay go, even if Delay had agreed to give up his spot. Ramos wanted to see the despair and regret in Delay's eyes as he watched this genius fall before his very eyes. Luine panted and then laughed. This Delay was really lucky. If he hadn't taken over this body, he would have been finished tonight. Delay, your little girlfriend looks pretty good, Ramos's voice came from the ground. He had already walked to Aya's side, crouched down and reached out to touch her. However, once one grasped the realm of infinite change, they no longer needed to use star energy to imitate flames. Luine was ecstatic. He had actually grasped the realm of infinite change in such a short amount of time. This was great. If he had just sat on the Rain Observatory and cultivated, he would not have been able to do it even in a year. He really had to thank Delay. He didn't know how many star crystals he had left, but he hoped that it wouldn't be too little. The sixth point required at least 10,000 star crystals, and Luine had hoped that he had a few thousand left. It would be enough as long as it was enough, but reality had thrown him into an abyss. He was speechless. This expenditure was too great. He had just earned a huge sum, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. He was born poor. Luine sighed and smiled bitterly as he stood up. Forget it, it was worth it to use 10,000 star crystals in exchange for star energy control. The dark green curtain of rain fell endlessly on the Rain Observatory. Michelle had come here directly after completing her mission. She had not accepted this mission for the sake of the mission itself, but rather to report the situation in Astral 10 to the 10 Arbiters Council. There were problems with Astral 10's education methods, and Michelle believed that Astral 10 was no longer qualified to hold the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. However, the 10 Arbiters Council needed more time to consider this matter. Michelle had no choice but to return to Astral 10 and gather more evidence before reporting to the council. Raindrops fell onto the limestone platform, sprinkling onto Michelle's bare feet and giving her a slight chill. She looked at the calm curtain of rain and quietly sensed the changes in star energy. A figure flitted past in the distance and Michelle saw it. It was a new student, but she didn't care. He was just a sentinel. Although being able to enter Astral 10 was commendable, such people were not rare in the Interverse. Luine flew through the curtain of rain and wanted to land on the limestone platform at the top of a tree, but he found that there was already someone there. He had no choice but to look for another tree. This time he saw something completely different. The rain had changed and he could clearly see every subtle change. Every drop of rain seemed to be capable of infinite changes. What he saw was no longer an ordinary curtain of rain, but rather a myriad of tiny worlds of different shapes and sizes. 5 days later, Luine raised his hand and star energy transformed into threads that then transformed into wind, fire, and finally rain. Finally, it transformed into his name and was pushed into the curtain of rain. Coincidentally, Michelle's name was also pushed into the curtain of rain at the same time. The two were separated by a large tree, and although they seemed far apart, They were actually very close to each other when their names were pushed into the curtain of rain. They were so close that they could see each other's name. Luin. Michelle. The Sky Beast Claw was already available in U Academy, so there was no need to waste it. All that was left was the 3 stacks and the flash step. Compared to the flash step, the 3 stacks couldn't keep up. He needed more strength. The Rainmaster looked at Lu Yin's 3 stacks and said, "This is a battle technique that stacks strength. I once met an absolute genius in the Innerverse, and his stacking strength was astonishing. Alright, I'll help you deduce it." He then placed a hand on Lu Yin's arm that had yet to be retracted, pushing his palm in the direction of Lu Yin's palm. A strange sound rang out, and Lu Yin felt the Rainmaster's strength. 1 stacks, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, 5 stacks, 6 stacks. Lu Yin was shocked to find that the Rainmaster had already reached 6 stacks. The Rainmaster's palm appeared behind Lu Yin's, and the stacks had reached 8 stacks. The strength I'll deduce for you should be enough for you to use to the Limiter realm. The Rainmaster's hand swept through the air, causing 9 explosions that shook the curtain of rain and sent out 9 shockwaves. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. 9 stacks. The Rainmaster had actually reached 9 stacks. The Outerverse also has stacking battle techniques, but there are more or less 9 stacks. 9 stacks should be enough for you to use to the Limiter realm. For now you should be able to use 6 stacks at most, so don't force it. The Rainmaster then stepped into the curtain of rain and left. Lu Yin bowed slightly towards the curtain of rain, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Was the Rainmaster really a hunter? It was rumored that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were all hunters at the very least. How could a hunter be able to deduce 3 stacks to 9 stacks so easily? He remembered Tianming mentioning that 9 stacks had been passed down in Grand Top Weave. If a hunter could deduce it, then 9 stacks couldn't just be a battle technique from Grand Top Weave. It could be learned in Frostwave Weave as well because Undying Yushan was a hunter. Or was the Rainmaster not just a hunter? This doubt only flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it was still too early for him to think about it. What he needed to do now was familiarize himself with 9 stacks. He had the serious technique and had personally experienced the Rainmaster's 9 stacks technique, so it wasn't too difficult for him to grasp it. Even so, with his current physical body he could only use 6 stacks at most. The Rainmaster was right. 9 stacks was enough for him to reach the Limiter realm. A few days later Lu Yin growled and struck out with his palm. 6 explosions rang out as 6 stacks was pushed aside. He had already mastered 6 stacks. He looked at the traces of blood on his palm. 6 stacks is still a bit difficult, but it's alright. I can still use it and my physical body can withstand the 6-fold shockwave palm. 6 stacks shockwave palm should be quite powerful. Lu Yin rested for half a day, pondering whether or not he could fuse stacks with serious palm. He had thought about it when he had mastered 3 stacks, but he hadn't tried it out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 120. Lu Yin looked at the Rainmaster expectantly. "Mentor, can you help me deduce 9 stars?" "Wait until you leave your name on the rain list," the Rainmaster replied indifferently before disappearing. Lu Yin was excited. The serious art only allowed him to revolve 8 stars, and the 9th would definitely be the next serious art. He knew that he would never be able to obtain it in this lifetime, so it would be great if the Rainmaster could help him deduce it. But could he really do it? Lu Yin felt that it was impossible. This was the serious art, and even if he didn't know much about it, he could still sense how terrifying it was. Leaving my name on the rain list. I'll have to wait until I become a melder, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He didn't plan to just sit around in the rain observatory. He still needed to find a way to earn money, merge with powerhouses and experience their strength. This was a shortcut. Right now, he needed to head to the trial zone entrance and participate in the ported battles. After Lu Yin left, the Rainmaster muttered to himself in the rain, "A lock breaker, a method that revolves the stars." A figure walked out from beneath the teleportation stone with an ugly expression. It was Mengyu. "Mengyu 83 defeats," the old man shouted from a distance. Mengyu's expression turned even uglier. Not far away, Zhao Yilong entered the teleportation stone's range and quickly came out as well. Zhao Yilong 1 win, 58 defeats. Lu Yin had just arrived when he heard about Zhao Yilong's results and was rather surprised. The man had actually won once, which was rare for a sentinel. Only Mengyu and Zhao Yilong were around the teleportation stone. When Mengyu saw Lu Yin arrive, his eyes flashed with battle intent. "Let's fight, Lu Yin." Lu Yin was amused. "Haven't you had enough of the ported battles? You don't dare?" Mengyu snorted. Wait, I want to enter the ported battles first, Lu Yin said casually. Meng Yu's eyes lit up, but he didn't stop him. They hadn't fought much during this time, but there were still close to 100 battles. Only a few people hadn't come and Lu Yin was one of them. Meng Yu wanted to see how much Lu Yin had improved over the past month. After all, he had also cultivated in the Sand Ocean, but he had still lost 83 times in a row. It was too tragic. By the way, who's the one with the best results? Lu Yin asked curiously. Dark Void, 13 wins and 47 defeats, Meng Yu said. Lu Yin nodded and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Zhao Yu wasn't interested in Lu Yin. At the same time, Michelle arrived. Her current score was 6 wins and 29 losses, and she wanted to challenge Lu Yin a few more times. When she arrived, she saw Lu Yin's back as he entered and her eyes flashed. She stood nearby and watched quietly. The last time he'd been here, he'd challenged 5 times and lost all 5 times, which was still fresh in his memory. Although his strength had increased by quite a bit, he didn't feel like he could do much better. The ported battles didn't have a realm restriction, and anyone of the younger generation could enter as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Even melders like Michelle and Dark Void had been defeated so miserably, so Lu Yin could only hope that his luck would be good enough for him to achieve 3 consecutive victories and complete the highest sentinel mission in the treasury. There was a flash in front of his eyes and he heard the roar of waves. He looked around and found himself on the surface of the sea, where a fishy smell assaulted his senses. It's actually the sea, Lu Yin muttered to himself. A figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a berserk wave of star energy that unbridled crushed everything in its path, causing the sea to boil as it swept across the land. The two attacked at the same time, and Lu Yin's hand transformed into a claw as he used the 20th form of the Sky Beast Claw. Anyone who entered a ported battle couldn't be underestimated, especially someone who used their real name. Lu Yin could feel the threat from his opponent. Heart raised his hand, and scorching flames surged out to drown out the Sky Beast Claw. With a boom, Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw was reduced to nothingness by the high temperature. What a powerful innate gift. Even a melder would find it difficult to endure such high temperatures. Heart didn't react to the Sky Beast Claw at all, and the flames roared as they rushed towards Lu Yin. No sentinel was his match. This was the belief of the Phoenix family that he was unrivaled within the same realm. The stone platform melted under the high temperature. Lu Yin evaded with flash, but the flames distorted even the void. Heart's entire body was covered in flames as he attacked Lu Yin with extreme speed. Both of them were extremely fast. Lu Yin's flash step had incorporated some of the Day-Night clan's extreme speed techniques into it, while Heart's extreme speed made him feel like he was swimming through fire. As long as there was fire, he would be able to reach it in an instant. A dozen consecutive explosions rang out as Lu Yin defended passively, trying to gauge the limits of his opponent's strength. Heart was surprised that Lu Yin could hold on. Very few sentinels could last this long in his flames, but it was time to end it. He paused, clasping his palms together and spreading them apart. A bird's cry resounded through the air as a fiery bird appeared in his palms, causing the air to distort and burn as it charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin evaded with flash, but the bird was faster and seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Lu Yin turned around and raised his palm, unleashing a 6-stack shockwave palm. Bang! Scorching heat waves surged into the sky, causing the air to distort as the immense pressure dispersed the flames. Heart was forced to take a few steps back as he looked into the distance in shock. Lu Yin retracted his palm and stared at Heart. This person was very strong. Heart was excited. This was interesting. There was actually a sentinel who could block one of his battle techniques. Lu Yin didn't give Heart time to think. He took the initiative to attack, using flash to appear in front of Heart. It was another 6-stack shockwave palm that caused the air pressure to condense and distort the void. Heart's eyes went wide as the flames in his palms shrieked. He was from the Phoenix family. How could his Phoenix be destroyed so easily? Bang 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 bang. Several shocking explosions rang out as the stone platform was completely shattered. The two soared into the air, one controlling the fiery bird to roast the ground while the other compressed the air. The 6 stacks of force collided fiercely, causing dazzling lights to flash. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 122. Lu Yin was stunned by the sudden appearance of the 5 dragons. How was this possible? This was definitely not an ordinary extreme speed, but an innate talent. This exotic beast had an innate talent for extreme speed. The dragons attacked him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes and forcing him to face them head-on. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and activated the art of Sirius, 6 stars appearing around him with a 7th vaguely visible. He looked past the Sirius and saw Draconic 8 moving at extreme speed. Although it had split into 5, there was only one main body. This was extreme speed. Lu Yin wasn't afraid. His art of Sirius was the bane of extreme speed. Sirius raised its palm high, a 7th star appearing around it as well. Draconic 8's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? This human had actually found its main body. Lu Yin's palm slammed into Draconic 8's head, causing it to howl in agony as the 7 stars exploded, the terrifying force knocking it unconscious. Victory, Lu Yin. Lu Yin panted heavily, overjoyed that he had won 3 in a row. He had completed the highest Sentinel mission. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared beneath the teleportation stone. He turned to look outside and saw that Michelle wasn't alone. Coco, Hui Day Knight and Little Pao were there as well. He didn't walk out, instead entering the ported battles once more to see if he could achieve 4 in a row. With his current strength he could win with a bit of luck. However, his heart sank when he saw his 16th opponent. He had only seen a single sword strike and that was it. He hadn't even seen his opponent's code name before he'd been insta-killed. This was definitely an explorer, a freak. There was no lack of freaks like this in ported battles, which was why luck was important. Some people were strong but had terrible results, while others were weak and even sentinels, but could achieve consecutive victories. Luck was also a part of one's strength. As he walked out of the teleportation stone, the old man's voice rang out, Lu Yin, 7 wins, 18 losses. Not far away, Michelle was shocked. This sentinel had actually won 3 in a row. Hui Day Knight clenched his fists. His record was 3 wins and 52 losses. How could a mere ant surpass him? Coco was shocked. Big brother Lu, your results are so high. The one with the best results among us is Dark Void, with an average of 1 win in every 4 matches. After him is big sister Michelle, with an average of 1 win in every 5 matches. You're pretty amazing. He patted her head. I was just lucky. Hui Day Knight's voice was cold. How many sentinels did you encounter? Lu Yin thought for a moment. 3. Hui Day Knight disdainfully replied. He's really lucky. Although the Day Knight clan was a powerful clan, Hui Day Knight wasn't that strong. Even when he had just entered the academy, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat Hui Day Knight, let alone now. Big brother Lu, are you hurt? Do you need Coco to treat you? Coco asked expectantly. An image of a giant syringe appeared in Lu Yin's mind, but he quickly shook his head. No need. The ported battles aren't real, so I won't get hurt. Coco was disappointed. Congratulations on completing the Sentinel mission, Junior Lu. You've won 3 consecutive ported battles, Little Pao congratulated. Hui Day Knight's expression turned even uglier. Lu Yin smiled. I was just lucky I couldn't stop it. Little Pao smiled. I don't believe in luck. Anyone who enters the ported battles is an absolute elite, the top geniuses of their respective domains in the Outerverse. Many of them are even famous throughout the universe and they're not easy to defeat. Otherwise, the mission would have been completed long ago. Lu Yin's brows rose. Old Kai? Old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since Astral 10 made a name for itself. You're the first kid. Not bad, huh? Lu Yin humbly replied, I was just lucky. Old Kai waved his hand. Luck is also a part of one's strength. Alright kid, here's your reward. Continue to work hard and complete a few more public missions to help Astral 10 become famous. He then tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and saw that there were 10,000 star crystals inside. He was excited. He finally had money again, and 10,000 was definitely not a small amount. The Aurora spacecraft is at the space station. It belongs to you, kid. That's an Aurora, you ungrateful wretch. Work hard. He then dismissed Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately went to the space station and found an Aurora spacecraft. He immediately authenticated it and made it his own. Many of the Astral Combat Academy's resources were sponsored by various large organizations, and the same went for the Aurora spacecraft. The Aurora spacecraft looked like a normal spacecraft, but Lu Yin had obtained a personal spacecraft that was less than 3 meters in diameter. Compared to normal spacecraft, the Aurora spacecraft had an additional flaw called an energy conversion device. This type of spacecraft relied purely on energy components to move and jump through space and time. Rare materials had to be placed into the device to transform the spacecraft's structure. This was the core technology of the Aurora Corporation and was rumored to have originated from ancient technology. It involved the tiniest particles of the universe, and the more precious and powerful the materials, the faster the spacecraft would be upgraded. This was why old Kai had said that the Aurora spacecraft were ungrateful wretches. This type of spacecraft required countless precious materials, and once it was upgraded, its performance would far surpass that of a normal spacecraft. Luyên had done his research and found that the Aurora spacecraft he bought were all at the basic grade. Its performance was comparable to a normal spacecraft, and some of its performance was even worse. This was because it had a flaw in the energy conversion device, sacrificing some of its performance. However, once it was upgraded to the Radiant grade, its performance would be completely different. Not only would it be 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft, it could even defend against cruisers' attacks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 123. If it was upgraded again, it would reach the black hole grade, which would allow it to travel 100 times faster than normal spaceships. It could defend against attacks from hunters and tear open a black hole in the universe. It was rumored that there was a cosmic grade above that, but Luyên couldn't find out the specifics. The Aurora Corporation slogan was that jumping was equivalent to flying, which meant that normal spaceships needed to jump through wormholes to travel great distances, but the Aurora Corporation didn't. The two would take about the same amount of time, a testament to the corporation's confidence. Luyên touched the ship. The material was cold and sturdy. This was good stuff. It could be sold for at least 50 billion cosmic credits. With it, he could be considered rich. He didn't plan on leaving for the time being, so he left the space station and headed for the Rain Observatory. It was time to break through to the Melder realm. On a stone platform atop a tree far away from the teleportation device, Luyên took out his formcast model. This formcast model had belonged to Terrence. He'd obtained the formcast model after Terrence's death during the Battle of Jinlin and had been waiting to break through to the Melder realm. He'd originally wanted to find the corpse on Neptune and obtain a better formcast model, but he hadn't expected Qingyu to still be alive, which had led to a series of events. Luyên sat on the stone platform and watched the dark green rain cover the sky. He took a deep breath, cut his finger, and pressed the formcast model onto his fingertip. Breakthrough Melder. The next moment, intense pain engulfed his entire body. The familiar pain caused his eyes to light up as his body suffered inhumane torture. His cells burned and reformed, and it was as if he could see the starry sky and an invincible powerhouse pressing down on him. Every breath he took felt like he was experiencing the universe, and his body was adapting to it. The star energy that filled his body became extremely scarce, and his body craved for star energy. Luyin's gaze was resolute as he felt his body grow stronger. This was the strength of a Melder. He was about to break through. Suddenly, his shirt was torn apart as runes flickered on his back, forming a lock that pierced through his shoulder blades and locked his body in place. This was a seal that had appeared before. The formcast model within Luyin's body shattered the moment it appeared, unable to withstand the pressure. Luyin's eyes widened in disbelief. His brain was shaken the moment the formcast model shattered, and he almost fainted. He'd failed. The Rainmaster walked out of the rain and frowned at Luyên. The seal is preventing this child from breaking through. Who placed it? So cruel? On the other side, an old man in ragged clothes stepped out of the void and pressed a palm against Luyin's back. A terrifying power spread out, instantly filling the entire Astral 10 and even the heavens, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. He was suppressing the seal while his other hand streaked across the void, slowly forming a new formcast model that fused into Luyin's body. Luyên was on the verge of fainting. He hadn't expected to fail. He'd clearly felt like he was about to break through to the Melder realm, so why had he failed? Just as he was about to lose all hope, another huge force appeared and continued to suppress his body, allowing his body to continue molding. His cells were burning and his blood was being reconstructed. Luyên gritted his teeth. His body molding had not yet failed. Although he did not know where this new energy was coming from as long as it existed, he could continue molding. Behind Luyên, the old man's eyes were serene, and it was as if the stars were spinning around him. His right hand suddenly exerted strength, causing a crack to appear on the lock-shaped seal. The crack gradually spread until it finally shattered with a bang. At the same time, the entire starry sky shook. In the sand ocean, a middle-aged man raised his head in surprise. In the treasure pavilion, old Kai was bewildered. At the domain entrance, the old man opened his eyes, deep in thought. In stargazing deck, someone raised his head. Beneath the curtain of rain, the Rainmaster was shocked. Luyên, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, once again saw the jade finger that crushed the void. This time he saw something different. He saw the endless distance behind the jade finger, and the pair of resplendent eyes that reflected the stars in the sky. They were absolutely beautiful and noble. At the same time, his body glowed as if it had come back to life. The old man in ragged clothes looked at Lu Yin, deep in thought. The Rain Master hesitated. This is an ancient seal. It's a very ancient seal and I can only break it with brute force. Unfortunately, I only managed to break one seal, the old man said indifferently. The Rainmaster's expression changed. Is there more than one seal? The old man nodded and raised his head, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. I think I've seen this seal before but I can't remember. It's very ancient and terrifying and it's used on a child. What's the effect? The Rainmaster asked curiously. His physical body was sealed. We sealed this child's innate gift, turning him from an innate gift unique to his race into an ordinary person. Now he's finally starting to display his true power. Unfortunately, it's only his physical body, the elder said. The old man sighed. It's very difficult to break the seal below. Last time I almost killed the child when I went crazy. This time I'll repay my debt. The formcast model I created for him will allow him to reform his body once more, as long as that seal doesn't appear again. The old man left. This time he didn't go crazy. It took an entire day for Lu Yin to finish his breakthrough. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the curtain of rain had changed. Breaking through to the Melder realm had increased his perception of his strength, but he didn't know how much stronger he had become. He clenched his fists and felt that something was amiss. His body seemed to have changed, becoming tougher and stronger. He thought that it was just a hallucination from his breakthrough and didn't pay it much mind. He stood up and suddenly felt a formcast model in his body. He was shocked and quickly looked at the curtain of rain. Rainmaster, are you there? The Rainmaster transmitted through the curtain of rain. The formcast model in your body will allow you to reform your body once more. Go to the Sand Ocean to cultivate. The Rain Observatory won't be able to help you much in the short term. Lu Yin bowed in gratitude and thought back to when he had broken through. He remembered that Terrence's formcast model had shattered and he had failed. It seemed that the Rainmaster had saved him. Lu Yin was glad that he had entered Astral 10. Otherwise, no one would have been able to help him. In order to feel his strength after breaking through, Lu Yin immediately headed to the trial zone entrance. The ported battles were the best platform for him to test his strength. Hui Day Night, 6 wins and 92 losses. Lu Yin heard the results as soon as he arrived. Hui Day Night walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Lu Yin glanced at him when he arrived. Hui Day Night had improved from 3 wins and 72 losses to 6 wins and 92 losses in a single day. Michelle stepped into the teleportation stone's range and only appeared after a while. Michelle, 13 wins and 56 losses. Lu Yin was surprised that she had improved as well. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had improved. Everyone else had. Although Astral 10 didn't have a mentor to guide them, the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, and the mysterious stargazing deck were all good places to cultivate. Lu Yin walked past Michelle and slowly stepped into the teleportation stone's range. This was his first battle after breaking through to the Melder realm, and he hoped that he wouldn't run into any space-exploring freaks. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in a meadow. A gentle breeze blew, and the fresh smell of the grass was intoxicating. A figure appeared in front of him and attacked him as soon as it appeared. A strange purple sticky substance descended like a spiderweb. This was an innate gift. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a strange innate gift. The purple substance sealed the void and smashed towards Lu Yin. He stepped forward with his right foot and disappeared with flash, appearing in front of the opposing Melder in an instant. He raised his hand and unleashed a 6-stack shockwave palm. With a bang, the Melder was smashed to pieces. Following the Melder's defeat, the purple substance that had filled the void all disappeared. Lu Yin looked at his palm in shock. It had been so easy to use the 6-stack shockwave palm. Every time he used it before, his palm would feel like it was cracking, a sign that his body couldn't bear it. But this time, it was as easy as breathing and there wasn't even a trace of burden on his body. How could this be? Had breaking through to the Melder realm made his body so much stronger? Also, Flash had more than doubled his speed. Beneath the teleportation stone, Lu Yin opened his eyes in a daze. He had some understanding of the Melder realm, and the biggest change from the Sentinel realm to the Melder realm was the strength of their star energy. A Melder could crush a Sentinel and improve in other aspects as well, but it shouldn't have been this exaggerated. He felt that his body was strangely strong. Thinking about this, Lu Yin continued to enter the ported battles. Another melder appeared in front of him. Most of the participants in the ported battles were melders, followed by limiters and sentinels and space explorers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 124. Lu Yin looked at the melder in front of him and raised his hand, causing the air to tremble and ripple. He had used 6 stacks without any burden on his body, and then 7 stacks without any burden either. Lu Yin was shocked to see 8 stacks. Suddenly, the melder charged at him and swept out with a leg. His figure melded into the void and reappeared from the side, the boundless afterimages of his kick almost shattering the void. This was a powerhouse with a rather powerful leg technique. Lu Yin immediately used 9 stacks and struck out with a palm. 9 consecutive superimposed explosions rang out, causing the void to tremble as if it were about to shatter. A single palm had shattered the melder in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the terror of 9 stacks. It far surpassed 6 stacks and was even stronger than Sirius Palm with 6 stars, even though he hadn't even used Shockwave Palm. It was no wonder why the Rainmaster had only deduced 9 stacks. Any melder who could control 9 stacks would be terrifying. Lu Yin appeared beneath the teleportation stone once more and looked at his palm, deep in thought. 9 stacks still wasn't the peak, and his body could still withstand even more power. Just how terrifying had his body become? Lu Yin took a deep breath and excitedly entered the ported battles once more. The next 4 opponents were all melders and none of them could stop him. The 5th opponent was a limiter toad named Zhang Wuji. Lu Yin wasn't afraid in the face of a limiter, instead he was excited. He wanted to know his current limits. With a bang, Zhang Wuji rushed in front of Lu Yin and pressed down with a single palm. The surging star energy caused Lu Yin to suffocate, and his right palm made Lu Yin feel a sense of danger. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to meet the 9 stacks Shockwave Palm head-on. Thump, thump, thump. 9 explosions rang out as the ground shattered and the 2 of them sank into the ground. Lu Yin's heart sank as his internal organs felt pressured. His opponent's palm strength had shocked him to the core, and it was absolutely terrifying. Zhang Wuji was equally shocked. He had never thought that a melder would be able to withstand 9 of his palms. In order to end this battle as quickly as possible, Lu Yin had used Astral 7's top battle technique, Astral 7 Starburst Palm. Every palm strike contained all of the star energy in his body, and it was equivalent to an all-out attack. At the same time, Lu Yin borrowed the power of his opponent's star energy to flow back into his body. It could be said that each palm strike consumed almost no star energy, but it contained the most power. 9 palms were equivalent to 9 full-strength attacks, but Lu Yin had managed to withstand them all. With a whoosh, Zhang Wuji raised his palm again. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he evaded the attack with flash. A huge crater was formed where he had been standing and dust filled the air. Lu Yin took advantage of the dust to attack Zhang Wuji's back, but in the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. This was gravity. This person actually had an innate gift of gravity. The terrifying 100-fold gravity left Lu Yin unable to react for a moment, and Zhang Wuji's 2 palms struck out. Lu Yin's body was struck by a powerful force, and his organs were reduced to dust. Beneath the teleportation stone, Lu Yin opened his eyes with a vexed expression. He hadn't expected this person to have an innate gift of gravity. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone all out against this person. However, even if he hadn't gone all out, Lu Yin felt that he might not have been a match for this person. Zhang Wuji was a limiter after all, and each of his palms were terrifyingly powerful. Furthermore, his star energy hadn't decreased at all. In Astral 7, Diao opened his eyes, the shock still lingering in his eyes. A melder actually forced me to use my innate gift, and even lost in the end because his organs couldn't handle it. He took a total of 23 starburst palms from me, and his body wasn't injured at all. He's definitely a monster. It's a pity that I had to end the battle quickly because I was in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to test the limits of his body. I hope we can have a good fight the next time we meet. At Astral 10's entrance, Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation stone and heard the battle report. Lu Yin, 13 wins, 19 losses. Not far away, Michelle, Hui Day Knight, Zhao Yilong, and Lulu all stared at him in shock. 6 wins in a row. You just won 6 in a row. Michelle exclaimed, her dark red eyes widening. Lu Yin nodded, it was just luck. Hui Day Knight took a few steps forward and stared at Lu Yin. Did you only meet sentinels? Lu Yin frowned. Watch your attitude, I don't have to answer you. But Hui Day Knight barked. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Hui Day Knight. You're asking for a beating. Hui Day Knight sneered, "You must have a way to find the weak to start ported battles, right?" In the distance the old man blinked. "There's no way to start ported battles, only the strong win." "I don't believe it. How can an Outerverse cultivator win 6 in a row? Even we can't do that." Hui Day Knight roared, clearly irritated. Michelle frowned. Lulu was unhappy. Luine laughed and turned to look at the old man. "Can you let us fight here? It'll end quickly." The old man nodded. "Don't destroy the plants." Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Hui Day Knight. "Don't worry, it'll end in an instant." Hui Day Knight stared coldly at Luine. "You actually dared to accept my challenge. I'll show you that even if you're a melder, you're nothing in front of my Day Knight clan." Luine raised a hand. "Come, let me see how powerful the Day Knight clan is." Hui Day Knight's eyes widened as he sensed the disdain in Lu Yin's tone. An Outerverse native actually dared to look down on the Day Knight clan? Hui Day Knight's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Day Knight soul-chasing finger. A finger appeared in the void and pointed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin instantly felt as if something within his body had been torn apart. It was an indescribable feeling. If a person had a soul, it would have felt like it was being torn apart. This finger attack didn't just target his body. As expected of a battle technique from the Day Knight clan, Lu Yin's raised hand moved horizontally and grabbed the finger that had extended out of the void. He exerted a bit of force, and the sound of bones breaking rang out as Hui Day Knight was dragged out of the void. His body was forcefully pressed to the ground, half kneeling as he looked up in shock. It wasn't just him, even Michelle and the others were shocked. Although Hui Day Knight was only a sentinel, he was definitely stronger than many melders. Furthermore, the Day Knight clan's battle techniques had indescribable offensive capabilities that ordinary people couldn't withstand. Lu Yin had easily dispelled the soul-chasing finger, which was inconceivable to Michelle and the others. Lu Yin smiled at Hui Day Knight. He had also entered the Day Knight clan's inheritance stone corridor, and the clan's unique attacks weren't very effective against him, especially when his opponent was just a sentinel. "I told you it'll end in an instant." Hui Day Knight's pupils shrank. "Impossible, you're completely unaffected by the soul-chasing finger." What? Lu Yin exerted more force with his right hand and completely broke Hui Day Knight's fingers. "You don't have the right to ask me that." Hui Day Knight gritted his teeth in agony and growled. His star energy erupted as he tried to push Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin grabbed his fingers and flung him away. The enormous force behind the blow made it impossible for Hui Day Knight to dodge, and his body was flung far away. After dealing with Hui Day Knight, Lu Yin looked at Michelle. "Do you want to continue the ported battles?" She stared at him and muttered to herself for a moment before turning to leave. Zhao Yilong's expression changed. He hadn't paid much attention to this person before, just like the Melder shoulds. Zhao Yilong was confident that he could defeat a Melder, but now he felt that this person was as deep as the ocean. 6 consecutive victories definitely couldn't be achieved by luck. Otherwise, Sentinels wouldn't be able to achieve 3 consecutive victories in a row. This person's power had to be terrifying beyond imagination. Zhao Yilong left as well, seemingly having made up his mind about something. Hui Day Knight didn't return. Lu Yin wondered if he had provoked them. It wasn't that the Sentinels who entered Astral 10 couldn't break through. They just didn't want to. Now that he had become a Melder, would these people also break through? That would be interesting. He and Lulu were the only ones left here, and when he saw her glowing eyes, he knew that her hands were itching for a fight. "You've changed a lot recently, let's compete," Lulu said eagerly. Lu Yin shrugged. "You can't fight here." "No, let's compete in strength." Lulu licked her lips with a provocative look. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Strength? That's fine, he wanted to know how strong he was. "Alright, let's do it." Lulu stretched out a fair hand. Simple, a tug of war. "Let's see who moves first." Lu Yin found it interesting and reached out to grab her hand. It was so soft. Lulu's lips curled up. "Let's begin." "Alright, let's begin." The two exerted their strength at the same time, causing a crack to appear in the ground. They didn't use star energy, but their strength alone was enough to cause the ground to collapse. "I'm going to be published soon, and Windborn still needs to eat. Please support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day and I'll never stop." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 125. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Lulu's strength was indeed great. Although her palms were soft, they were as tough as steel, and she was trying to pull him along with an earth-shattering force. However, Lulu's shock far exceeded Lu Yin's. She was from the Mavis family and they were born with godly strength. She had never met anyone stronger than herself, but at this moment she felt a strength as deep as the sea from Lu Yin's palms. She was certain that Lu Yin was stronger than her, but he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. She could feel how terrifying this person's body was through the contact of their palms. It was a kind of terror that was restrained to the extreme. When had Lu Yin become so terrifying? This kind of body wasn't something that an ordinary person could cultivate, it was more like an innate gift from ancient times. A gust of wind separated the two, and the elder spoke up from a distance, "Don't destroy the plants." Lu Yin and Lulu looked down, the cracks in the ground growing deeper and deeper as the plants were uprooted. "Sorry, mentor," Lu Yin apologized. Lulu stared at Lu Yin until he felt goosebumps. "Why are you staring at me? The victor hasn't been decided yet. If you want to continue, you can find another place." Lulu shook her head and pursed her lips. "Pervert, no need. You can play by yourself." She then left on her own. Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong with her? But since she's gone, there's no one here to fight over the teleportation stone with me. I'll continue and test my strength. With that in mind, Lu Yin stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The elder's eyes widened when he entered, and he had a strange expression on his face. Mavis is born with great strength and a powerful body. That child actually surpassed them, but I can't tell his race. Strange. He's just an ordinary person, so how can he surpass them? Is his surname Lu? Elsewhere, Michelle was walking through the ruins of Astral 10. Aside from a few limited areas, everything else had been reduced to rubble. Michelle looked up, her eyes flashing. She muttered to herself for a while before coming to a decision. "Sorry, sister, I'll have to use my innate gift." Outside Stargazing Tower, Xia Luo was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly received a message from Lulu. He looked at it and was surprised. There's actually such a big change. It's unexpected. I have to work hard or else I won't be able to keep up. The Rain Observatory's dark green curtain of rain stretched endlessly. Beyond the Rain Observatory was a field of broken weapons and broken walls. It could be seen that this place used to be glorious, but it had turned into ruins overnight. Some places even burned for a long time. Silver stood on high ground and surveyed the ruins. It's really all gone. Astral 10's headmaster went crazy and destroyed the entire academy. That's why Astral 10 has always been at the bottom. Even the countless battle techniques that we've collected since ancient times have all been destroyed. What a pity. There were only a dozen or so people in the massive Astral 10. No one would believe it if they told others, but that was the truth. Against Astral 10, everyone was like a drop of water in the ocean. They were insignificant, and it was extremely rare for them to bump into each other. Lu Yin stayed at the trial zone entrance for half a day and then rested for the night before heading to the Sand Ocean. The Rainmaster had said that the Rain Observatory wouldn't be of much help to him at the moment, and that the Sand Ocean was the only place that could increase his strength. When Lu Yin left the trial zone entrance, his results in the ported battles were 31 wins and 46 losses. He was the best out of all the new students, but no one else knew about this result. He stepped into the teleportation device and chose the Sand Ocean with a serious expression. He had originally planned to fight a few more battles, but the last one had given him a strange shock. His opponent was also a melder, but he had defeated him with a power that he had never experienced but had long since heard of: battle force. Those who loved to fight had to have integrity. Battle force originated from the core of the human body, and it could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the stars. This was a description of battle force, and someone had once said that it contained the strength and cultivation methods of battle force, but Lu Yin didn't understand. After he had lost his memories, he had been rescued by his family and stayed in the inner verse for a period of time. He had heard of battle force many times, and some had described it as a power that could split the heavens and earth apart. Lu Yin had yearned for it back then, but for various reasons he couldn't cultivate it and had been waiting on Earth for the trial to evolve. He had fought nearly 100 ported battles, and in the last one he had encountered a battle force powerhouse. He had recognized that power at a glance, and it seemed to be very suitable for him. He couldn't wait to understand it. However, he didn't know if Astral 10 had a way to cultivate battle force, so he could only go to the Sand Ocean to try his luck. It was comparable to the Rain Observatory, so it wasn't simple. Just from the name alone, it seemed to be related to the physical body. Perhaps there was a chance that it could touch upon battle force. This was his second time coming to the Sand Ocean. The first time he had only taken a quick look before heading to the Rain Observatory. This time, however, he planned to stay here. He walked out of the teleportation device and stepped onto dry, scorching sand. He looked around and saw a boundless sea of sand. He tore off his outer clothes and felt the dry heat of the sand ocean. He squatted down and pinched a handful of sand. It was very hard. This wasn't normal sand, and even his body felt a bit of pain when he used a little strength. It really is a good place to train the physical body, he sighed and slowly walked into the depths of the desert. His figure gradually distorted under the scorching sun before disappearing. There were still more than 20 days until the new student competition, and everyone was preparing for it. In the darkness of space, a huge spacecraft jumped out of a wormhole and flew towards the Frostwave Weave. There were deep blue musical notes engraved on the exterior of the spacecraft. This was the insignia of the Soul Dream tribe from the Innerverse. The Soul Dream tribe was a rather famous tribe in the Innerverse. There were only females in the tribe and there were no males. They were known as a nation of females, and all of the Soul Dream tribe women were extremely beautiful. More importantly, they all had enchanting voices that could shake the heavens. If the universe was bleak and lonely, then the Soul Dream tribe added a moving note to this bleakness, giving the universe a hint of tenderness. Every member of the Soul Dream tribe was a celebrity. This was publicly acknowledged in the Innerverse. Inside the huge spacecraft, a beautiful woman with long dark blue hair that reached her waist asked, "How much longer?" Someone beside her immediately replied, "Young mistress, we'll reach Astral 10 in at most an hour." The woman smiled and lit up the sky. "I hope that Astral 10 won't disappoint me and that I'll be able to successfully awaken Battle Force. Young mistress, your visit to Astral 10 has attracted a lot of attention. The media has been contacting the tribe to find out why you're here so that they can release the news." The woman furrowed her beautiful brows. "The media is so annoying. I can't even have a moment of peace. Young mistress, you're the most outstanding descendant of our Soul Dream tribe, far surpassing any previous generation. You're the brightest star in the Innerverse and everyone is paying attention to your every move." The woman's head hurt, but she suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "Tell them that I'm going to Astral 10 to find my sweetheart." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Regardless of whether they were commanding the spacecraft or observing the star charts, they all stared blankly at the woman. "Young mistress, you can't say such nonsense. You'll bring trouble to Astral 10 if you do that. Those powerhouses who are pursuing you will tear Astral 10 apart," someone immediately cried out. The woman blinked and thought about it. "All right, I won't cause trouble for them. Those people might really cause trouble for Astral 10. Although they're annoying, their strength is unparalleled in the universe, and no one in Astral 10 will be able to stop them. How about this? Spread the news that I'm going to Astral 10 Sand Ocean to train. That place used to be one of the most famous cultivation holy lands." The people around her heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, young mistress." No one dared to underestimate the influence of the Soul Dream tribe. They had countless fans in the universe and were true stars. Regardless of whether they were ordinary people, cultivators, or the top cultivation geniuses of the various large powers, there was a large group of people who were infatuated with the Soul Dream tribe. This was especially true for the young mistress of the Soul Dream tribe. Even the weakest of her suitors were the strongest of the younger generation. If those people really went to Astral 10 to cause trouble, Astral 10 would definitely be crushed without the help of the mentors. However, no matter where one went, the power of the media was pervasive. As long as she said something, it would spread. The woman didn't know what her joke would do to Astral 10. Elsewhere, in the forest of Astral 5, Heart Phoenix walked out from beneath a teleportation stone and clenched his fists. "Congratulations, Junior Heart, for achieving 3 consecutive Sentinel victories. Congratulations, young Master Heart. Congratulations." Heart Phoenix snorted. "Too late, the mission has already been completed by someone else." The people around him felt awkward. "Oh right, young Master Heart, the Soul Dream tribe's young mistress Shiyu that you asked me to keep an eye on recently released her itinerary. She went to Astral 10 Sand Ocean," someone suddenly said. "It's about to be published and Windborn still needs to eat. Please continue to support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day and never stop." "Where's Junior Shiyu? Why isn't she out yet?" The youth frowned and blocked Big Pow. "Watch your tone. You're just expelled students, you don't have the right to call young Master Shiyu your junior." Big Pow pouted, ignoring him. The youth was furious. At that moment, a beautiful girl with long blue hair walked out. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, mesmerizing. She was Shiyu, the young master of the Soul Dream tribe. As long as it's not banned, Astral 10 will still be Astral 10. It's only right for you to call me your junior. Big Pow and Little Pow stared blankly at Shiyu. She was too mesmerizing. Her nebula-like face and her gentle voice made them drunk. Big Pow coughed and said solemnly, "Hello, Junior Shiyu. I'm Big Pow, but you can call me Brother Pow." Little Pow also stepped forward. "Junior Shiyu, I'm Little Pow, but you can call me Brother Little Pow." Everyone was stunned. Brother Pow? What a vulgar name. Were these two bastards flirting with young Master Shiyu? Shiyu was also stunned for a moment and became angry, but when she saw the excitement in their eyes, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile, almost melting Big Pow and Little Pow's hearts. "Shiyu will just call you Senior Big Pow and Senior Little Pow." It's fine. Junior Shiyu, can you take a picture with me and make a video? It would be perfect if we could eat together. Before Big Pow could finish speaking, he was cut off by a middle-aged woman. She was quite pretty and looked to be in her 40s. She stood in front of Shiyu and glared at Big Pow and Little Pow. "Don't disturb the young mistress. She's here for the Sand Ocean and doesn't have time for anything else." The two were disappointed. Shiyu looked outside the space station. It was rumored that Astral 10 had been expelled to the Outerverse and that all the original students had left. There were only 2 people left, but none of the academies had taken a liking to them. They were probably the 2 people in front of her. This was Astral 10, the academy that was about to be banned. If not for the fact that the Blaze Realm was one of the powers that would replace Astral 10, she wouldn't have come at this time. Once the Blaze Realm took over, she would have to face someone which would be troublesome. "Seniors, how many students are there in Astral 10? Shiyu asked curiously. Little Pow replied, 14. Behind Shiyu, a young man sneered, "The great Astral 10 has fallen to such a state. No wonder there are rumors that it's about to be banned. You're the only ones left. How embarrassing." Little Pow raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man. "Our motto is quality, not quantity. We're not a shelter that takes just anyone." "What did you say?" The young man was furious. Shiyu raised her hand and glared at the young man. "Don't be rude to Astral 10. If you do that again, you can go back." The young man lowered his head. "Yes, young Master Shiyu." Shiyu turned to Big Pow and Little Pow. "Seniors, please take me to greet the mentors of Astral 10. The Windchaser Association will always maintain efficiency and quality, and we promise to never stop updating. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe. Please donate. Thank you for your support." Helpless, Shiyu stood in the sand and slowly sank down. The deeper she sank, the more pain she felt from the friction between her body and the sand. This sand was very helpful in tempering the body, but the pain was proportional to the gains. Shiyu was already prepared for this and gritted her teeth. When she was completely buried in the sand, an earth-shattering pressure assaulted her. It didn't just affect her body but also her spirit. It was as if she was being suppressed under a mountain, and her entire body was being suppressed and suffocated. However, this pressure was similar to some of the training grounds in Astral 8, and it wasn't enough for her to comprehend battle force. Warriors had integrity, and if they wanted to obtain battle force, they had to endure inhuman pressure. All of the 10 academies had such places, but there were too many people in those places. Only Astral 10's Sand Ocean didn't have many people, and it was also a legendary holy land for training battle force. She had to succeed and go deeper. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. When Shiyu was 20 meters below the surface, she felt a little dizzy and blood vessels appeared on her originally sparkling skin. This distance was already the limit for both her body and spirit, but it still wasn't enough. Shiyu gritted her teeth and continued her descent. Suddenly she stepped on something strange. It was soft, and when she looked down, she saw a pair of eyes staring blankly at her breasts. Luin was sleeping. That's right, sleeping. Ever since he'd entered the Sand Ocean, he'd discovered that the surface of the desert wasn't of much use to him. He'd looked at the information Big Pow had sent him about the Sand Ocean and decided to bury himself to train. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure. Sure enough, it was effective. Luin actually fell asleep while enduring the pressure of the Sand Ocean. With his body's strength, he wouldn't be injured even if he was buried 20 meters below the surface, but he didn't care about the pain. Just as he was sleeping, his calf was stepped on by something. He opened his eyes and saw an imposing figure right in front of him. This was a woman's chest, right? It should be. He stared at it in a daze. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nose, intoxicating him. He subconsciously took a deep breath and raised his head. meeting a pair of lifeless eyes. Pervert! Shiyu's face paled as she roared and slammed her palm down. Luin dodged to the side. Don't shout. Shiyu raised her leg and kneed him in the face, but he blocked it with his hand and grabbed onto her snow-white thigh. Woman, I was here first. Shiyu felt the warmth of his hand on her thigh and raged. Let me go, pervert. Luin quickly let go and retreated. Don't call me pervert, I was here first and you stepped on me. Shiyu trembled with rage. She was the junior matriarch of the Soul Dream tribe, and she had never been so close to a man before. When she thought about how her chest was so close to this person, and how Shiyu's blood rushed to her head. I'll kill you. She opened her mouth, and a strange sound rang out from all directions. This was the triple sonic boom, but she hadn't used it against Michelle. Now it was all aimed at Luin. Lu Yin's expression changed. This woman was quite strong. He instinctively activated his cosmic art to weaken the sonic boom within its range, but when he looked up, he saw that Shiyu wasn't done yet. Enraged, he reached out to grab Shiyu. Pervert, you're courting death. Shiyu was beyond furious and wanted nothing more than to destroy this man. You're courting death, she shouted as she breathed out, her delicate lips singing a sweet song. Lu Yin's hand stopped 10 centimeters away from Shiyu, the song turning into a cosmic tide that tried to drown him. Shiyu had never used her most powerful musical battle technique before, the Dark Universe Song of Dawn, causing the entire desert to boil. In the depths of the desert, the Sandmaster was shocked. What a powerful musical battle technique, as expected of the most outstanding descendant of the Soul Dream tribe. She's one of the strongest youths in the Innerverse, qualified to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's hand couldn't move an inch forward, and a drop of blood flowed from his ear. The song seemed to explode in his brain, trying to blow him up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 128. Shut up. Luin growled, the 9 stacks in his palm breaking through the song's star energy and covering her mouth. The song disappeared in an instant. Shiyu glared at him, the fury in her eyes almost melting him. Luin exhaled and stared at her in shock. She was no ordinary student. I'll say this one last time. I came first and you came later. You even stepped on me. Shiyu grabbed his arm and tried to pry it away, but even Lulu lost to him in terms of strength. Do you understand what I'm saying? I won't go easy on you if you keep acting like this, Luin threatened and slowly let go. Shiyu glared at him, suddenly grabbing his hand and biting down viciously. Luin felt the pain and quickly pulled back. Are you a dog? Shiyu threw a punch at him. She had never suffered such a loss in her life. Not only had she been taken advantage of, she couldn't even beat him. What a bully. Luin grabbed Shiyu's fist and pulled her into his embrace, his heart fluttering at the feel of her soft body. He wanted to say something, but he didn't realize that the two of them had already descended a bit. The sand ocean was divided into 7 layers, the first 30 meters thick. The two of them had just reached the 30-meter mark, and the sudden movement caused them to fall down to the second layer. There was 1,000 meters between the first and second layers, and the moment Luin and Shiyu fell into the second layer, a boundless pressure assaulted them. Shiyu couldn't withstand it and fainted. Lu Yin's mind went blank, but fortunately he could withstand it and they crashed into the second layer with a thump. On the first layer, the Sandmaster was surprised. She actually fell down? Astral 8's bell was grabbed by a brat from Astral 10. If the old guys from Astral 8 knew about this, they'd go crazy. Interesting, ha. The dark desert was silent, and Luin rubbed his head as he felt the terrifying pressure all around him. Shiyu was unconscious in his arms. He smiled wryly. What was going on? He didn't know who this woman was, but she had somehow ended up here. Big Pow's introduction hadn't mentioned that there was another layer to the sand ocean. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he felt the pressure all around him. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the distance that sounded like a gust of wind. How could there be wind in this underground world? Luin turned around and narrowed his eyes, immediately pulling Shiyu into his arms with his back to the wind. The next moment, the wind tore through the void and tore his clothes to shreds. Gusts of wind slashed his body like sharp blades, leaving bloody wounds that splattered across the desert as intense pain engulfed his nerves. This wasn't wind, it was clearly a blade, a gust of wind formed by blades. The gale quickly passed, leaving him gasping for breath. He hurriedly took out some medicine from his cosmic ring and applied it to his back. Fortunately, his body was strong enough that he'd only suffered superficial wounds. If it had been the woman in his arms, she would have been dismembered. Suddenly, Another gust of wind blew over and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This was too frequent and he blocked in front of Shiyu without a second thought. This time, the wind didn't hurt him physically, but an indescribably terrifying spiritual pressure caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. It was like being locked in a dark room for a long time, and it made him feel endless loneliness and pressure. Sometimes, pressure didn't need to be brought about by the outside world, it was even more terrifying when you put it on yourself. Lu Yin felt the pressure that he was putting on himself, the kind of despair that could break a person down. If not for his strong will, he would have already fainted. The wind came quickly and left just as quickly. Lu Yin's face went pale as he looked up, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. But how could he leave? He tried flying, but a gust of wind tore his body apart as soon as he took off, forcing him to land quickly. He tried a few more times, but it was the same. His head hurt, he couldn't leave. At the same time, somewhere in Astral 10, Big Pao slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell Shiyu not to go too deep, it'll be troublesome if she falls into the second layer. Little Pao waved his hand. Don't worry, she can just ask the Sandmaster for help if she really can't get out. That's right, Shiyu is so smart, how could she not think of asking for help? Let's go listen to some music. Let's go. After an unknown amount of time, Shiyu's eyelids twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. Everything was dark and she could vaguely see a sandstorm sweeping past. Her body seemed to be wrapped around by something and she turned around to see a man. Shocked, she subconsciously pushed him away and fell into the sand. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past and Lu Yin quickly grabbed her. Careful. Shiyu glared at him. Let go of me, pervert. The wind brushed past Lu Yin's arm, causing Shiyu's expression to change drastically. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and several bloody gashes appeared on her fair skin. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her and placed himself in front of her. Shiyu spat out a mouthful of blood as she endured the pain in her body. She took out some clothes from her cosmic ring and put them on. She looked in front of her in disbelief. She couldn't withstand the gale that had just passed by, and if it hadn't been for the man blocking it, she would have suffered far more injuries. It's coming again, this time it's mental pressure. Be careful, don't die, Lu Yin's voice rang out beside her ear. Shiyu was confused, but the next moment, a gust of wind blew past her and she felt like her brain had been hit by something, almost fainting. Lu Yin wasn't feeling any better either, his hands clenched into fists as he stared at her with a resolute gaze. A strange current appeared around his body, but it was so weak that neither of them noticed it. The wind blew past quickly, and Shiyu spat out another mouthful of blood, her face pale. It's over, Lu Yin sighed looking at her. This girl was really pitiful, having to endure mental pressure as soon as she woke up. Shiyu panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat as she subconsciously distanced herself from Lu Yin. She scanned her surroundings before finally looking at him. Who are you? Astral 10 student Lu Yin. Astral 10 student? Shiyu was shocked. Only then did she react. This person had defeated her in the desert. She had used the Dark Universe Song of Pilgrimage, but it had still been defeated. How could there be such a student in Astral 10? He was definitely stronger than Michelle. Lu Yin sized her up, seeing her clearly despite the dim lighting. She was a beautiful woman, and her current sorry state only added to her charm. Who are you? Another 5 hours passed and Shiyu opened her eyes for the second time. Rubbing her forehead, she suddenly remembered something and quickly checked herself. She relaxed when she saw that her clothes were still there. Hey woman, what's the meaning of this? Do you really think I'm a pervert? Even if I was, I wouldn't be interested in a washboard like you, Lu Yin said unhappily. Furthermore, it was extremely destructive and penetrative. So this is battle force. Good stuff, Lu Yin exclaimed excitedly. Shiyu couldn't believe it, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Something she couldn't do had been accomplished by this pervert. Do you know battle force? Lu Yin asked with a curious gaze. Shiyu snorted and turned away, not wanting to look at that hateful face. Lu Yin was confused. What now? This woman was crazy. On the surface of the desert, the Sandmaster was shocked. Only 12 hours? Guan Yu was right. This kid's sealed body has extraordinary innate gifts, so he should be from a powerful clan. Is it the Innerverse? Or is it that place? At the trial zone entrance, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Although he had improved recently, his results hadn't improved much compared to the powerhouses he had faced in the ported battles. He had even been defeated by a sentinel. Thinking of the Sentinel realm, Schutz thought of Lu Yin, who had entered the academy with him, and wondered how he was doing. Senior Big Pow, who has the best results in the ported battles? Schutz asked. Big Pow thought for a moment. Probably Lu Yin. Schutz was shocked. Lu Yin? Isn't he a sentinel? Big Pow smiled. He broke through, but his results were the best when he was a sentinel. He had 3 consecutive victories, and now he has 6 in a row. He has a total of 31 wins and 46 losses. Schutz was stunned. How was that possible? His record was 4 wins and 76 losses, a win rate of almost 20-1. Compared to Lu Yin's, the difference was like heaven and earth. What had happened to make Lu Yin's win rate so high? Or was Lu Yin's power really that terrifying? Those who had never experienced a ported battle would never be able to imagine the cruelty of it. Everyone who had encountered such freakish powerhouses were the top experts of the Innerverse younger generation. Schutz was already considered very strong in the Outerverse, but he was nothing compared to those people. Now Lu Yin had unknowingly surpassed him, which made him feel very conflicted. Beneath the sand ocean, Shiyu hid behind Lu Yin in shame. Her body couldn't withstand the wind, so she could only do so. Don't forget the reward we agreed on, Lu Yin spoke up, angering her. Here you go. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. He only had 10,000 star crystals from completing the Sentinel mission. Compared to the cost of rolling 6 pips, 10,000 was just a starting point. He needed to earn more, and this woman was obviously rich. Shiyu gave him a Mavis Bank card. There are 2,000 star crystals inside. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, I didn't know you were so generous. Protect me, Shiyu said disdainfully, but before she could finish, another gust of wind hit her and she choked on her words. Lu Yin was already used to it and covered himself with battle force, greatly reducing the pressure. The wind passed quickly, leaving Shiyu gasping for breath. She looked at Lu Yin and saw that he was completely fine. Protect me while I comprehend battle force, and I'll pay you another 20,000 star crystals when it's over. Lu Yin was shocked. 20,000? You're really rich, aren't you? Shiyu snorted and didn't answer. Did she need money from her family? She was the brightest star in the Innerverse, and any one of her albums could be sold for a sky-high price. She had so much money that she didn't even know how much she had. She even had a Mavis Bank amethyst card. However, there was no need to tell this country bumpkin, lest he take advantage of her. Do you agree or not? Shiyu asked coldly. Lu Yin considered it for a moment, his eyes flashing. Shiyu frowned. 30,000. Deal? Lu Yin agreed decisively. Even if he used his die to break down abandoned machines and worked for 2 days without rest, he'd only gotten a little over 3,000. Although he didn't know how long it would take, it was much easier than breaking down machines. All he had to do was help her resist the wind, and with battle force, it wouldn't affect him at all. Shiyu couldn't be bothered to waste time with Lu Yin after the deal was done and had him turn around to be a wall while she sat down to experience the pressure from all directions. With Lu Yin's protection, the physical wind was no longer a threat to Shiyu. She only had to endure the mental pressure. Time passed quickly and another 20 hours passed. Lu Yin's battle force had increased by a sliver during this time, but Shiyu still showed no signs of comprehending battle force. Why haven't you comprehended it yet? That's too slow, Lu Yin urged impatiently. Shiyu gritted her teeth in anger. Do you think battle force is that easy to comprehend? Everyone in the Innerverse is a battle force master. How am I so fast? Lu Yin glanced at her. Shiyu was speechless. This bastard really didn't know how to talk. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could a country bumpkin not know her? I'll give you another 10 hours, I'll leave if you don't comprehend it. Shiyu snorted. I'll add another 20,000 star crystals. You can take your time, I'm not in a hurry, Lu Yin answered seriously. Shiyu snorted. Stop looking at me and be a wall. Lu Yin pursed his lips and turned his back to her. After a while, Lu Yin remembered something. Who are you? Why are you in Astral 10? I'm a student of Astral 8 here to train, Shiyu said. She didn't want to tell this bastard her name, it felt like an insult. Astral 8? Innerverse? Doesn't Astral 8 have a place to comprehend battle force? Why did you come all the way here? Lu Yin was curious. That's none of your business, Shiyu frowned. Lu Yin laughed. You weren't kicked out, were you? That's right, you have such a bad personality. Shiyu gritted her teeth and snorted, not replying. Right, let me ask you a question. How do I strengthen my battle force? Lu Yin was curious as he had never specifically looked into it before. Shiyu muttered, you either have to endure intense pressure or keep fighting. Intense pressure? The stronger the pressure, the greater the increase in battle force? Lu Ying asked. Shiyu frowned. From now on, you're not allowed to say another word. In return, I'll tell you some general knowledge about battle force. Alright, I'll stop talking, Lu Ying said helplessly. Shiyu licked her dry lips and thought of something. She took out a drink from her cosmic ring and took a sip. Battle force comes from the core of the human body. Generally speaking, the human body has limitless potential, and the greater the pressure, the stronger the battle force. Humans are like springs, they either collapse or resist, and fighting is the best way to strengthen battle force. You've just awakened your battle force, so it's called rudimentary battle force. Battle force is divided by lines, and the highest known is 9-line battle force, while the lowest is rudimentary battle force like yours. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 9-line battle force? It was rumored that a powerhouse with battle force could crush the heavens, so was this 9-line battle force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 130. That's all I know. Ask your mentor if you want to know more. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. A gust of wind blew through the desert, leaving only Shiyu's occasional cries of pain. It was easy to break down in this dark environment, especially when faced with great pressure. Even an elite student of Astral 8 like Shiyu found it hard to bear. 2 days later, almost 50 hours later, Shiyu was on the verge of collapse. Her dark blue hair was starting to turn yellow, her skin was no longer as delicate and fair as before, and her pupils were dilated. She even had occasional hallucinations. Lu Ying frowned. She was doomed at this rate, but there was nothing he could do to help. The whistling sound caused Shiyu to subconsciously tremble. She was already terrified of such sounds, and she hugged her arms as her entire body trembled. Lu Ying sighed and suddenly hugged her, whispering 3 words into her ear, "Washboard." The next moment, Shiyu's expression changed and her face flushed red. "You pervert!" With her shout, a gust of wind blew past them. Shiyu was enraged, and with the boundless pressure, a gust of wind spiraled out of her body. This was battle force. After dozens of hours of inhumane torture, Shiyu had finally comprehended battle force. However, she didn't have the time to care, she just wanted to bite this bastard in front of her to death. Lu Ying laughed and pointed at her. "Congratulations, you've succeeded." Shiyu froze and looked at her body. This was battle force? She had really succeeded. Lu Ying stood up and stretched lazily. Shiyu was overjoyed. It really worked. Great. After such a long period of torture, it really worked. Above, the Sandmaster raised a brow. Comprehending battle force depends on one's willpower. Some people can't comprehend it their entire lives while others can quickly. This girl is not bad, she can be considered a genius. "Hey, you can pay me now," Lu Ying said, looking at her. Shiyu looked up, and when she saw Lu Yin's face, the word washboard appeared in her mind. This bastard, she thought as she gathered battle force in her palm and struck out, "Go to hell." Lu Ying dodged, annoyed. "Woman, you're biting the hand that feeds you." "Pervert." Shiyu roared, but her body swayed and she squatted down weakly. After such a long period of torture, she was at her limit. He walked up to her and squatted down as well. "Let's settle the bill. Don't tell me you don't have enough money." Shiyu snorted and took out a Mavis Bank card. "There's 60,000 cubic meters in here. Don't tell anyone what happened here, including you and what you did to me." "What did I do to you?" Lu Ying was puzzled, but he really hadn't done anything. Shiyu was furious. "You're not allowed to say those words in this lifetime." "A washboard? Shut up." He put the card away. "Is there really 60,000 cubes? Check it yourself." Shiyu didn't want to waste time with him. Lu Ying shrugged. "Alright, if not, I'll reveal everything that happened here. You're a rich kid who cares about your reputation the most." Shiyu ignored him. "It's time to leave. Since you gave me an extra 10,000, I'll take you with me." Lu Ying clenched his fist. Shiyu was disdainful. She stood up and shouted weakly, "Sandmaster, I want to leave." Lu Ying froze. "Sandmaster?" "Sure." A voice rang out from the void and she was pulled out by an invisible force. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How was that possible? He was speechless. He'd forgotten that the Sand Ocean had a mentor. If he'd known, he would have left at any time. "Sandmaster, I want to leave too," he shouted. No one bothered with him. Lu Ying shouted once more. Still no one bothered. Lu Ying was speechless, she was too biased. He soared into the air, his battle force surging around him as he resisted the wind. Endless pressure descended upon him, but it wasn't enough to make him uncomfortable. Shiyu had comprehended battle force during this time, while he'd grown a bit stronger. He was already used to this kind of pressure. Soon he touched the upper layer of sand and charged in, quickly crossing 30 meters of sand. With a soft sound, he burst out of the desert and saw the sunlight he hadn't seen in a long time. He couldn't get used to the glaring light, and by the time he could see clearly, Shiyu was no longer there. He didn't mind, that woman's attitude towards him was too bad, and it would probably be another fierce battle if they met again. After being tortured for so many days, he just wanted to rest up and roll his die. On the other side, Shiyu walked out of the sand ocean in a sorry state and appeared at the teleportation device. The students waiting for her looked at her in shock. She was in such a sorry state with her clothes in tatters. What happened? Miss Shiyu? Let's go. Shiyu didn't want to say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. Shiyu left in a hurry, not even bothering to say goodbye to Big Pow and Little Pow as she left on the Soul Dream Tribe's ship. The middle-aged woman from the Soul Dream Tribe looked at her worriedly. After a while, Shiyu finished washing up and regained her beautiful appearance. You've suffered, young mistress, the woman said respectfully. Shiyu took a deep breath and looked out at the dark sky. It's nothing. Young mistress, your battle force? The woman asked hesitantly. Shiyu raised her hand and a wisp of air surrounded her. It wasn't star energy or air, but it gave off a strong feeling that it could pierce through anything. Many people were shocked to see this. It was battle force. You've succeeded, young mistress. You've comprehended battle force in just a few days. That's great. You're definitely the fastest person in Astral 8 to comprehend battle force. Shiyu was reminded of Lu Yin when she heard the word, fastest. That bastard had comprehended it in less than 10 hours, and she'd only been able to do so because of what he'd said to her. That bastard. She wouldn't be Shiyu if she didn't get her revenge. Announced that Astral 10's Lu Yin has molested me, Shiyu suddenly said with a smug expression. The woman and the others were shocked. What? Someone has molested you? Oh. The Soul Dream Tribe won't let them off. It's none of your business. Announced that Astral 10's Lu Yin has molested me, Shiyu said with a smirk. She wanted to let that bastard know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. A washboard? It was clearly huge. The woman was put in a difficult position, but under Shiyu's icy gaze she could only comply. Not long after, the media that had been paying attention to Shiyu received news that shook the heavens. The star of the Innerverse, the young mistress of the Soul Dream Tribe, had been molested by someone from Astral 10 called Lu Yin. The news that Shiyu had been looking for a lover had also spread, and countless people had started paying attention to Astral 10. In Astral 8, a pair of eyes in the lava almost froze the sky. Tell Craner that Lu Yin doesn't need to train anymore. Bring back one of his hands. In a huge spacecraft in space, Heart Phoenix's expression was gloomy. Young master, the news might not be true. Miss Shiyu might have been taken advantage of, but it shouldn't have been molestation, someone cautioned. Heart Phoenix stared into space. Regardless of whether it's true or not, that woman is mine since my brother assigned her to me. I won't allow anyone else to touch what's mine. Lu Yin? First he stole my sentinel mission and now he's molesting my woman. How dare he? This subordinate will immediately report this to young Master Sarati. I'll take care of my own matters, Heart Phoenix said in a low voice. In another spacecraft in space, Bonnie of Astral 9 was shocked when he saw the news. Shiyu is a powerhouse of Astral 8, and few melders are a match for her. Looks like Astral 10 isn't full of trash after all. Mentor was right to send me here. Because of Shiyu's news, more and more spacecraft from the Innerverse entered space and headed towards the Outerverse. Shiyu was well aware of her own influence. Every member of the Soul Dream Tribe was a celebrity, not to mention her as the young mistress. Furthermore, she was an elite student of Astral 8 and one of the strongest melders. She was certain that the news would cause Lu Yin trouble for a long time. At this moment, she could almost see Lu Yin speechless with a headache and her lips curled up. Who told you to call me a washboard? It wasn't just the Innerverse that paid attention to Shiyu. There was a considerable number of people in the Outerverse as well. Big Pow and Little Pow were typical fans. The two couldn't believe it when they saw the news and they confirmed it several times before looking at each other in shock. Brother, Lu Yin? Is he from our academy? Who else could it be? Bro, we're in trouble, Little Pow said strangely. Big Pow was bitter. My goddess was taken advantage of. Little Pow was helpless. Bro, that's not the point. There are probably a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now. Let's go find Lu Yin. He didn't even know that he was in trouble. Speaking of which, if he was able to take advantage of Shiyu, that woman definitely isn't weak. Outside of the training grounds, Astral 10 was unoccupied. Lu Yin found a random spot in the teleportation device and took a good nap. When he woke up, he found over 100 messages looking for him, all from Big Pao and Little Pao. When he saw so many messages, Lu Yin felt that something was wrong and immediately replied. Not long after, Big Pao and Little Pao appeared. When they saw Lu Yin, Big Pao immediately grabbed him and gritted his teeth. "You brat, tell me, which hand did you use to take advantage of her?" Lu Yin was confused. Take advantage of what? Little Pao showed Lu Yin the news that Shiyu had released. Lu Yin finally found out about the woman's origins, and when he saw the contents of the news, he had a strange expression and was speechless. Take advantage of her? It wasn't that exaggerated, but he had already done what he could, so it could be considered taking advantage of her. But that woman was really crazy. She had clearly told him not to tell anyone about what had happened underground, but she had revealed it herself. There was definitely something wrong with her brain. When they saw Lu Yin's expression, Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other. This bastard had really taken advantage of her. It's over, we have to think of something. There must be a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now, Big Pao said helplessly. Little Pao looked at Lu Yin. You should go into hiding. Those who can pursue Shiyu are all absolute experts of the younger generation. You've already experienced her strength, she's very strong, right? She's one of the top melders in Astral 8, but she's definitely not the strongest. Moreover, there are quite a number of her pursuers who are stronger than melders. Thank you for your support, please subscribe, please donate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 131. Stronger than a melder? A Lameter? Are they explorers? Lu Yin was shocked. Little Pao shook his head. Explorers can't be. Once you become an explorer, you can apply to graduate. Those people can't casually fight others, but there are definitely Lameters. Don't treat them as normal Lameters. They started out as melders and participated in ported battles as well as the 3 Realms 6 Astral. It's possible for them to challenge those above their realms. You're still a melder, so it'll be difficult for you to fight them. You should hide. Lu Yin muttered to himself. His cultivation had just started on the right track, and now that he had comprehended battle force, he could go even further in the ported battles. 100 victories was already very close to him, and the next step was the 3 Realms 6 Astral. He didn't want to leave, and Shiyu had said that the way to strengthen battle force was through battle. Since she had attracted so many powerhouses to him, then he would fight. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you. I don't want to leave, so I'll stay here and cultivate. If anyone comes looking for trouble, they can come straight at me. I won't hide. Big Pao's eyes lit up and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're ambitious. Actually, I don't agree with you hiding either. Astral 10 isn't that afraid of trouble. If you can't even pass this trial, then how can you compete with others in the 3 Realms 6 Das? Alright, go cultivate. Little Pao nodded as well. This was the first time he had taken his junior seriously. This incident might not be a bad thing, but it all depended on how far he could go. At that moment, Big Pao received a notification on his gadget, and his expression changed. So soon. Lu Yin and Little Pao looked at him. He solemnly said, someone is looking for trouble. It's Craner from Astral 8. Oh. Lu Yin was puzzled. Big Pao replied, a melder from Astral 8 who isn't any weaker than Shiyu. He's also ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings, second only to Jared. Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's face sank. This wasn't the first time he had encountered someone from that power. They had been the ones who had blocked Astral 10's entrance exam, but Lulu had taken care of them. This time he wanted to test himself against this so-called second place. Go to the Sand Ocean. If he's looking for trouble, we'll have him find you, Little Pao said. Lu Yin nodded, entered the teleportation device, and headed straight to the Sand Ocean. At Astral 10 space station, a spacecraft's hatch opened and a group of disciples from the Blaze Realm walked out. Craner disembarked and looked around. Soon this place would belong to the Blaze Realm. Little Pao arrived at the space station and faced Craner directly. Craner looked at Little Pao. You're a student of Astral 10? Where's Lu Yin? Tell him to come out. Little Pao frowned and thought for a moment before raising his hand and using his star energy as a pen. He carved a few words on a tall wall that read, Lu Yin is at the Sand Ocean. He then glanced at Craner with disdain and turned to leave without another word. Craner was enraged that someone had actually dared to look down on him. The Sand Ocean? Fine, this is just a spar between students. I hope that the mentors of Astral 10 will not interfere. Little Pow slowly left. Craner snorted and walked towards the teleportation device. The disciples of the Blaze Realm beside him wanted to follow but were stopped by Craner. Students could enter and leave but non-students could not. The 10 academies in the universe were all branches of the Astral Combat Academy. Together they were called the Astral Combat Academy. However, the universe was too vast and they could not all be contained in one location, so they were divided into 10 academies. Although Craner was a student of Astral 8 in name, he was actually also a student of Astral 10. Even though he looked down on Astral 10 was still Astral 10. Blaze Realm disciples were not allowed to enter, or else they would be looking down on the entire Astral Combat Academy. Craner's eyes darkened as he stepped into the teleportation device. That person had said that he would bring back one of Lu Yin's hands and make it impossible for him to cultivate. Thus he would break all 4 of his limbs. However, he had to ensure that the mentors of Astral 10 would not interfere. At this moment, Lu Yin was deep in thought. With Shiyu's status, she should be able to attract many powerful enemies. If he just fought, it would be a waste of time. He inexplicably recalled what had happened during Earth's trial, and his lips curled up. This was not a bad idea. Craner looked at the endless desert in front of him. This was Astral 10's famous Sand Ocean. Rumor had it that it had once been a holy land for battle force cultivation, but because Astral 10's headmaster had gone mad, the Sand Ocean had undergone a drastic change, and this holy land had never returned. Student of Astral 8, Craner, requests an audience with Astral 10's Sandmaster, he shouted. Lu Yin raised his head and looked into the distance. He was finally here. What is it? Speak, the Sandmaster's voice echoed throughout the desert. Craner spoke in a low voice. This student wishes to spar with your academy's Lu Yin. I hope that the Sandmaster will grant my request. I won't interfere. Craner's lips curled up. I hope that the Sandmaster won't interfere before one side concedes. I already said that I won't interfere, so I won't. What are you blabbering on about? Get lost if you keep blabbering. The Sandmaster's temper was much worse than the Rainmaster's, and Craner was not angered by the scolding. Instead, he was pleased with himself. This was exactly what he wanted, and he had already recorded it down. As long as he crippled Lu Yin before he conceded, no one would be able to find fault with him. Lu Yin stood up and quietly watched the man walking over. This was Craner, who was ranked second on the Blaze Realm's rankings. Craner's eyes flashed when he saw Lu Yin, and his voice turned cold. Junior Lu Yin, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin indifferently replied, looking for trouble? Craner smiled. What are you talking about, Junior? It's just a spar. As an elite student of Astral 10, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You don't have to provoke me. We can spar, but there are conditions. Craner was puzzled. Conditions? Lu Yin smiled. I was cultivating, and you came to disturb me for no reason. You even said that you wanted to spar and wasted my time, so I have to repay you. Craner laughed and said disdainfully, Sure. What do you want, Junior? Lu Yin raised 2 fingers, 20,000 star crystals, and I'll spar with you. Craner's expression changed. 20,000? Are you crazy? Do you know how much 20,000 is? You don't have that, senior? Lu Yin mocked. Craner snorted. I do, but you're not worth that price. I can give you another option. If you lose, you have to give me your cosmic ring. If you win, I won't give you a single cent. How about that? Lu Yin tempted. Craner grinned. All right, you have to keep your word. Let's do that. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Great, as expected of a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm. Senior, you can make your move now. Craner sneered. Be careful, Junior. This senior doesn't know how to control his strength properly. He then charged towards Lu Yin, the star energy around his body transforming into flames that warped the air as he sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin from afar. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared above the desert, accompanied by a scorching heat that engulfed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Craner truly lived up to his reputation as an elite student of Astral 8. His control of star energy was not inferior to Delay's, and he might even be slightly stronger. Craner's star energy was even more powerful than Arkino's, who he had met during Astral 10's exam. Arkino had borrowed the power of the sun, but Craner had relied on his own star energy to reach such a level. He truly lived up to his title as second on the rankings. Lu Yin still remembered his battle with Jerbak, who had needed to use the Thunderbolt fruit to unleash the Thunderbolt arrow. Compared to Craner was much stronger. This person's strength was not much weaker than Shiyu's musical battle technique, but it was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin disappeared with flash and tore through Craner's star energy seal to appear in front of him. He raised his hand and unleashed a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Craner's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb as he sensed danger. He instinctively dodged, but there was a violent explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, scattering Craner's star energy. He turned around. This person was definitely not an ordinary melder. He had been wrong. He had thought that teasing Shiyu was just a joke. He did not think that there was anyone in Astral 10 who could compare to Shiyu and suppress her, but now it seemed that this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lu Yin did not stop and reached out to grab Craner. Craner growled as he donned his ring armor, his star energy transforming into flames that swept out in all directions. He was about to explode. Lu Yin was disdainful and unleashed another 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm on Craner's body. Craner spat out a mouthful of blood as his ring armor shattered and his body was pressed into the sand. The 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm could even match a Lemeter's limitless palm, not to mention Craner. Although this person was strong, he was not as troublesome as Shiyu. Shiyu's musical battle technique was soft but firm, which posed a greater threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Craner, who was already heavily injured. He did not hold back and removed his cosmic ring before tossing Craner onto the sand. Stop! Craner shouted with great difficulty as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him indifferently. Are you trying to cheat? Craner gritted his teeth. There's a battle technique from the Blaze Realm in there. If you steal it, you'll be hunted down endlessly by the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin was disdainful. I never intended to take your so-called Blaze Realm battle technique, but now that you've said that, I'll seem too cowardly if I don't take it. Craner's expression changed. What do you want? Lu Yin poured out everything from Craner's cosmic ring. There were more than 10,000 star crystals, some Mavis Bank cards, medicine, ring armor, and even some firearms. There were also many other things that Craner didn't recognize. The burning sensation was probably related to the battle technique that Craner was training in. Lu Yin didn't have the time to slowly ask. He took the star crystals, the Mavis Bank cards, a bottle of blood, and a red card with the Blaze Realm symbol on it. This was probably the Blaze Realm's battle technique. Craner's face paled as he stared at Lu Yin. Once Lu Yin learned the Blaze Realm's battle technique, he would be hunted down by the Blaze Realm, and he would not be able to escape responsibility. I'm not interested in the Blaze Realm's battle technique, but I can still make quite a bit of money if I sell it, right? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Craner's tone was gloomy. What do you want? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. I want to know about Astral 8's top experts and the people you're loyal to. Craner sighed inwardly. This request wasn't too much. All right, I'll tell you. He paused for a moment, but when he saw Lu Yin staring at him, Craner organized his thoughts before speaking in a low voice. There's a Realm Master and 3 Area Masters in Astral 8. I'm loyal to one of the Area Masters, the top of the Blaze Realm's rankings, Jared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 132. Wait, what Realm Master and Area Master? What does that mean? Lu Yin frowned. Craner was confused. You don't know what Realm Master and Area Master mean? Lu Yin snorted. Cut the crap. Just tell me. Craner coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before panting slightly. The Astral Combat Academy holds the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and there are many mysterious training grounds in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Powerful students can control these training grounds and obtain great benefits. Those who can control an entire training ground are called Realm Masters, and those who can control a famous training ground are called Area Masters. You've never been to the 3 realms and 6 Daos? Lu Yin muttered to himself, so this was what the 3 realms and 6 Daos were like. Are Area Masters very strong? Craner sneered. Strong? That's not enough to describe it. Every training ground only has a few famous training grounds, and only the powerhouses who control these training grounds are qualified to be called Area Masters. Every training ground has thousands of elite students vying for supremacy, and these students aren't just melders. There are also quite a few Lemeters who can snatch the position of Area Master from these powerhouses. Tell me, isn't that strong? You're ranked second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, but the person ranked first actually became an Area Master? Is he that much stronger than you? Luin was confused. Craner was speechless, as this was something he had always been depressed about. Jared was much stronger than him, and not only was he a Lemeter, but he had also defeated many powerhouses to obtain the position of Area Master. Craner, did he know Jared's limits? What about the Realm Master? Who's that? Luin was curious. How terrifying was it to be able to control an entire training ground? Luin hadn't even obtained the qualifications to enter a training ground. Craner's eyes flashed with fear at the mention of the Realm Master. The Realm Master's name is Feng Shang, and he's the strongest student in Astral 8. He's also a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He founded the Gale sect and stands at the peak of the Tao of Illusion. Council of Astral Academy? Luin was puzzled. Craner said, the Astral Academy is divided into 10 academies, but there's a Council of Astral Academy that governs the entire academy. Only Realm Masters can join it. It's a subordinate organization to the 10 Arbiters Council, and it has the authority to request the council. Can it meet the 10 Arbiters? Craner nodded. In theory, yes. How? Luin asked. Craner replied, I've already said that only those who have reached the Realm Master level can join. In theory, one person from each academy can join, but it's been hundreds of years, and the council has always maintained 9 members. Your Astral 10 has already been separated from the council for hundreds of years. Luin fell silent. Rumor has it that your Astral 10 has been exiled to the Outerverse. Although it was the 10 Arbiters Council that made the decision, the topic of discussion came from the Student Council. The Student Council then reported the topic to the 10 Arbiters Council, and in the end the 10 Arbiters decided that Astral 10 should be exiled. Speaking of which, you should really thank the Student Council. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to join Astral 10, Craner mocked. Luin raised a hand and smacked Craner's head. If you want to speak, then speak. Don't be so sarcastic. Craner was furious, but since he could not defeat Luin, he could only endure it. Tell me about Jared. How strong is he? Luin was curious. He had a premonition that he would definitely meet this person in the future. Craner shook his head. I don't know. Jared is the strongest descendant of the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm has used all of their cultivation resources on him. I only know that he must have learned the Blaze Realm's ancient battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword. As for what he obtained in Astral 8, I don't know. Plus, he's an Area Master, so no one knows what he obtained in the Tao of Illusions. No one has ever forced him to use his true strength. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person was more troublesome than he had imagined. The Karmic Flame Sword was not simple, and the Blaze Realm had been able to survive in the Innerverse for countless years. This battle technique must have been very useful, and there was also the Tao of Illusions, one of the 6 Taos. Is Feng Shang the Realm Master of the Tao of Illusions? Does that mean that the Tao of Illusions belongs to Astral 8? Luin asked. Craner shook his head. Aside from the 3 realms, the other 6 Taos all have people from their respective academies. However, Astral 8 mainly focuses on the Tao of Illusions. This is a tacit agreement between the 6 academies. Every academy focuses on a single Tao, and anyone who tries to snatch more will definitely incur everyone's wrath. Luin was unhappy. The 3 realms had been split between the first 3 academies, and the remaining 6 Taos had been split between the 6 academies. Astral 10 had nothing to do with the division. It was no wonder that Astral 10 had set a rule that only those who had won 100 ported battles could enter the trial zones. The other 9 academies had already split their territories, so any student from Astral 10 would definitely be unlucky if they entered. They would either be laughed at or directly expelled. I've already said so much. Can you return my things now? Craner asked. Luin casually tossed the red crystal card back to Craner. He really did not care about the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, as he had not even fully learned his own. Unless it was a truly top-notch battle technique, he did not care. If it was the Karmic Flame Sword, then he would not return it so easily. How much money do you have in these cards? Luin asked. Craner gritted his teeth, and his expression turned ugly. 70,000 star crystals. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he could not help but laugh. He was rich again. Including Shiyu's, he now had nearly 150,000 star crystals on him, which was a huge sum. Robbing was still the fastest way, especially for the elite students of the Innerverse. They were rich, unlike the students of the Great Yu Empire who only had a few star crystals. Not bad, not bad. Feel free to challenge me again, Luin encouraged. As he spoke, he took out a sign and wrote down the rules of the spar. Just like Craner, the loser had to hand over their cosmic ring. He knew that there would definitely be a lot of bored students who would come looking for trouble, but he was too lazy to explain the rules. Crainer's chest tightened when he saw the rules and he coughed again. This time there was even a trace of blood. He glared fiercely at Luin before turning to leave. "Feel free to come again," Luin called out with a smile. Crainer coughed again and ran away impatiently. Today had been a nightmare for him. He had never thought that Astral 10 would have such a strong person whose strength surpassed all melders. Unless that person made a move, there were not many melders who could be this person's match. As he watched Crainer disappear, Lu Yin's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The other powerhouses from the other academies had not expected this. They had thought that after becoming a melder, Lu Yin's physical body and battle force would allow him to dominate the world. However, based on Crainer's description, he was still far from being able to do so. He might not even be able to defeat an area master, let alone a realm master. There were still the top 3 academies that dominated the 3 realms, and there would only be more powerhouses there. I'm still too slow. I need to get stronger as soon as possible, Luin thought to himself. A tall figure had appeared behind him at some point. His body was naked and his muscles were bulging. His body was covered in scars and he quietly looked at Luin. Luin turned around and his expression changed when he saw the figure. He then thought of something and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Sandmaster." The tall figure was the Sandmaster. "Kid, you've comprehended battle force and have barely gained the recognition of the Sand Ocean. You can choose a battle technique and I'll help you deduce it." Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he had forgotten about this. If the Rain Observatory could gain recognition, then so could the Sand Ocean. Battle force was a sign of recognition, and the requirements were much higher than the Rain Observatory. "Thank you, Sandmaster. Tell me what battle technique." The Sandmaster's expression was solemn as he quietly looked at Luin. Luin was silent for a long time, and then he looked up and solemnly said, "Flash." The Sandmaster's eyes narrowed. "Let me see." Luin exerted strength in his calves and his body vanished. His current flash was different from what Peach had taught him. He had incorporated some of White Flash's techniques into it, increasing his speed slightly. It was enough to deal with a normal melder or even a Lemmeter, but Luin would never forget the scene of him being sealed by someone else's star energy during the ported battle. He did not want to repeat that and wanted to increase his flash's speed again. The Sandmaster was shocked when he saw the Day-Night clan's footwork battle technique. This kid had truly surprised him. Luin had a terrifying innate physical gift, a sealed body and the technique that Guan Yu had mentioned. Now he even had the Day-Night clan's battle technique. Very good, very smart, but too bad it was too messy. "Kid, do you know that when the body breaks through a certain limit, it will bring about different changes?" The Sandmaster asked calmly as he placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. "Let me see your limit." The Sandmaster exerted strength with one hand, causing Luin to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. The scene in front of him changed, and the desert disappeared as if he was teleporting. No, it wasn't the desert that had teleported, but Luin himself. His eyes could not keep up with the changes as he moved too quickly. A series of afterimages slowly disappeared behind him, and spatial cracks even appeared on both sides of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Spatial cracks? This wasn't something that a melder could achieve. What kind of speed was this that could tear the void apart? The Sandmaster was shocked as well. This kid's body had yet to reach its limit, and the Sandmaster liked it. He thought to himself as he increased his speed. Pain spread throughout Lu Yin's body as his skin slowly cracked open. Spatial cracks streaked past him like water, and he caught a glimpse of Michelle before disappearing in an instant. Suddenly, everything in front of him went still and Luin vomited. He had fainted because his speed had been too fast for his body to keep up. The Sandmaster was astonished. After the seal had been removed, Lu Yin's body had become so terrifying that few melders could compare to him. This person's family might be extremely powerful, but where did they come from? Luin could not tell as there were no obvious characteristics. The few families with powerful bodies all had obvious characteristics. After vomiting for a while, Luin finally recovered. His face was a little pale and he smiled bitterly. "Sandmaster, that was too fast." The Sandmaster calmly replied, "That was the limit of what your brain can handle. Feel it for yourself. By the way, your body has yet to reach its limit." Luin was shocked. "I can do that?" The Sandmaster gazed into the depths of the desert. Footwork battle techniques require a high level of physical strength. Your body is very strong and you should be able to achieve it if you use it properly. Feel it for yourself. With that, he vanished. Lu Yin muttered to himself and then sat down to carefully experience the extreme speed and physical reaction he had just experienced. The Sandmaster had just left when his expression changed. He looked into the distance, muttered to himself, and then stepped into the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 133. At the same time in the Rain Observatory, the Rainmaster opened his eyes, sighed, and stepped into the void. In the treasury, Silver was flipping through the mission list in boredom. Old Kai waved his hand and disappeared, leaving Silver staring blankly ahead. Where did he go? At the trial zone entrance, Coco was determined to challenge the academy again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to step into the teleportation stone's range, but she was blocked by an invisible force. In the distance, the trial master had disappeared. In the endless skies of Astral 10, there was a depression filled with black fossils. The crazy headmaster had his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the stars with a complicated expression. Beside him, the Sandmaster and the others appeared one after another. There were 5 of them in total and they surrounded the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze from the stars and looked at them. He slowly bowed with a solemn expression. It's been hard on you all for so many years. The 5 retreated at the same time. Headmaster, there's no need to be like this. We can't afford it, the Rainmaster said in a low voice. The crazy headmaster sighed and his gaze dimmed. My academy has experienced endless glory, but it's on the verge of collapse because of me. I've let down my ancestors, and I've let down all of you who have watched over me for 1,000 years. The Sandmaster's gaze was heavy. Imprisonment is imprisonment. We old farts are just jailers. This is our mission. If you have something to say, say it while you're not crazy. The crazy headmaster's gaze changed from cloudy to abnormally bright. In the name of the headmaster, I would like to request that all of you fulfill your duties as mentors and help my academy regain its former glory. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't joke around. We're not real mentors, so we don't have time to help you. The trial master's eyes widened. I'm powerless. The Sandmaster snorted, but he did not say anything. The Starmaster's expression did not change. The Rainmaster shook his head. The crazy headmaster bowed again. 8,000 years ago, because of my mistake, the academy's library was burned. More than half of the academy collapsed, and the mentors either left or died. More than half of the students were lost. This is my mistake and I will make up for it. But please, for Wujiang's sake, help me this once. Help Wujiang this once. The 5 people's bodies trembled. The 2 words boundless made them cautious as well as respect. The 5 of you have been here for 1,000 years, and what you've seen, felt, and heard is no less than what I have. You should know that the boundless border is a place where the blood of our seniors was forged into heroic souls, and their legacy has been passed down through the ages. I hope that you can forgive them even if it's just one chance. We cannot allow the boundless border to be shamed. The boundless border was once a leading ship, and its pride is enough to transcend history and be passed down to these children. The trial master sighed and raised his head. His eyes were completely open, and he no longer looked as old as he had in the beginning. For Wu Zhang's sake, I can fulfill my duties as a mentor. The Rainmaster nodded. Yes. The Sandmaster looked at the crazy dean and after a while he said, all right. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's a losing deal. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a game. I'll make it clear that it's only once. The Starmaster nodded. Wu Zhang? Sure. The crazy headmaster was very grateful. Thank you all 5 of you. There's still half a month before the freshman tournament. After that, the 5 of you can choose some talents to nurture in order to prepare for the upcoming Astral Combat Tournament. Thank you all. The 5 of them disappeared one after another. The crazy dean sighed and looked down at the entire Astral 10. He saw all of the students with pained expressions. To him, being awake was far worse than being crazy. He had been the one who had destroyed Astral 10, and he had reduced it to the point where it was being forced into a corner by a bunch of rascals. However, this would not last forever. He would recover, and that day would be the day that the boundless border would shine. Not long after, the crazy dean's eyes turned murky, and his hair flew in the wind. He had gone mad again. He raised his head and shouted, "You started this war and now you're reaping what you sowed. Ha, the war you started." Above the desert sea, the Sandmaster looked at the crazy dean running through the endless sky and shook his head. He touched something he shouldn't have. What a pity. He then looked across the desert and saw Luin, who was comprehending something. His eyes lit up. This kid has some talent. Although he's not the most talented of all the youths, he's much better than the others. He might be able to compete with the monsters on the top 100 rankings. Wu Jiang has some hope. A day later, Luin opened his eyes and stood up. He used flash and his body fell into the desert. He had used too much force, but his speed was much faster than before. As long as my body can handle it, I can go even faster, he muttered to himself. After trying a few more times, he thought of his die and decided that it was time to roll it again. He then left the sand ocean. As he walked through the teleportation device, Luin suddenly remembered that he hadn't been to any other places in Astral 10. He had only been to the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, the Treasury, the Trial Zone entrance, Stargazing Deck, and the Space Station. Astral 10 had more than just these few places. He now wanted to go to the barren area outside the Treasury. If he wanted to roll his die, he should go to such a remote place. The other barren areas were too far away, just like the Rain Observatory. It would take at least a day to get there, and he didn't have that much time to waste. The Treasury was the closest. Not long after, Luin passed through the Treasury and arrived at a barren grassland. There were many remains of buildings around him that stretched far into the distance. There were even cracks in the ground that emitted hot air. Although he didn't know what this place used to be, it should have been glorious in the past. The ruins covered a large area. He randomly found an abandoned attic and spread out his star energy. There was no one around, so he raised his hand and took out his die. It had been some time since he last rolled the die. Last time he had rolled 6 pips and experienced Delay's life. This time he hoped to roll 6 pips again. He reached out and tapped it, his gaze fixed on the die. Soon enough, the die stopped spinning with 1 pip. Unsurprisingly, 1 pip was the easiest to roll. If he was lucky, he could change his fate. If he was unlucky. Luin paused for a moment, just like now. He picked up a bottle of medicine with a retro packaging. Pip had brought him this. He looked at the bottle and sighed. Although the packaging was retro, it didn't mean that the item was ancient. There were many civilizations in the universe, and some of them didn't even touch technology. This bottle of medicine clearly came from one of those civilizations. They were willing to interact with other civilizations in the universe, but they weren't willing to change their style. He opened the bottle and took a sniff. It was a very ordinary medicine. He casually put it away, crushed a cube of star crystals, and tried again. The second time he rolled 5 pips. He stood up and thought about it for a moment before sitting down. It was impossible to find someone with an innate gift in 10 seconds. Where would he find one in 10 seconds? He had wasted another chance, so he tried again. The third time, the die slowly stopped spinning and finally stopped at 4 pips. Time stop space. Lu Yin's vision changed and he appeared in a gray-white space. The 3-day countdown had begun. This pip wasn't bad and it gave him 3 days. He thought about it for a moment and decided to look at his star chart. He wanted to activate his 7th star, and it would be best if he could activate his 8th as well. That way he would be able to absorb star energy 8 times faster and reach the peak of the Melder realm as soon as possible. There was still a huge gap between a peak Melder and a novice Melder. The biggest difference was the amount of star energy, which could be described as an ocean. Craner was ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realms rankings and an elite student of Astral 8. He was a peak Melder, and Luin had felt the pressure of his star energy when they had fought. However, Luin had used his powerful physical strength to counteract the pressure. If the two of them were evenly matched, then that pressure would be the deciding factor for victory. Luin didn't want to lose in this aspect. With that in mind, Luin took out 600 star crystals and tossed them out. The time instantly increased, but it wasn't the 33 days he had expected. Instead, it was only 16 days, which was almost half of the time he had expected. This meant that he would need to consume more star crystals in the future, and not just 18 per day. Luin sighed. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy. If it had always been 18 per day, then he would have enough to last him for almost 3 years. Whatever, he couldn't change it no matter what. He took out another 50 star crystals and increased the gravity by 50 times. He also took out his star chart to look at it. 19 days didn't pass quickly, and Luin wasn't in a rush. He looked at his star chart, occasionally practiced his battle techniques, and rested every once in a while. 10 days later, his 7th star had been perfectly activated. A 7-star Sirius Palm was far more powerful than a 6-star one. If he had been able to use it as a sentinel, then he would have been able to fight Schutz. With flash and other battle techniques, he might have been able to win. As a Melder, he could use the Sirius Palm to defeat an elite student like Craner without using the 9-stack Shockwave Palm. Right now, his strongest attack was the 9 stacks combined with the multiple shockwave palm. The power of the 9 stacks, 9 times shockwave palm was even stronger than the 7 stars cosmic palm. 7 stars were not enough to be his trump card, so he had to increase it further. Luin immersed himself in his star chart for the next 9 days. As he counted down, he tossed out another 100 star crystals, increasing the time by another 8 days. After 17 days, the 8th star disappeared without a trace. Luin frowned and looked around. He had had enough of this place and was about to throw up. No one would be able to stand staying in one place for almost a month. He rested for a few hours until the time was up, but he didn't increase the time. He had to go out. The scenery in front of him changed. A month had passed, but only a second had passed in reality. He raised his hand and 7 stars revolved around his palm. If not for the 9 stack shockwave palm, the Sirius palm would have been his strongest attack. The stars dissipated, and the die appeared in his hand once more. He rolled it 3 times so he still had one more chance. When the die stopped spinning, another pip appeared. Luin was speechless. He wanted to see 3 pips the most, but he just couldn't roll them. Fate or luck, there was nothing he could do about it. This time, roll 1 gave him something different. It was a tough piece of skin that he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. There were long, strange words carved into it, and when he saw the words, his brain felt as if it had been struck hard. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all began to bleed. He hurriedly put the skin away, his pupils dilating and narrowing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 134. Who had written these words that had almost injured him? The person had to be a terrifying powerhouse, and the words shouldn't have been simple either. Luin wiped away the bloodstains, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He glanced at his cosmic ring fearfully and decided not to touch the skin unless he was a Lemeter or even stronger. Beep. A notification came from his gadget. Luin glanced over and was surprised. Someone was looking for trouble again. Art Phoenix? What a familiar name. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wasn't that the sentinel he'd met in the ported battles? He remembered that this person had an innate gift and was rather powerful. How had he found this place? Did he know that Luin was 7th bro? Luin didn't think too much about it and immediately rushed back to the Sand Ocean. At the same time, in Astral 10 space station, Big Pow and Little Pow stared at the man in front of them in shock. He was actually from the Phoenix family of the Interverse. They had heard of Heart Phoenix before. He was an absolute elite of Astral 5. Although he was only a sentinel, he had defeated many melders. However, that alone wasn't enough to shock them. What truly shocked them was his older brother, Sarati Phoenix. The Sand Ocean used to be Astral 10's Battle Force Holy Land, but it's now in decline. Is that Luin? Heart asked coldly. Big Pow coughed. That's right. Heart's eyes flashed as he stepped into the teleportation device. The desert's climate was dry and hot. It was not a good place for many people, but for Heart, this place was very suitable for him because he represented heat and fire. Luin arrived one step ahead of Heart, and the signboard with the rules of the spar was placed right next to the teleportation device. He was looking forward to it. Heart had been on par with him when he was a sentinel, so how far could Luin go with his current strength? Would he be able to insta-kill Heart? Heart walked out of the teleportation device and immediately saw the signboard. His eyes were filled with mockery as he glanced at the distant Luin. He casually tossed a bank card onto the sand and arrogantly looked at Luin. I have plenty of money. Let's see if you have the ability to take it. Luin raised an eyebrow. Heart was much more arrogant than Craner. He had even used his real name in the ported battles. Luin liked this person, but it was a pity that he wasn't as impulsive as Craner. Otherwise, all the money in that cosmic ring would have been his. You're doing this for Shiyu? Heart's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luin. You don't deserve to call me that. She's my fiancée, and touching her is the same as touching the Phoenix family. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the Phoenix family? Luin was dumbfounded. That was too pretentious of him. How old are you? Luin couldn't help but ask. Heart's the sand of the sand his eyes. Back in the ported battles, he had faced this attack with his cosmic palm. Now he slowly raised his hand. 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. Boom. Waves of golden flames swept out in all directions, burning the void and scorching the surface of the desert black. Luin tore apart the golden firebird with a single palm and descended upon Heart's head, only a centimeter away. The terrifying pressure caused the sand beneath Heart's feet to split apart, forming a cone-shaped crater. Heart himself remained motionless in his original position, his eyes filled with boundless shock. Young Master Heart. Young Master Heart. The students who had followed Heart to Astral 10 cried out in surprise. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Heart hadn't been attacked. They looked at Lu Yin in shock. Astral 10 actually had such a powerhouse. In all of Astral 5, there weren't more than 10 melders who could defeat Heart in one move. This person's strength could be ranked among the top 10 melders in Astral 5. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he retracted his hand and looked at the teleportation device. Give me the crystal card. A melder hurriedly ran over to pick up the card from the sand and handed it to Lu Yin respectfully. Regardless of whether it was Astral 10 or Astral 5, the strong were the foundation of everything. Heart stared at Lu Yin, his face gradually turning pale. He hadn't even had time to react before he had been defeated. Have we fought before? Heart enunciated each word clearly. Lu Yin put the card away. Maybe, but I don't remember. Heart clenched his fists. He had been crushed. This was a disgrace, but the Phoenix family would not allow themselves to be crushed. I'll be back soon, Heart said before walking into the depths of the desert. He wanted to break through to the Melder realm, only then would he be able to fight this person. The others hurriedly followed to protect him. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. This guy wasn't polite at all. Elsewhere, another spacecraft landed at Astral 10 space station. This one had the Astral 9 insignia on it. Little Pao was shocked. Someone from Astral 9 had come? The hatch opened and Bonnie walked out. He was wearing a black jacket with a black phoenix imprinted on the back. Little Pao's expression turned strange when he saw this. This was the Dark Phoenix clan. Interesting. The Phoenix family was still here, but the Dark Phoenix clan had actually arrived. An undying bird and a fallen undying bird. Now that the disciples of their mortal enemies had met, things would get interesting. Bonnie's eyes flashed as he looked at the wall beside him. He walked towards the teleportation device and chose the sand ocean. Little Pao hurriedly followed. Above the desert, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he now had 150,000 cubes of crystals in his Mavis Bank crystal card, which was quite a lot. With the additional 20,000 crystals he had, he could be considered rich. At this moment, a vast golden flame swept across the sky from the depths of the desert, illuminating the already bright desert with a golden hue. Lu Yin was looking forward to the battle. Heart was one of the few sentinels who could threaten him. Now that he had become a melder, his strength would definitely change drastically. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to catch up to Craner. Although Heart's innate gift was extraordinary, it shouldn't be too far off since Craner was ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. As the golden flames swept across the desert, the star energy in the sand ocean began to boil. The cries of the undying bird shook Lu Yin's heart. This was an invisible pressure. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky and stared into the distance. Phoenix. It's the Phoenix clan. Shameless family. The black flame then soared into the sky and swept into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked. What was going on? Little Pao's eyes lit up as he stood in the teleportation device. Deep in the desert, the Sandmaster was bewildered. The Dark Phoenix clan? What a coincidence. On the other side, Heart, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance with a furious expression. It's those traitors. Capture them. Yes, young master. A few students from Astral 5 responded and rushed into the distance. Shocking battle fluctuations quickly spread across the desert. Black flames spread out, bringing with them boundless heat, but upon contact, one would feel a chill that corroded star energy. Although the students from Astral 5 were strong, they were suppressed by Bonnie alone. He was a genius of the Dark Phoenix clan and was on par with the Phoenix clan. Lu Yin stood in the desert and looked up. The various battle techniques in the sky dazzled him, and even Bonnie's black undying bird surprised him. What a powerful innate gift. In the distance, the golden flames were even more brilliant, accompanied by terrifying heat. Although Heart had just broken through, his golden flames were able to match the black flames. It was precisely because of this that the students from Astral 5 were able to hold on. Tiske, so many years of grudges run deep in their bones. They're fighting to the death before even meeting. How lively, Little Pao exclaimed. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who's that? He's a fallen undying bird from the Dark Phoenix clan. The kid you fought with before is called Heart Phoenix, and he's from the Phoenix clan of the Innerverse. He's also a golden undying bird. These two clans have been separated for a long time, and since then they've been opposing each other for a long time. Luin nodded. No wonder they're so similar. It's a pity that the Dark Phoenix clan couldn't defeat the Phoenix clan, or else they wouldn't have been chased to the Endless Weaves. Bonnie is a student from Astral 9, and he should have come to our academy to scout for information on our enemies. Luin couldn't help but laugh. Astral 9 and Astral 10 were neighboring academies, so they were naturally enemies. Heart Phoenix had come at a bad time, but it was a good thing for them since he could fight Bonnie head-on. It didn't take long for the students from Astral 5 to be defeated. Phoenix, get the hell out here! Bonnie roared. In the distance, the golden flames converged, and a terrifying undying bird soared into the sky, burning the void and distorting it. Heart had broken through to the Melder realm and immediately displayed a terrifying strength that far surpassed Schutz's level and even Krainer's. Luin was astonished by how powerful his innate gift was. The golden undying bird flapped its wings as Heart Phoenix stood within the flames and looked at Bonnie coldly. Who gave you the guts to bare your fangs at your master? Bonnie's gaze turned ferocious and he almost lost his composure. Phoenix, you filthy, despicable family. You should all be exterminated. The black undying bird screeched at the sky and charged towards Heart. Heart sneered. A fallen bloodline. A slave will always be a slave. The golden undying bird charged forward as well. The two huge undying birds, one golden and one black, collided in the desert, producing a violent sound. The air was evaporated, causing the void to distort and almost collapse. A yellow storm was set off in the desert, accompanied by golden and black flames, sweeping through the world. The Astral 5 students were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Luin was very direct and stood behind Little Pao. Little Pao was speechless. Junior, you're not cute at all. He raised a hand and formed an invisible wall of star energy. This was a clash between two undying birds, and the shockwaves from the collision could turn a normal Melder to ash. However, Little Pao had easily blocked the attack, which shocked Luin. After Astral 10 had been chased to the Outerverse, all of the students had left except for Big Pao and Little Pao. It was rumored that the two were too weak to be accepted by any academy, but Luin didn't believe it. He had always felt that these two were not simple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 135. Little Pao and Luin felt the same way until he received the Sandmaster's warning. He had no choice but to leave and disappear. High up in the sky, the two phoenixes were still fighting when Luin suddenly appeared in front of Heart and pressed down with a 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. The terrifying force of the palm shattered the golden phoenixes and pressed Heart into the ground. At the same time, Luin turned around and slapped Bonnie with his other palm. Bonnie's pupils shrank as he blasted out black flames, but they were still dispersed by Lu Yin's palm. The 9-stack shockwave palm contained 9 stacks, and when combined with a 9-fold shockwave palm, its power was immeasurable. At least Heart, Bonnie, and Anouk were unable to withstand it and were also pressed into the ground. A shocking clash between phoenixes had been disrupted by Luin just like that. The students from Astral 5 were shocked. They knew how powerful Heart was after breaking through to the Melder realm. He could be considered one of the top 10 Melders in Astral 5, but he had still been defeated. This person's strength had exceeded their expectations. Deep in the desert, Heart was bleeding from the corner of his mouth as he furiously looked up. He had been defeated again even after breaking through to the Melder realm. How is this person so strong? Can he compete with those freaks? Not far away, Bonnie spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. There was actually someone in the same realm as him in Astral 10 who could crush him. Although he wasn't the strongest Melder in Astral 9, he was still in the top 5. No wonder the mentors had sent him here to observe. Astral 10 had hidden its strength so deeply. Luin looked down. Astral 10 is not a place for you to settle your personal grudges. If you want to fight, you can come to me. If not, please leave. Heart wiped the blood off his mouth and stood up. Let's go. Not far away, Bonnie stood up and glared at Heart. Finally, he looked at Luin and left as well. Lu Yin's palm had shown them that they weren't his match, so there was no need to continue the fight. If they wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As he watched the two groups leave, Luin felt that it was a pity that he had been too heavy-handed. Otherwise, he could have profited greatly. Little Pao kept an eye on the two groups until they boarded a spacecraft and left Astral 10. Within the spacecraft, Heart activated his gadget and a screen appeared in front of him. A handsome man appeared on it. When they saw the man, the Astral 5 students immediately bowed, not daring to raise their heads. "What's the matter?" Hart grit his teeth. "I want to enter my family's secret." I asked, "What's the matter?" I lost to Astral 10's Luin." "How many moves?" "One move." Hart's expression was unsightly. The man was silent. "Unless you transform, you won't be a match for that person." Hearing the word metamorphosis, Hart's expression changed. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. "Can I metamorphose?" The man's gaze was cold. "If you want to win, you must transform. But if you want to transform, you'll have a slim chance of surviving." Hart clenched his fists. He wasn't just thinking about Luin, but also those freakish melders from Astral 5. Luin could only be considered a catalyst, and he didn't want to be inferior to a student from an abandoned academy. He wanted to carry the glory of the Phoenix family on his shoulders, not some weakling who couldn't even defeat a degenerate traitor. "I'll transform." The man smiled. "I'll pass down the order. If you succeed, you can directly join the 10 Arbiters' Council. If you fail and die, I'll avenge you." Luin, right? I'll remember that name. "Thank you, big brother," Hart said in a low voice. The screen disappeared, and the students from Astral 5 looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing that person had been too great. He was one of the 10 Arbiters, the undying Phoenix Sarati Phoenix. Over the next 2 days, Astral 10 was relatively peaceful. No one came and they were probably on their way. Luin inquired about the others and found out that they had all found suitable places to train. "There are other training grounds in Astral 10? Luin was surprised. Little Pao replied, "Of course. Astral 10 has been around for countless years, and even though it was destroyed in an accident, some of the training grounds still exist. They just aren't as good as the Rain Observatory or the Sand Ocean, but there are definitely places that are suitable for them. For example, Zhao Yilong found a cliff and had an epiphany. There's also Zora who found a graveyard and has been dealing with skeletons all day." "What about me? Are there any suitable places for me to train?" Luin asked. Little Pao rolled his eyes. "Find one yourself. How would I know? I'm also a student, and there aren't any mentors who truly understand Astral 10. Why don't you ask the dean?" Luin thought of that crazy old man. Forget it, he still wanted to live for a few more years. At this moment, Luin recalled that Lulu had told him that she wanted to come to Astral 10 to obtain something and that she would have to fight someone. He wondered if she had obtained it. "You should continue staying here. It's been quiet for a few days, but it won't be so quiet any longer. The Innerverse powerhouses should be arriving soon," Little Pao said. Luin shrugged. It was about time. The news of the battle at the Sand Ocean in Astral 10 had somehow leaked out. Craner, Hart Phoenix, and Bonnie Phoenix had all been defeated. These 3 were all famous figures in their respective academies, but they had all been defeated by Luin, shocking all the other academies. News of Shiyu had already boosted Lu Yin's reputation, and now more and more people had heard of him. Even the powerhouses who weren't interested in Shiyu had started investigating him and were eager to battle him. In Astral 6, some people were discussing, "That's strange. Astral 10 is such a wasteland, but there's still someone who can defeat a disciple of the Phoenix family. Strange things happen every day. There are all kinds of people in the universe. I heard that the Blaze Realm is furious." Craner was ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realm's rankings, but he had his cosmic ring stolen by Luin. How embarrassing. They deserve it. The Blaze Realm failed during Astral 10's entrance exam, and now they sent someone to cause trouble and even got beaten up. The Blaze Realm's faces are black now, huh? "So, are you looking for death? You're also in the Tao of Illusion. Don't run into Jared or you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? You can just avoid the Tao of Illusion. It's not like you'll die there. But if you get killed, it'll be very damaging to your mind." The Empire's once powerful sword guard mercenaries had also left. Even many of you Academy's younger generation experts had left. The second ring of the Imperial Army was in chaos. Amidst these major events, there were also some minor incidents that did not attract much attention. For example, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzan, Bai Shui, and Su San had mysteriously disappeared. In peacetime, these incidents would have caused a huge commotion since they were all elites of U Academy. However, no one cared at this moment. A few more days passed, and it was the day of Astral 10's new student competition. Luin left the Sand Ocean early and appeared at the trial zone entrance where the competition would be held. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 136. By the time Lu Yin arrived, there were already quite a few people there. Brother Lu. Coco shouted excitedly, delighted to see him. Lu Yin tousled her hair. You've improved quite a bit recently, you've even become a melder. How about it? Do you want to compete with me? Coco stuck out her tongue. I don't want to compete with you. We all heard that you've defeated many students from other academies. You're quite famous. Is that so? Lu Yin blinked. He really hadn't noticed. After all, Coco's reputation wasn't very good, and he didn't want to add to his troubles. Not far away, Zora was fiddling with her silver needles. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the large needles, and he suddenly thought of Coco's innate gift. Could this be a specialty of Windrift Hall? On the other side, Mengyu stood alone. He had also become a melder and his palms were yellow. He looked much stronger than before. When he saw Lu Yin look over, Mengyu clenched his fists provocatively. Even further away, Xia Luo was casually sitting beside the trial master, as if he was already familiar with him. In the furthest corner, Dark Void sat alone. His hair that seemed to absorb light caught Lu Yin's attention, as he was the most difficult person to see through. He definitely had an innate gift and he wasn't weak either. At that moment, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone. The trial master announced, Schutz, 52 wins, 237 losses. Lu Yin was shocked. A win rate of almost 4-1 was not bad. It was about the same as Michelle's win rate from a month ago. Schutz's eyes flashed when he saw Lu Yin, and he nodded before standing to the side. The two were both from the Great Yu Empire, but they weren't familiar with each other. Lu Yin didn't know much about Schutz either, and he had assumed that Schutz would quickly vanquish the Innerverse powerhouses after arriving at Astral 10. Coco whispered into Lu Yin's ear, this person is crazy. He challenges people every day and fights every day. Even the trial master said that he's suited to growing through battle. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Silver appeared, beaming like a fox. Coco subconsciously took a few steps back when she saw him, feeling that this person was terrifying. Lu Yin nodded at Silver. Silver smiled. Congratulations, student Lu. You've become famous recently. Not really, Lu Yin replied. Silver smiled. That's not necessarily true. You might attract some attention. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Oh, the Neo-Human Alliance? He couldn't see through Silver. This person was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, but he wasn't a zombie. He was a very strange person and Xia Luo seemed to hate him. Hui Day Knight arrived and stared coldly at Lu Yin before standing to the side. Not long after, there was the hum of a sword and Zhao Yilong appeared. He deliberately glanced at Lu Yin before standing quietly to the side. Lu Yin felt that he was becoming too famous, which wasn't good. Everyone was treating him as a rival. These sentinels had all broken through to the Melder realm, and everyone's power had greatly increased, which had piqued his interest. After a while, Michelle walked out of the teleportation device and arrived near the group. She looked at Lu Yin as if she had something to say, but she didn't. When he saw her, he recalled the time when the Sand Master had taken him to experience the limits of Flash. They had met each other at that time and she should have seen his afterimages. With the appearance of Big Pow and Little Pow, these two people were very optimistic every day. Who else isn't here? Big Pow asked. Lu Yin replied, Lulu. Big Pow looked at his gadget. It doesn't matter. Let's wait. The new student competition seemed very casual in Astral 10. If it had been held in any other academy, there would have been many spectators already, and no one would have waited. After waiting for a full hour, Lulu finally appeared, her forehead covered in sweat and her breathing ragged. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Big Pow brought them to a grassy area far away from the teleportation stone and smiled. Alright, since everyone is here, I hereby announce the start of the new student competition. Come. Draw lots. 1 against 2, 3 against 4 and so on. Those who advance will continue to fight until the strongest is decided. The new student competition is to determine the rankings of the new students and also to display your strongest power. If the mentors see this, they might be interested and teach you. So, I advise everyone to be as serious as possible. If a mentor takes a fancy to you, it might change the course of your life, Little Pow tempted. Everyone was excited. Even the weakest mentor in Astral 10 was a hunter. With a hunter's guidance, they would definitely become very strong. They had come to Astral 10 to become stronger, so they would definitely put their lives on the line for this competition. The lot drawing ended quickly and Lu Yin drew number 9. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Zora. She had drawn number 10, which made her his opponent. Zora also saw the number 9 in Lu Yin's hand, and her expression turned bitter. As an elite of Windrift Hall, she was not cut off from the outside world and naturally knew about Lu Yin's recent achievements. It was precisely because of this that she felt depressed. This person had even defeated the second place on the Blaze Realms rankings. He was an absolute monster, and even the melders of the other academies were powerhouses, not to mention Astral. 10. Senior, there's only one chance in the competition. Is it over if you lose? Silver suddenly asked with a grin. Little Pao replied, of course not. The loser has one chance to challenge the winner. Alright, number 1 against number 2. Begin, Big Pao announced as he looked at the crowd. Xia Luo walked out from the new students. He was number 1 and his opponent was Meng Yu. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw Xia Luo. He was the most curious about Dark Void's innate gift, the most wary of Silver, and the least able to see through Xia Luo. This person was like a bottomless pit. Whether on Earth or here, Xia Luo had never revealed his true strength. Lu Yin didn't know if Xia Luo would reveal anything this time, but his opponent was Meng Yu, so the possibility of that happening was unlikely. Xia Luo's gaze was gentle as he calmly looked at Meng Yu. Meng Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Lu Yin. He didn't care about this person. He wanted to fight Lu Yin and Lulu. These two were the opponents he wanted the most. Student, it's not a good habit to be distracted in battle, Xia Luo said with a smile. Meng Yu looked at Xia Luo and decided to end this battle as soon as possible. He raised a palm and said, I won't hold back, so be careful. He then charged towards Xia Luo, each step causing the grass to wither. He raised a palm and slammed it towards Xia Luo, using the vast Earth Sex battle technique, Great Desolate Palm. Meng Yu had found a ruin in Astral. 10. To be more precise, it was a lifeless place that had been destroyed by a palm imprint. He could feel a terrifying desolation energy there that seemed to be able to devour all living things. Even in the vast Earth sect, the inheritance of the Great Desolate Palm, there wasn't such a terrifying desolation energy. He sat there for half a month and used this opportunity to break through to the Melder realm. His Great Desolate Palm had also become much stronger, and it now had a faint trace of that palm imprint's charm. Meng Yu's palm made the Sandmaster's eyes light up, absorbing life and withering everything. Not a bad aptitude. The Great Desolate Palm grew closer and closer, and Xia Luo could feel the essence within his body being drained away. The void dimmed as everything was being devoured by that palm imprint. This palm shocked everyone. No one had expected Meng Yu to become so much stronger without anyone noticing. Even Lu Yin was surprised, but it wasn't enough to face Xia Luo. Bang! There was a loud explosion and shockwaves rippled out in all directions. The air was torn apart by an enormous amount of star energy as Meng Yu's Great Desolate Palm collided with Xia Luo's palm. Meng Yu's body was sent flying back more than 10 steps before he looked up in shock. His hand was trembling and a trace of blood dripped from his wrist onto the grass. He had been defeated. Everyone looked at Xia Luo in shock. He'd actually been able to resolve Meng Yu's Great Desolate Palm so easily. Xia Luo still had a faint smile on his face, but it didn't give off any warmth. Senior, I won, Xia Luo said as he looked at Big Pao. Big Pao's eyes flashed and he nodded. Xia Luo wins the first match. Meng Yu's palm was still trembling from the residual power of Xia Luo's attack. He stared at Xia Luo. He hadn't expected there to be such a terrifying person amongst the new students. Lu Yin had known that Xia Luo would win, but he hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. That palm strike wasn't a battle technique, but it had easily defeated the Great Desolate Palm. How had he done it? Many people were puzzled and Michelle looked at Xia Luo in disbelief. There was such a person amongst the new students? In the distance, the trial master opened his eyes in shock. That was a rather brilliant palm strike. He used an amazing technique to dissolve his opponent's star energy. This person can become a lock breaker. Second match, begin, Big Pao announced. Schutz walked out. He was number 3 and number 4 was Lulu. Schutz was stunned when he saw Lulu walk out. He wasn't very good at fighting girls. Hey, what's with that expression? Lulu was unhappy and clenched her fists. Schutz's gaze was indifferent. I don't like fighting girls. Lulu's gaze turned cold and her lips curled up. Is that so? Then don't fight back and just let me hit you. She then charged at Schutz, her legs exerting so much force that the ground cracked. Lu Yin and Meng Yu were well aware of how strong Lulu was, so when they saw her clench her fist and smash down, both of them subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Schutz had been through countless battles. The moment Lulu raised her fist, he felt extreme danger. Without thinking, he instinctively retreated. With a boom, Lulu's fist smashed a huge crater into the ground, leaving everyone else speechless. Schutz's pupils shrank. The ground was sturdy enough to withstand a Melder's battle, but it had been reduced to such a state by a single punch from this woman. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been in grave danger. "Don't dodge if you're a man," Lulu taunted as she punched out again. Schutz's eyes widened. He pulled out his blood-red saber and swung it horizontally. He used the back of the saber to clash with Lulu's snow-white fist. A saber and a fist, two completely different weapons. The result shocked everyone. Schutz was sent flying along with his saber. "Tsk tisk, that's the Mavis family. That guy still dares to go easy on her," Big Pow exclaimed. Even before Schutz landed, Lulu didn't let him off. She quickly appeared beside Schutz and punched out. At this moment, she was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Schutz was smashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, Hui Daynight's expression changed when he saw Lulu's extreme speed. That speed seemed familiar, but why did it seem like a battle technique from the Dayknight clan? Boom. There was another explosion as Lulu's fist cracked the ground, but Schutz, who should have been pressed to the ground, was nowhere to be seen. Lulu turned around and was greeted by a blood-red sword. She dodged to the side and landed firmly on the ground. Their fists collided a few times before she looked at her opponent. "You want to fight back?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 137. The blood at the corner of Schutz's mouth was glaring as he gripped his blade tightly. He stared at Lulu in disbelief. This woman was too strong. If he hadn't avoided his vitals at the last moment, that punch would have ended. "I apologize for my rudeness. You're an opponent worthy of respect," Schutz said solemnly. Lulu's expression relaxed and she snorted, "Come, let's continue. I know that you're the strongest person in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, but unfortunately you're not my match." "I know. It's an honorable defeat," Schutz said in a low voice. The originally arrogant Great Yu Empire's strongest person in Astral 10 had completely abandoned that honor and faced reality head-on. He was at the bottom of Astral 10. Another explosion sounded out. Lulu's strength and speed made it impossible for Schutz to even retaliate, but he was always able to avoid his vitals at the last moment. This was a result of his battle experience and the benefits he had gained from countless battles. Even so, his injuries were still worsening. Schutz's struggle allowed Lu Yin to see the weakness of the Outerverse. He had come into contact with the strongest people in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, and he had experienced Jirbaka's strength. Using the lightning arrow required external help, but the Innerverse's top elites, especially the Astral Combat Academies, all used their star energy to simulate the realm of infinite change. This was the difference between them. Compared to the true geniuses of the Innerverse, the so-called powerhouses of the Outerverse were too ordinary. It was no wonder that Wendy Yushan had looked down on them all those years ago. Lulu soared into the air and punched down again. Her fighting style was very simple. She used brute force to break through technique. Schutz gritted his teeth and raised his blade, causing a blood-red glow to illuminate the area. This was his battle technique, but it was ruthlessly smashed aside by Lulu. As his blade shattered, Lulu's fist smashed into the side of Schutz's body, creating another huge crater in the ground. Schutz was sent flying by the shockwave and fell to the ground, heavily injured. Big Pow shook his head and sighed. "Second round, Lulu Mavis wins." Lu Yin walked over to Schutz and helped him up. Schutz clutched his chest. "Thank you. You did well." "She's from the Mavis family, which is one of the top clans in the Innerverse," Lu Yin consoled him. Schutz's gaze was resolute. "No matter what race they are, they're all humans, and humans have nothing to say if they lose." Lu Yin nodded. Schutz's bearing was admirable, and it reminded him of Zhang Dingtian, who was similarly unyielding and fearless. Such a person's future might be tough, but he would definitely achieve great things. Lu Yin admired such a person. Third battle begin. Silver walked out with a smile. He was number 5. Hui Dayknight walked out of the crowd. He was number 6. Hui Dayknight was a disciple of the Dayknight clan, one of the strongest clans in the universe. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, but it wasn't because of Hui Dayknight. It was because of Silver. Others might not know, but he knew that Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance was the human domain's most troublesome opponent. Even the Dayknight clan, the Mavis clan, and the Blaze Realm's various powers were at odds with the Neo-Human Alliance. Hui Day Knight was a disciple of the Day Knight clan, but Silver's background was perhaps even greater. When he saw Silver, Xia Luo's expression changed slightly, and his gaze turned cold. Ever since entering Astral 10, Silver had only lost one ported battle. He hadn't shown much of his strength and seemed very ordinary. It was easy for people to overlook him, including Hui Day Knight. He only wanted to fight Lu Yin, and he loathed the smiling person in front of him. Luminous finger. Hui Day Knight growled as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Silver with extreme speed. His flickering dark gray finger pierced through the void, aiming straight for Silver's heart. Silver was still smiling, but there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. The butterfly knife made a soft sound, and although it was very small, it covered the area in front of Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight raised an eyebrow as he felt his fingers turn cold. He subconsciously avoided the knife, which brushed past him. What a pity. You dodged it. Silver smiled brightly as he casually looked at Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight's expression turned solemn. When the butterfly knife had sliced past him, he had felt a sense of danger. If he hadn't dodged in the nick of time, his fingers might have been cut off. This man in front of him was not simple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the butterfly. The butterfly knife had crossed swords with him several times, and they had always been evenly matched. Even though he had become quite strong, he could feel the butterfly's chill. Butterfly blade still felt a little cold at this moment. Silver's improvement speed wasn't much slower than his. High up in the sky, the Rainmaster looked at Silver. This person can see through weaknesses. There was a whoosh, and this time Silver took the initiative to attack. The butterfly knife spun rapidly as it streaked through the void towards Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at the butterfly. The butterfly knife's trajectory was avoided, but the strange thing was that every time the butterfly to an outsider, it looked as if Silver had purposely bumped into the knife's edge. This feeling made Hui Day Knight want to vomit. This had happened several times, and the onlookers found it strange. Hui Day Knight growled, Day Knight's soul tracing finger. He then pierced through the void and disappeared. Silver stood in place, his eyes widening as he felt the pain of his body being torn apart. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques were just that annoying, but that was all there was to it. In an instant, the butterfly's attack landed on Hui Day Knight. The butterfly knife danced in the air as a snow-white brilliance flashed past. Blood splattered onto the grass as Hui Day Knight's body appeared in a sorry state. There was a huge gash on his chest that shocked everyone. Sorry, you were too handsome when you stood there, so I couldn't help but cut you, Silver said with a smile. Hui Day Knight's pupils shrank as he stared at Silver in shock. When he had fought Lu Yin with the Day Knight soul tracing finger, he had been able to use it with a single finger. This person had actually broken through his battle technique before he could even attack. How was this possible? There was actually such a powerhouse amongst the new students. Coco was afraid as she stood in the crowd. She had always felt that Silver's smile was terrifying. The others looked at Silver solemnly as a chill ran down their spines. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 139. The others felt that it was a pity. Michelle was already very strong, but she had met a monster. Very few of them had been able to last as long as Michelle, and some of them might not even be able to withstand a single blow. She can't take it anymore. It's about to start, Big Pao muttered to himself. He had not forgotten that Shiyu had also forced Michelle to use her innate gift. Michelle's eyes turned cold as she dodged another explosion. The red in her eyes deepened. She had not expected to use her innate gift in the first battle. She had no choice but to use it against this monster. In the next moment, red lotuses bloomed beneath Michelle's feet. They were bewitching and beautiful, capable of captivating anyone who saw them. At that moment, Michelle looked like a demoness as she stood atop the lotuses. Dark Void moved his finger and a black streak streaked past Michelle. Michelle's eyes flashed red as she lifted her foot and disappeared from where she was standing. The void where she had been standing exploded, shaking the ground. Michelle reappeared 1,000 meters away at an unbelievable speed. She raised her hand and red dots of light condensed into a red lotus as a bow and an arrow as she shot towards Dark Void. The red arrow attracted everyone's attention as it adorned the ground. Dark Void flicked his finger and the black light streaked across the void, blocking the Red Lotus arrow's path. There was no loud sound when the two collided, but faint cracks spread through the void. These were spatial tears. Their attacks had caused the void to collapse. This scene was quite shocking, and it would have caused a commotion in any other academy. Only a handful of monsters could cause the void to collapse with the strength of a melder. As the void collapsed, the black light and the Red Lotus arrow cancelled each other out. The two attacks were evenly matched. For the first time, Dark Void was surprised. His finger trembled again, and another black brilliance descended upon Michelle's head. Michelle dodged with the help of the Red Lotus, and the Red Lotus arrow shot towards Dark Void. Dark Void blocked it with the void explosion and the whole space exploded. It was just like the beginning, but the power was on a completely different level. The two's battle covered a large area, and their attacks were frequent. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb as not many dared to come into contact with such an attack. Even ordinary Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a Red Lotus arrow was shattered by the void explosion. Everyone was shocked. Was the victor about to be decided? The spatial explosion swept towards Michelle and swallowed her in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces paled. Not good, Michelle's life was in danger. However, no one came to his rescue because in the next second, another Michelle appeared behind Dark Void. She stepped on a Red Lotus and aimed an arrow at Dark Void before shooting it out. Dark Void's attention was focused on the other Michelle. He didn't expect another Michelle to appear behind him. This wasn't extreme speed but rather a clone. The Michelle that had been swallowed by the void explosion turned into Red Lotus petals and shattered. Behind him, a Red Lotus arrow shot out and hit Dark Void. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by Michelle's talent, but they were also looking forward to the outcome of the battle. There was no need to doubt Michelle's strength. Being struck by her at such a close range, it should be over. With a loud bang, Dark Void's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the sky. Everyone was silent as they stared at this scene. Both Big Pow and Small Pow were watching. They could not easily decide the outcome of this battle. Michelle frowned. This battle had been too difficult. Her arrow just now should have been enough to decide the outcome, but for some reason she felt that it was a bit lacking. Everyone watched on. Not long after, a soft sound rang out. Within the cloud of dust, Dark Void pressed his hand against the ground and slowly stood up. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. He was still fine. No way, he's so abnormal. Michelle clenched her right fist. Her red eyes glowed brightly as she stared at Dark Void within the cloud of dust. Dark Void slowly walked out with an indifferent expression. Looking at his body, there wasn't a single wound. Only the clothes on his back were torn, revealing the tattoo of 3 green leaves. Shamrock Enterprises? Zora cried out. Everyone stared at Dark Void's back. The tattoo on his back was the logo of Shamrock Enterprises. Michelle was surprised. Shamrock Enterprises. So this person was from Shamrock Enterprises. Rumor has it that Shamrock Enterprises specializes in finding geniuses in the universe and allowing them to grow freely. They'll only be recalled once they reach a certain level. I didn't think that it was true. This person is a genius discovered by Shamrock Enterprises, and they call him a seed, Zora said with a serious expression. As members of the Windrift Hall, which was similar to Shamrock Enterprises, they understood the enormous company very well. It was precisely because of this that they knew how terrifying a seed was. Every seed chosen by Shamrock Enterprises was an absolute genius, and once they matured they would be terrifying. Michelle had obviously heard of this rumor as well, and her face paled. The person in front of her was a seed of Shamrock Enterprises. She had heard from her sister that Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus in the universe, and being chosen as a seed was 100 times more difficult than entering the Astral Combat Academy. Dark Void faced Michelle and raised his hand again. Michelle shook her head and bitterly said, "There's no need to fight. I admit defeat." Everyone was shocked. Luine sighed. Michelle had used up all of her star energy. Her innate gift was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of star energy. On the other hand, Dark Void's innate gift did not consume much star energy at all. What a terrifying innate gift. Dark Void wins the 6th match, Big Pow announced. At this point, the 6 matches had ended, and the victors were Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, Silver, Zhao Yilong, Luine, and Dark Void. This result was somewhat surprising. Hui Day Knight and Michelle's defeats had been unexpected, but Xiao Luo and Silver's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. These two had remained silent ever since entering the academy, and they had barely fought in ported battles. Dark Void was also terrifyingly strong. When they thought of Dark Void, everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be Dark Void's opponent in the second match. "Brother Lu, it's okay to lose. He'll catch up in the future," Coco consoled as she tugged at his arm. Lu Yin was speechless. He might not lose. Coco pursed her lips. Even Sister Michelle's terrifying attack didn't hurt him at all. There shouldn't be anyone who can beat him. Lu Yin laughed. He didn't know how many people had noticed, but it wasn't that Michelle's attack hadn't hurt Dark Void. He had just blocked it. There was a layer of protection on his back, and that arrow hadn't even touched him. More accurately, that arrow hadn't been powerful enough to break through that layer of protection. Michelle's strength had been overestimated. She had only been able to create spatial tears because of Dark Void's innate gift, and she couldn't have done it on her own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the rain for so long to obtain the Rainmaster's gift. Lu Yin didn't feel the need to explain this to her. Cough cough. In order to not waste time, the tournament will continue. The 7th match, Xia Luo vs Lulu Mavis, begin, Big Pow announced. Xia Luo walked down the stage and looked at Lulu warmly. Lulu bumped her fists together, causing a series of thumping sounds. She was clearly a cute girl, but her style was very valiant. Every time he saw Lulu's eager expression, he was reminded of that sea turtle from Earth. This girl was truly fearless. "Be careful, this isn't a spar, so I won't hold back," Lulu provoked, looking at Xia Luo. Xia Luo smiled. "You didn't hold back during the spar either, but you've become a melder and are even stronger. You have to be careful." Lulu flung her long hair and charged at Xia Luo, causing the ground to crack and creating a shocking explosion. Xia Luo's eyes flashed and he took 2 steps back to avoid the attack. Lulu's fist struck the void, causing the air to conical and distort. Xia Luo's hair was blown back by the shockwave, and he took a few more steps back. Lulu snorted and white flash disappeared. When she reappeared, she kicked out with a dull thud. Xia Luo raised his own leg as well and the two collided. There was a thump as the ground shattered without warning, and both of them sank into the ground at the same time. A huge crack spread out from the crater until it reached their feet. The crowd was shocked. Both of them hadn't used any battle techniques, so how could they be so powerful? Michelle was shocked. She could feel the pressure from the shockwaves. These two were very strong. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as the cracks expanded. The group was forced to hover in the air as they watched the ground shatter. This level of destruction was comparable to the one caused by Michelle and Dark Void's battle. The only difference was that Michelle and Dark Void had attacked from afar, while Xia Luo and Lulu had fought in close combat. Boom. Lulu was shocked by the collision. She knew from their first battle that Xia Luo had a strong ability to weaken star energy, much stronger than when he had sparred with her. She hadn't used star energy at all and had only competed with physical strength, but Xia Luo had actually withstood her attack. She was from the Mavis family, and she was unwilling to lose to him in a contest of strength. If Xia Luo won, it would be even more humiliating. The Mavis family had never suffered such a loss before. Lulu shouted, and the phantom of a towering tree appeared behind her. Her strength suddenly increased and she sent Xia Luo flying with a single punch. She appeared in front of him with a white flash and punched him in the face. Xia Luo was sent crashing into the ground, and the ground within a kilometer was pulverized. The shockwave spread out in all directions with Xia Luo at the center. This attack was more destructive than all the previous battles combined, and the ground within a kilometer could no longer withstand it. A huge crater appeared as dust and smoke rose into the sky. Coco covered her mouth. "That's terrifying." Lu Yin's brows rose. Her strength was even greater than before. The Mavis family members were all human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Floating in the air, Lulu's expression turned ugly as she looked back at the crowd. "I lost." Everyone was shocked. She lost? What did that mean? At this moment, Xia Luo patted his clothes with a bitter smile and looked at Lulu. "Couldn't you have used a little less strength? You almost broke me." Lulu rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you still talking so much when you've already won?" From the crowd, Big Pow announced, "The winner of the 7th match is Xia Luo." Everyone was puzzled and even Michelle couldn't tell what had happened. Lu Yin stared at Lulu's neck, where there was a faint red wound. It wasn't bleeding, but if it had been any deeper, Lulu's neck would have been gone. This was Xia Luo's attack, but when had he attacked? He hadn't seen it clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 140. The battle caused Silver's eyes to completely open, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Dark Void stared at Xia Luo, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Not far from the teleportation stone, the trial master looked into the distance at the smiling young man. There's an endless stream of demonic geniuses. The Starsabil sect was right. This generation is about to undergo a huge change. In the treasury, old Kai muttered to himself, many great powers freeze their innate geniuses in order to wait for the Starsabil sect's divination to break out of the ice in recent years and maintain a youthful skeletal age. This generation is about to undergo a huge change. Did this child awaken from the ice as well? The 8th match, Zhao Yilong vs. Silver, begin. Big Pow announced. The arena had been moved dozens of kilometers away, as the original location had already been destroyed. Zhao Yilong walked out with his sword in hand, staring coldly at the smiling Silver as he slowly walked out with a serious expression. The crowd fell silent as they all favored Silver for this match. Even Hui Day Knight had been defeated in a baffling manner. Silver gave them the same feeling as Xia Luo, both unfathomable. Sorry, I admit defeat, Silver said. Everyone was shocked. He actually admitted defeat? Big Pow was astonished. Are you sure? Silver nodded with a smile. I'm not a match for a genius from Myriad Swords Peak. His 100 swords combined into one is terrifying. Zhao Yilong was furious. You're underestimating me. Silver beamed. Of course not. I really admire Myriad Swords Peak's eldest senior sister, Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. He then turned to smile at Lu Yin, which made Lu Yin want to punch him. Zhao Yilong stood in front of Silver with a sinister expression. You're not allowed to admit defeat. Fight me. Silver looked at Big Pow. Big Pow was helpless as this was his first time encountering such a situation. However, since the person involved had admitted defeat, there was nothing he could do. 8th match, Zhao Yilong wins. I don't agree. He's clearly looking down on me. Zhao Yilong snarled as he pointed his sword at Silver. Don't back down. This is the freshman competition, not a game. Silver cackled. Instead of competing with me, why don't you save your strength for the next two? The final battle might be a three-way battle. Zhao Yilong gritted his teeth and stared at Silver. Little Pow patted Zhao Yilong's shoulder. Forget it, you win. Zhao Yilong felt sullen as he did not want to win. Go back. A win is a win, Big Pow said. Zhao Yilong gripped his sword tightly and glared at Silver. This bastard. Silver was still smiling. His smile was so bright and heartless. Lu Yin didn't want to look at him, as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist punching him. His smile was too frightening. As he walked out, Big Pow's voice rang out. The 9th match, Lu Yin against Dark Void. Begin. Everyone was solemn, as this match was even more exciting than the one between Michelle and Dark Void. Lu Yin's name had spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, especially after he had defeated someone from the Phoenix family and ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. This had caused his name to spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, and he was now known as one of the strongest melders. The outside world's impression of Astral 10 was limited to him, and everyone knew that Lu Yin was very strong. However, they were still waiting to see how strong he really was. Dark Void calmly walked out. It hadn't been long since his battle with Michelle, but there were no signs of battle on his body, aside from a small tear on his back. Everyone felt pressured when facing Dark Void, including Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was because of his innate gift or something else, Dark Void's attacks could tear through the void. He was a powerhouse who could truly tear through the void. If Lu Yin wanted to win, he would have to use his innate gift to meet Dark Void's attacks head-on like Michelle had, or he would have to use an attack that exceeded Dark Void's limits. Lu Yin had already made his decision. There was no need for words, and Dark Void immediately attacked. Just like he had against Michelle, he slowly raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A black brilliance flashed and the void around Lu Yin exploded. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. Dark Void's attacks were clearly much stronger against Lu Yin than they had been against Michelle, and his attacks had sealed off the entire area. Although he didn't speak, that didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the outside world. He was also aware of Lu Yin's situation, and he had even seen it once. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he bent his legs and disappeared the moment the void exploded. He tore through the void at a speed that caused the void to distort as he charged towards Dark Void. The two weren't too far apart, and when Lu Yin appeared in front of Dark Void, his afterimage hadn't even disappeared when the void exploded and swallowed him whole. This familiar scene caused everyone's eyes to widen, especially Michelle. She knew Dark Void's strength and defense better than anyone else, and Lu Yin was facing the same situation as her. Lu Yin raised a palm and slapped down, his gaze fixed on Dark Void. He saw indifference and disdain in Dark Void's eyes. This was a sign of extreme confidence in his defense, one that even Michelle had been helpless against. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he used the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. A formless current appeared on his palm. This was battle force. In the crowd, Big Pao, Little Pao, Xia Luo, and Silver were all shocked as they stared at Lu Yin's palm. Boom. The shockwave crushed the ground and shook the void, causing an imperceptible crack to appear in the void. Dark Void's disdain turned to shock and then to horror. His face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying by an indescribable force, pushing aside the current as he crashed heavily into the ground. Everyone was silent as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. No one had expected that Lu Yin would be able to defeat Dark Void with a single palm. It was too exaggerated. Dark Void was someone who could even take on Michelle's innate gift, the Red Lotus arrow, yet he had been sent flying with a single palm strike. Coco's jaw dropped and she couldn't take her eyes off Lu Yin. Michelle's pupils shrank as she clenched her fists. Xia Luo was shocked, but then his lips curled up. This was interesting. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Dark Void had been recognized as someone who could participate in the finals, but they had never expected him to be eliminated here. They knew just how terrifying that palm strike had been. Battle force had penetrated his body and shaken the void. Dark Void must have been severely injured, and he had lost this battle. Lu Yin looked at his own palm and saw that it was indeed the case. Just the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm alone was not enough to break through Dark Void's defenses. Only battle force could penetrate the void and attack Dark Void's body through the void. Dark Void had underestimated Dark Void, but even if he hadn't been careless, he would still have been defeated. Not only could he use a 9-fold shockwave palm, but with his current physical strength, Lu Yin didn't know how many shockwave palms he could withstand. Dark Void was no match for him. In the distance, Dark Void slowly moved his fingers and sat up. Everyone looked over. He wouldn't be as unscathed as he had been when Michelle's arrow had struck him, would he? Clearly they were overthinking things. Dark Void sat on the ground for a while before standing up. His clothes were torn and a clear palm print could be seen on his chest. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and the corner of his mouth glistened with blood. He looked up at Lu Yin and then quietly walked to the other side. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he wasn't too monstrous and he could still be defeated. Hold on, everyone suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. Even Dark Void, who was so monstrous, had been defeated with a single palm strike. Just how strong was this guy? Michelle stared at Lu Yin. Astral, 10 actually had such a strong person and he was only a freshman. This person's strength was one of the best among the melders in the top 3 academies. At this moment, Zhao Yilong was under the most pressure. With the unfathomable Xia Luo and the unfathomable Lu Yin, he was the weakest. Victory goes to Lu Yin in the 9th round, Big Pao announced. He then continued, in order to save time, the final battle will begin. Lu Yin stood in place and looked at Xia Luo. Xia Luo walked out with a smile. Brother Lu, I didn't expect us to fight in the last round. Not at all. I've never been sure of your strength, Lu Yin smiled. Xia Luo smiled. Your strength is easy to see but you've improved too quickly. I don't know how strong you are now, so please go easy on me. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. It's still unknown who will win. I'm curious about the technique you used to neutralize the desolate palm and the speed you defeated Lulu. As the two conversed, they completely ignored Zhao Yilong, who had also walked out. Zhao Yilong felt very awkward, and he gripped his ancient sword tightly and raised it to face the two. The sword hummed softly and he couldn't wait to fight. However, his provocation didn't arouse their interest at all. 100 swords in one was pretty good, but it was only pretty good. Zhao Yilong had only been lucky enough to advance to the finals. Otherwise he would have been defeated by either Hui Day Knight or Michelle. He didn't have the qualifications to participate in the finals. Everyone's vision blurred as Lu Yin and Xia Luo collided. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it caused a shocking shockwave that spread out. Not only did it shatter the ground, but it also shocked the crowd. Everyone retreat. Big Pao barked and everyone immediately retreated. Lu Yin's palms collided with Xia Luo's and he was shocked. He'd used the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and it was reasonable to say that it contained 9 stacks of force. However, less than 3 stacks had actually struck Xia Luo. The other 6 had been mysteriously neutralized, causing its power to drop drastically. Xia Luo's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. There was actually 9 stacks of force. No wonder Dark Void couldn't withstand a single palm strike. With 9 stacks combined with battle force, it would be strange if Dark Void could withstand it. Xia Luo had tried his best to neutralize 6 stacks, which was great. With a bang, the two separated at the same time. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a serious palm. 7 stars revolved around his body as he activated the art of Sirius. He would never forget how Lulu had been defeated so soundlessly. Xia Luo stared at Lu Yin's palm, his expression even more solemn than when he'd faced the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Some battle techniques could be neutralized with star energy, but others were very difficult. He had to face this palm strike head-on. Suddenly, a slash flew towards Lu Yin. It was Zhao Yilong. This was a 3-way battle and he didn't want to be ignored. Scram! Lu Yin barked, his left serious palm striking towards Xia Luo while his right hand casually struck out with 9 stacks. At the same time, Xia Luo did the exact same thing as Lu Yin. He struck out with both palms, one facing Lu Yin while the other attacking Zhao Yilong. Zhao Yilong's strongest attack was instantly shattered, and the wind from the palms sent him flying 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Boom! Lu Yin and Xia Luo's palms collided in the next instant. Sirius palm with 7 stars was comparable to the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and Lu Yin was certain that Sirius palm wouldn't be so easily neutralized. This was the first time Xia Luo had displayed his terrifying strength. He didn't use any battle techniques, but instead countered Sirius palm and forcefully changed the direction of his attack. Lu Yin's 7 stars exploded, but they didn't hit Xia Luo's body. Instead, they landed on the ground beside him. Xia Luo's eyes flashed and he flicked his finger at the critical moment, sending a formless shockwave towards Lu Yin's neck. Silver and the rest left one after another. Lulu waved her fist at Lu Yin before leaving and Zhao Yilong's eyes lit up. He would definitely challenge these people again. The new student competition had allowed everyone to see each other's strength clearly. Some were shocked while others were excited. Michelle was still in shock. The strength of Astral 10's new students had far exceeded her expectations. Even with her strength, she had been eliminated in the first round. This was something that would have been impossible in any other academy. Lu Yin remembered that he and Michelle had been called out by old Kai. He looked at Michelle and wondered what was wrong with her. "Hey, let's go to the treasury," Lu Yin called out to her. She glanced at him with an indifferent expression and turned to leave. Lu Yin was helpless. This girl and her sister were polar opposites. One was charming and seductive, while the other only had looks but was as cold as an iceberg. What a waste of her beauty. After everyone left, Big Pao sighed, "I never thought that so many geniuses would appear when Astral 10 was on the verge of collapse. The president even managed to get those people to help him. It seems like he wants to take a gamble." Little Pao's eyes flashed. "Bro, we should do something. We can't let the juniors look down on us." Big Pao felt a headache coming on. Fighting for Area Master is no problem, but Realm Masters are a little troublesome. The 9 Realm Masters aren't easy to deal with, and we might not be able to handle them even if we work together. Let's give it a try. We can't give up even if there's only a sliver of a chance. But now is not the time. We need to open a path for them and not force ourselves, Little Pao muttered to himself. Big Pao stretched lazily. "We haven't fought in so many years that those people have forgotten about us. We, the prodigies of Astral 10, were also famous in the ported battles. I hope there are still people who remember us." The treasury was as usual. Old Kai's mustache twitched as he looked at the boy and girl in front of him. He sighed lazily, "To be honest, I don't know how to teach you. I can only give you some missions. Try your best to complete them." "There's no mission suitable for me," Michelle said indifferently. Old Kai rolled his eyes. "It's not an academy mission but a personal one. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I've been tasked by the president to teach you, so it's fine if you don't want to." Michelle's eyes flashed and she thought about it. "All right, I'll do it. What about you?" Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. "I'm fine with it." "Since you're fine with it, go win 100 ported battles and have some fun in the 6 Daos." Lu Yin was astonished. 6 Daos? I can go? Nonsense. You can go as long as you win 100 ported battles. Hurry up and disappear. Let me think of a suitable place for this girl, Old Kai said impatiently. Luin glanced at Michelle and then turned to leave. Old Kai thought about it for a while and then his eyes lit up. I remember. When I was traveling through the frost wave weave, I found a good place that's suitable for you. He then smiled strangely. Michelle frowned. How wretched. Everyone had their own opportunities. Luin didn't see Xia Luo and Hui Day Night when he reached the trial zone entrance, so they had probably been sent out by the trial master. He didn't ask any questions and stepped into the teleportation stone, beginning to aim for 100 victories in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. With Lu Yin's current strength, there were very few melders who could defeat him. He could basically crush any melder he ran into, and only Lemeters or even stronger could defeat him. On the first day, Lu Yin won 19 matches and lost 5. Of those he had won 8 in a row, but he had been stopped by a Lemeter. Lu Yin looked at the black river not too far away, and in its reflection, he saw the word 10 on the back of his hand glowing faintly. This was Astral 10's symbol. Lu Yin took a step forward, but his head suddenly shook as countless strange sounds rang out in his ears. They sounded like war drums but also like the wails of countless people. His consciousness was under pressure, and his body was under the same pressure. He shook his head and exhaled, smiling bitterly. So this was a trial zone. It was truly interesting, but he didn't know how large it was. Not long after Lu Yin entered the Tao of Purgatory, a piece of news spread to the human domain and shook the universe. The human domain had been defeated. The universe was currently divided into 4 major star fields: the human star field, the space beast star field, the lost technological civilization star field, and the unknown star field. All this time, the 4 star fields had been embroiled in endless wars and were extremely cruel. From ancient times until now, countless lives had been lost. Everything had been normal at first, but recently, the Space Beast star field and the Lost Technological Civilization star field had joined forces to attack the human star field. After an unprecedented battle, the human domain had suffered a crushing defeat. Countless experts had died, and the human domain's territory had been invaded. The most obvious change was that a third of Endless Weave's territory had been lost, and it had become a paradise for astral beasts. Astral 9 had retreated in time and had not been affected. This defeat had shaken the entire human domain. Countless people were enraged and countless experts at the border had shed blood. This had almost caused the human domain to descend into chaos. The astral war had engulfed the entire human race. Regardless of whether it was the Outerverse or the Innerverse, whether it was the Day-Night clan or the Mavis clan, or even the Astral Combat Academy, many powerhouses had fought for the human domain at the border. This crushing defeat had killed countless human powerhouses, and the heavens had lost their luster. Even though there were people who wanted to counterattack, the human domain was unable to hold its own against 2 great astral domains, and a pessimistic mood began to spread. Under such circumstances, the Dean of Astral 1 stood up and proposed to the 10 Arbiters Council that the Astral Combat Tournament should be held in order to raise the human domain's morale and intimidate their enemies. The 10 Arbiters Council agreed to hold the tournament open to the entire human domain. Any civilization that had reached a certain level of strength would be able to watch the tournament, and they would be able to directly understand the power of the universe's top academy, the Astral Combat Academy. At the same time, the tournament's rewards were also announced. A powerful technique that had been passed down since ancient times, a seat in the 10 Arbiters Council, and precious items sponsored by various great powers. You're not a melder? Lu Yin coldly replied. You dare to be so impudent with me with your strength? You're not even second to last in Astral 10. He didn't believe Lu Yin's words at all. Astral 10 was famous for being weak, and while he wasn't strong, he wasn't the weakest either. This person in front of him had to be the strongest in Astral 10. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He could only admit that he was unlucky. No matter how weak the Outerverse was, there would still be 1 or 2 geniuses. His guess was partially correct. Lu Yin was indeed the strongest in Astral 10, but Lu Yin's words were also correct. He was publicly acknowledged as the weakest, but with his extreme speed and the large syringe's defense, this person was no match for him. He wasn't even second to last in Astral 10. Tell me, where's the closest training ground? Lu Yin asked coldly. The man was terrified and hurriedly answered, There's a mountain range less than 500 kilometers from here called Spear Mountain. The entire mountain range is shaped like a spear and gives off a murderous aura. Rumor has it that someone once comprehended a peerless spear technique there. You can try it out. Luin released his hand. Spear Mountain? Who's the area master? Luin asked again. The man gulped and answered fearfully, Frankfurt, one of Astral SX's area masters in the Tao of Purgatory. Is he very powerful? Luin asked. The man nodded. Very powerful. He's a peak limiter, and he also comprehended a spear technique at Spear Mountain. Furthermore, he has two-line battle force. Lu Yin's expression changed. Two-line battle force? That was absolutely terrifying. Lu Yin had been defeated by someone with one-line battle force during the ported battles, and now he might not even be able to fight back against Frankfurt. Were all area masters such existences? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 143. It wasn't that strange, as area masters and realm masters were both peak limiters. They were weaker than realm masters, but they could dominate the entire academy and were one of the few powerhouses who could compete with realm masters. Aside from Astral 10, the other 9 academies all had realm masters and area masters. However, there were only a few area masters, and they were the true peak existences of the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin was shocked by Frankfurt's strength, but he had no intention of competing with such a person. He looked at the man and asked, Why did you let me go the moment you saw me? The man was surprised. Is this your first time in the trial zones? Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he waved his hand, causing the broken bridge to shatter. The Sky Beast Claw's mark could be clearly seen as it brushed past the man's head, almost injuring him. The man was so frightened that he hurriedly explained, Ancient sounds can be heard in the trial zones, whether it's the wails of a battlefield, war songs, or even cultivation techniques. However, the chances are very small, and the more people there are in a certain area, the smaller the chances are. That's why no one wants to get too close to others outside of the training grounds. Lu Yin understood. There was such a thing? What a mysterious place. Ancient sounds could be heard? Not long after, Lu Yin released the man. He was just an ordinary melder from Astral 6 and didn't know much. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the training grounds, and Lu Yin had already asked around. He hadn't expected that there would be so many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. Just hearing this from this man was enough to shock him. Fortunately, those famous powerhouses were too far away from him. What he needed to do now was to go to Spear Mountain and see one of the rare training grounds in the Tao of Purgatory. The Tao of Purgatory was huge and all he could see was darkness. Lu Yin didn't walk quickly under 50 times the normal gravity, as he had to be on guard against any possible attacks. The trial zones weren't just filled with Astral Combat Academy students, but there were also strange creatures called war spirits. They couldn't really be considered living creatures, but according to the man's explanation, war spirits were images left behind by people who had battled in the trial zones. They retained the strength of those who had battled in the trial zones. There was no way to explain it, but after countless years of investigation, there were countless cases that proved that the war soul was just an image. It had no life characteristics, no appearance, no intelligence, and nothing at all. It was just an image, but it had a physical body and was extremely aggressive. Any student who encountered a war soul would have a fierce battle. This was one of the dangers of the trial zones. Of course, not all battles would result in the formation of fighting souls. The probability was very small. Otherwise, after countless years, fighting souls would have already spread throughout the trial zones. According to current statistics, there were not many war souls, so the biggest enemy in the trial zones was still the students. When Lu Yin had first heard about war spirits, he had felt strange. War spirits gave him the feeling that the creator of the trial zones had specially created opponents based on the trial taker's strength. If the 9 trial zones were a game, then war spirits would be monsters that were tailored to the trial taker's strength. They would never disappear, and the stronger the trial takers were, the stronger their war spirits would be. Could the trial zones have been created by some ancient existence in the Astral Combat Academy? He looked around, and when he looked up, he saw a giant planet in the sky. These should be the trial zone's moons. There were 3 in total, and they were bright and pure. This place was also divided into day and night, and there was also a sun. And now, because of these 3 moons, a path was illuminated for the Tao of Purgatory. More and more disorderly footprints appeared on the ground, and after walking for a few hours, he finally saw a path that was obviously man-made. He knew that he wasn't far from Spear Mountain. Thump. The earth trembled and shockwaves accompanied by spatial distortions swept out in all directions. Many large black trees were uprooted. Lu Yin peeked through the branches and saw two students fighting in the distance. They were both Lemeters and wielded spears. Give up. With your aptitude you won't be able to graduate. With me here, don't even think about going to Spear Mountain, one of them shouted arrogantly. Across from him, the other student had a gloomy expression. It's my freedom to go wherever I want. Besides, I'll definitely graduate successfully and join the 10 Arbiters Council. What a joke. Anyone who can join the 10 Arbiters Council after graduation is a powerhouse with a high ranking. You don't have the qualifications. Boom. The earth trembled once more. There were quite a few Lemeters in the Astral Combat Academy. It was difficult to join the Astral Combat Academy, but it was equally difficult to leave. You either had to become an explorer and voluntarily graduate, or you had to be older than the younger generation and be expelled from the academy. Throughout history, there had been many students who had been expelled, and it could even be said that the number of students who had graduated outnumbered the number of students who had become explorers. These two Lemeters looked to be less than 10 years older than Lu Yin. They were both in their 30s and they still had 10 more years to stay. If they failed to break through to the explorer realm, they would be forcibly expelled, and their names would no longer appear on the Astral Combat Academy's student registry. Lu Yin had no interest in interfering with their battle. These two clearly had a personal grudge and it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think too much about it and he circled around the battlefield and headed east. Spear Mountain was right in front of him, and he could already see a small section of the mountain peak that towered into the heavens. It quietly stood tall on the ground, but it seemed to pierce through the void, causing the void to be on the verge of collapse. Just by standing there, it was enough to pierce through the void. This was Spear Mountain. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but rush forward. The closer he got to Spear Mountain, the more he could feel its indescribable sharpness. Every time he looked at it, he felt as if his gaze would be pierced through. There were a few times when Lu Yin saw a long spear pierce through the void, flickering with a sharp edge that could tear apart the heavens. Suddenly Lu Yin's eyes went slack and he stopped moving. He had heard something that sounded like an angry roar that was extremely sorrowful. The scene in front of him distorted as if he had traveled back in time. He saw a man holding a long spear and slowly raising it. This was an ancient spear technique and the man was about to use it. Suddenly Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he instinctively retreated. A cry of surprise came from where he had been standing. It was a man who was staring coldly at Lu Yin. His body flickered, and a long spear appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin was furious. This person had not only launched a sneak attack, but also continued to attack for no reason. His killing intent was obvious, and he had interrupted the scene in front of him. This person deserved to die, and Lu Yin had no intention of holding back. He disappeared with flash and reappeared behind the man's back, striking out with a palm. The 7-star Sirius palm parted the air, startling the man. The spear thrust backwards, its tip brushing past the Sirius palm and stabbing towards Lu Yin's face. The palm was inferior to the spear in terms of distance, and Lu Yin had no choice but to use Sirius palm to strike the spear. The power of the 7 stars explosion shocked the man, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. It took him a lot of effort to neutralize the power of Sirius palm, but even so, his palm was still injured and dripping with blood. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear tip, using 9 stacks to blast the man through the spear. The man could no longer hold on to the spear and let go, taking several steps back with a pale face. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, each step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. He had just seen an ancient scene and might have seen a peerless spear technique, but it had been interrupted by this person. He grabbed the spear tip and smashed it towards the man. The man was not weak, or else he would not have been able to block Lu Yin's Sirius palm. However, he could not block Lu Yin's 9 stacks and without a spear he had no way of retaliating. His body was pierced through by Lu Yin's spear, and he glared at Lu Yin with a sinister expression. "You're ruthless." "You asked for it," Lu Yin replied coldly as he let go of the spear tip. He did not ask why this person had attacked him as there were too many reasons. Just the fact that he had seen an ancient scene was enough. Everyone was selfish, and since Lu Yin had seen an ancient scene, this person had assumed that no one else would be able to see it again. It was inevitable that he would launch a sneak attack. Besides, Lu Yin was only a melder, so how strong could he be? Perhaps there was another reason why Astral 10 had been in a disadvantageous position for a long time, and when they reappeared, they would naturally be regarded as no longer worthy of being compared to their former peers. Astral 10 had not made a name for itself in the trial zones for a long time, and as soon as it reappeared, it would definitely be ridiculed and even besieged. Lu Yin had previously understood that Astral 10 had a requirement of 100 victories to enter the trial zones, but the deeper he went, the deeper his understanding became. Astral 10 had been weak for too long. The spear shook a few times before stopping, and the man's body gradually dimmed before finally disappearing. This was the trial zones where one could kill someone, but it was not a true death. This person's body would be fine in the academy, but his spirit would definitely be severely injured. It would probably take some time before he could enter the Tao of Purgatory again. This was just an interlude, but it was a pity that Lu Yin had not been able to witness a peerless spear technique. Lu Yin looked up and saw that Spear Mountain was right in front of him. The towering mountain range was majestic and dignified, and Lu Yin took a deep breath before continuing forward. Not long after, he was stopped by two melders. "Student, may I ask if you use a spear as your weapon?" one of them asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he shook his head. "No. Then you can't go near Spear Mountain. Back off," the other person shouted. Lu Yin frowned. "What? Who said that one has to use a spear to enter Spear Mountain?" The two looked at each other and sneered. "This is a rule set by Spear Mountain's area master, Senior Frankfurt. Why do you think that's the case?" Lu Yin felt helpless. If this was really the case, then there was nothing he could do about it. The area master had absolute authority in his training grounds, and as long as he did not go overboard, no one would oppose him. Furthermore, Frankfurt was a student of Astral 6, and the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was from Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory was Astral SIX's headquarters. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before turning around to think of another way. At worst, he could just fake a spear technique and enter. At that moment, a girl calmly walked past Lu Yin and headed towards Spear Mountain. The two melders did not stop her at all. Lu Yin turned around to look at the girl. She was a melder just like him, but she had not been stopped. "Why aren't you stopping her?" The two who had stopped Lu Yin were impatient. "We can stop whoever we want. Do we need to report to you?" Lu Yin raised his brows when he saw the two glance at the back of his hand. He immediately understood that these two must have seen that he was a student of Astral 10, which was why they had stopped him. But strangely, even if Astral 10 students were not well liked, they should not be enemies everywhere. The students of the Astral Combat Academy were not brainless enough to cause trouble for no reason. Thinking about it from another perspective, what if these two were targeting him? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Shiyu. It seemed that he was not a nobody in the Astral Combat Academy, and he should have plenty of enemies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 144. Do you know me? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two. A strange look flashed across their eyes before they snorted, "No. Hurry up and leave. Spear Mountain isn't a place for someone like you." Lu Yin was certain that these two knew him, which made sense since they were actively looking for trouble. "What if I don't leave?" Lu Yin's voice grew cold as he glanced at the backs of their hands. Even though they tried to block him, he still saw a large 8 character. The 8th Academy? If he remembered correctly, Shiyu was from the 8th Academy. There were also experts from the Blaze Realm who had joined the 8th Academy. Their expressions turned ugly. "You don't know what's good for you. Scram or Senior Frankfurt will teach you a lesson." Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "You know me and know that you're not my match, so you're using Frankfurt to scare me. Is Astral 8 full of rats like you?" Crazed words. The two were enraged and they attacked at the same time. Their spears stabbed out at strange angles, perfectly fitting together to seal off the void. Lu Yin was disdainful. Although these two were melders, their control over star energy was only at the physical level, which was far inferior to Krainer's. He raised a hand and didn't even try to evade. Instead, he grabbed their spears and used 9 stacks to instantly shatter their palms. The two retreated at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that they weren't Lu Yin's match, which was why they had wanted to expel him from Spear Mountain and buy time for the Blaze Realm's Lemeters to arrive. However, they had been forced to act now, and they couldn't believe that this person's strength had exceeded their expectations. It was rumored that Krainer had been defeated by a single move, but this wasn't a single move, It was clear that he couldn't even block a single move. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of the two. He used his star energy to seal off the area, making it impossible for the two to escape with their movement techniques. He raised a palm and pressed down. Boom. A shockwave rippled through the air, distorting it. The girl who had already walked away turned back and looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person was so strong that he could easily take on two people by himself. He was definitely one of the top melders in the academy. All of a sudden, the woman's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her head and saw the sound of metal clashing coming from the Spear Mountain range. A long spear pierced through the air, piercing towards this place. He was just about to use another palm to finish them off when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He looked up and saw a spear stabbing towards him. The spear wasn't very fast, but it forcefully distorted the void and trapped him in a quagmire. This spear was even more terrifying than using star energy to seal off the area, as it directly distorted the void and made it impossible for anyone to dodge. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he raised a hand. He had originally planned on using his strongest attack to block the attack, but he suddenly stopped and allowed the spear to pierce through his chest. His organs shattered, and his body vanished from the Tao of Purgatory. The two melders from Astral 8 stared at this scene in shock. They watched as the spear slowly dissipated, and a chill ran down their spines. "I'll give Jared face and help you out this time. Help me tell him that we'll meet again in the Astral Combat Tournament." A loud and clear voice resounded throughout Spear Mountain. Many people raised their heads in shock. This was Area Master Frankfurt's voice. Jared? It was Astral 8's Area Master. The two hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. They heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other excitedly. No matter what, they had helped the Blaze Realm teach Lu Yin a lesson, and that was enough to answer to Area Master Jared. Within Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had a splitting headache that only subsided after a while. This was the aftereffect of being killed in the trial zones. Every time he was killed, his mind would be damaged and he would need to rest for a while before he could enter again. Of course, he could enter again immediately, but if he was killed again, the consequences would be even more severe. There had been cases of people in history who had turned into idiots after coming out. Although he had been killed, Lu Yin wasn't angry. The strong preyed on the weak, and if he became stronger one day he would be able to retaliate. Actually, he could have blocked that spear, but he hadn't. He could sense that the spear hadn't been a battle technique and had only been a casual attack. Even so, it still possessed such terrifying power. Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely Frankfurt's doing. The Blaze Realm's Jared was also an area master, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Lu Yin knew that even if he had blocked that spear, he wouldn't have been able to block a second spear, so he might as well give up. There was no need to expose his bottom line too early, as he didn't want to be targeted by another area master. However, Jared was the troublesome one. The people from Astral 8 had tried to cause trouble for him the moment they met, so it definitely had something to do with him. Although Jared couldn't command all of the students from Astral 8, he had no problem commanding those from the Blaze Realm. There weren't many of them, but they were still a hidden danger. Furthermore, Jared also had friends who were all very powerful. Once Lu Yin entered the trial zone, there was a high chance that he would be discovered again. This was a headache. Astral 10 had always attracted a lot of attention, and with Lu Yin's reputation for teasing Shiyu and offending the Blaze Realm, he would be hated by everyone once he entered the trial zones. It seemed that the most important thing right now was to find a backer. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to settle down. Who should I look for? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The first person he thought of was Lulu. The Mavis family was terrifying, and they definitely had some super powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. There might even be a realm master, but he rejected the idea after some thought. Why would the Mavis family help him? Lulu didn't seem to have any authority. What about Xia Luo? That wouldn't work either. Although this guy was very strong and unfathomable, he always acted as if nothing had anything to do with him. Lu Yin was sure that looking for him would just be a waste of time. Michelle? No, that girl didn't like him. Dark Void? Shamrock Enterprises? He probably wouldn't even answer his questions. We Day Night? Forget it, it was a good thing that the Day Night family wasn't after him. Zora? Coco? Windrift Hall? That wouldn't work either. Zhao Yilong didn't seem to be good at fighting either. Zhao Yilong? Lu Yin completely ignored him. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that his greatest hope was actually Silver. Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this was a secret that no one besides him knew. The Neo-Human Alliance was feared by the entire human domain, which showed just how powerful they were. Perhaps he could use this matter to threaten Silver. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he tried to figure out the feasibility of this plan. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to give up. When he thought about Silver's fox-like smile, he lost all confidence. If he wanted to cooperate with someone like this, he had to force him to submit or else he would be dragged down with him. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and passed through the formless barrier to appear at the Trial Zone entrance. The Trial Master looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. "You died so quickly. Sai, it's still not enough. It seems like 100 victories isn't enough. You should increase it a bit." Lu Yin was speechless. Increase it? If others found out that he had increased the number of victories in the Trial Zone because of him, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Mentor, you can't blame me. It was the Area Master who made a move." The Trial Master was astonished. "Area Master? Kit, you're quite the troublemaker. Even the Area Master tried to kill you." Lu Yin was helpless. "I've offended too many people in the past." "That's true. You're very detestable," the Trial Master muttered to himself. Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this. "I'm leaving." The Trial Master ignored him. A similar scene was playing out in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin as if he was trash. "You were killed so soon after entering. Don't tell others that you're Astral 10's leader. That's too embarrassing." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be blamed. There weren't many in the entire Astral Combat Academy who could withstand an Area Master's attack, and there probably wasn't anyone in Astral 10. "Alright, go fill up your star energy first. There's a huge difference between a peak melder and a novice melder," Old Kai said unhappily. "Yes, Mentor." Lu Yin turned to leave. "Wait, do you have any star crystals? Just absorbing the free star energy in the universe would take your son more than enough time to reach the peak," Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked expectantly at Old Kai. "No." Old Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yin blinked. "Mentor, I said I don't have any." Old Kai roared, "If you don't have any, then go earn some. Why are you wasting your breath on me? Are you expecting an old bag of bones like me to make money for you?" Lu Yin hurriedly ran off. He knew that the mustached man wasn't reliable. He had thought that the old man would give him some crystals, but there was nothing. He found a random sealed area and set up a circle of natural energy crystals. He then started to absorb star energy. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to absorb, but after some thought he decided against it. Absorbing star energy took a lot of time, and if he reached the peak of the Melder realm in less than a second, even an idiot would know that something was wrong. He couldn't guarantee that no one would see him, so he could only obediently wait. He took out 1,000 star crystals and crushed them. Feeling the boiling star energy, Lu Yin activated the Serious Art to increase his absorption rate by 7 times. The star energy converged like a tidal storm with him as the eye of the storm and was quickly absorbed. There was a huge difference between a Melder and a Sentinel, the most obvious being the amount of star energy they had. If a Sentinel's star energy reserves could be easily satisfied, then a Melder's were different. Everyone had different amounts of star energy, and it could be described as an ocean. For 7 days, Lu Yin crazily absorbed star energy at 7 times the normal rate. 100,000 star crystals were consumed, but he still wasn't satisfied. He opened his eyes, but they were exhausted. He couldn't absorb any more, and it would be difficult to remove the impurities if he absorbed too much at once. He hadn't expected his body to have such a terrifying amount of star energy. 100,000 wasn't enough to satisfy him. Most people didn't even need that much. 100,000 was a terrifying amount, and if not for Shiyu's interference he wouldn't have been able to collect it in such a short time. He still had 20,000 star crystals left, and another 250,000 stored in his Mavis crystal card. He should find some time to withdraw them. As for now, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die in his palm. It was time to roll it. He'd almost been scared to death when he'd rolled a single skin last time. He hoped that his luck would be better this time, and it would be best if he could roll 3 pips. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. When the die slowly stopped rolling, 3 pips appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as 2 golden screens appeared in front of him, one above and the other below. They were like 2 golden curtains that were abnormally resplendent. The next moment he naturally knew how to use them. They could raise the level of the items placed on the screens by 1 level. His breathing quickened the moment he learned of this function, and his eyes burned with a passion he'd never seen before. The first thing he thought of was the Serious Art. If he'd upgraded the Serious chip, what would it have been like? There were battle techniques, weapons, materials, herbs, and so on. Right, there was also the formcast model. Lu Yin immediately took out the formcast model in his body. It had been made for him by the crazy director. He'd assumed that it had been made by the Rainmaster, and it was a precious formcast model that would allow him to undergo a fourth formcast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 145. Ordinary formcast models could only be used 3 times, which meant that one could reach the Melder realm. For example, the students of the Great Yu Empire only had 3 formcast models. Only some precious formcast models could be used 4 times to reach the Lamita realm. As for the 5 formcast models that could allow one to reach the Explorer realm, they were extremely precious and could not be bought even if one wanted to. They were not something that a hunter could casually create as they consumed a lot of resources. Above the 5 formcast models there was a 6th formcast model. Once that was completed, one could reach the hunter realm. This formcast model was only rumored to be created by some terrifying powerhouse, and it consumed a lot of resources. The Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, was only a hunter. Generally speaking, many cultivators would not be able to obtain another formcast model after 3 formcasts, and they could only cultivate step by step. Some of the more outstanding cultivators could reach the Explorer realm, but that was the limit. Very few could complete 6 formcasts, and such people only existed in legends. Even the Astral Combat Academy did not have one, as those who could complete 6 formcasts had already surpassed the cruiser realm and reached the peak, which meant that they would become hunters. There was a huge difference between those in the same realm and those without. Every formcast model was a complete transformation, and not only did it change one's body, but it also allowed one to comprehend the might of the powerhouse who had created the formcast model. This was quite precious, as the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension would be. This was why many terrifying powerhouses were not willing to create formcast models. Not only was the consumption too great, but there was also the possibility of others spying on them. The formcast model in Lu Yin's hands could allow him to undergo 4 formcasts, allowing him to reach the Lamita realm. However, if he upgraded it, he could undergo 5 formcasts. What kind of concept was that? It would surpass countless people of the same generation. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, there were not many powerhouses who could become explorers with 5 formcasts. This was different from slowly cultivating to become an explorer, just like the difference between a formcast model cultivator and a wandering soldier. Lu Yin truly admired the senior who had invented the formcast model, as it had changed the once lifeless cultivation environment. In the past, even those with great innate gifts had to spend a lot of time cultivating. Now, with the advent of formcast models, countless extremely talented youths could easily rise up and surpass the older generation. The 10 Arbiters were the most obvious examples of this. With their combined strength, the power of the universe had shifted to the younger generation, which was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Yin shook off his chaotic thoughts and stared at the 2 screens. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the formcast model on the upper layer. As long as the model fell into the lower layer, the upgrade would be complete. Lu Yin stared at the formcast model anxiously, almost wanting to make a move. However, the formcast model did not change at all. He suddenly thought of something. No way, this also requires star energy? Lu Yin had the urge to vomit blood, but he still took out 100 cubes of star crystals and threw them at the light screen. The light screen absorbed the crystals and the formcast model moved down just a tiny bit. It was just a tiny bit, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. And that he wasn't that he was. Once more than 10,000 star crystals were absorbed by the screen, the formcast model dropped by a small amount. Just a small amount. He estimated that the formcast model would require about 300,000 star crystals to upgrade to the next layer. He looked up and sighed. How ruthless. Upgrading the formcast model required 300,000 star crystals, and he only had 260,000 star crystals left on him. It wasn't enough. Helpless. Lu Yin put the formcast model away and watched the screens disappear. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only wait until he had enough crystals. Fortunately, the formcast model had changed a little. He just needed to roll 3 pips to continue. It wasn't a loss. A quintuple formcast model was extremely precious. Only the major powers had it, and Lu Yin knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain it. Now that he had a way, he would upgrade it even if it cost him money. Of course, the quintuple formcast model wasn't the most important thing, but the sixth. How many six-fold formcast models were there in the universe? He didn't know. Nobody did, but they were definitely very few. Even the Blaze realm might not have them. Luin saw hope. I wonder if 6 is the limit? Luin suddenly thought of something and his eyes burned with passion. But he quickly hid his thoughts and decided not to think about it for now. If there really was a quintuple formcast model, then it would be fun. It would probably shock the universe. After experimenting with tens of thousands of crystals, Luin realized that he was getting better at spending money. He didn't expect to roll 3 pips, so he only hoped to roll 4 pips and activate the 8 stars as soon as possible. This would increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy and increase the power of his Sirius palm. He guessed that the power of his Sirius palm would surpass that of his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He didn't know how powerful it would be if he added battle force to it, but he was looking forward to it. He rolled the die again and rolled a pip. An exquisite ring fell out with a thump. The material was ordinary, but the craftsmanship amazed even Luin. The translucent metal seemed to have a life of its own. It was a pity that it looked good, but it was useless. Still, the craftsmanship alone made it seem very expensive. On his third try he rolled a pip. What a waste. He realized that the most wasteful thing right now wasn't a pip, or even a pip, but a pip. It was a pip that could be used to borrow his innate gift, but he had wasted it every time he rolled the die in a deserted place. This couldn't be allowed. I have to be careful in the future. This is a point that can be used to borrow innate gifts. I can't waste it. There was one last chance left. Rolling 5 times would cause him to faint, so rolling 4 times was just right. He stared blankly as the die slowly stopped spinning and finally showed a pip. Luin knew that his luck was especially good today as he had rolled both pips and pips. Very soon the scene before him changed, and he appeared in the grayish-white time-stop space. He habitually increased the gravity to 60 times, but it was too low. He took out some star crystals and increased the gravity again until it reached 100 times the normal gravity. This was 100 times the normal gravity, which was the limit that only Lemeters could withstand. From this, it could be inferred that Lu Yin's physical strength had already surpassed that of most Lemeters, but this was still not his limit. Luin didn't know how his physical body had become so terrifying all of a sudden, and it was constantly growing stronger. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think too much about it. He maintained the gravity at 100 times and took out 1,000 star crystals to increase the time limit to a month. He wanted to stay in this space for a month and he had to activate his 8th star. At the same time, a spacecraft appeared at Astral 10 space station. The insignia indicated that it was from the Innerverse, and there was a strange image engraved on the outside of the spacecraft. 2 palms that covered a planet. Xia Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the image. It was the symbol of the Lockbreaker Society. Lockbreakers enjoyed special privileges in the universe, and with these privileges came restrictions. The Lockbreaker Society had been born with the goal of gathering lockbreakers to explore the limits of their profession, but everyone knew that the society also existed to restrict lockbreakers. If a lockbreaker committed evil, the consequences would be unthinkable. Many ancient artifacts that had been sealed for so long already had disastrous effects, and if a lockbreaker unlocked them, it would lead to a natural disaster. This was not allowed, so the Lockbreaker Society was supported by many parties to ensure its legitimacy and status. A few days ago, the Trial Master had sent a request to the Lockbreaker Society on Xia Luo's behalf. The purpose of this request was for Xia Luo to join the Lockbreaker Society because he was qualified. The hatch opened and Xia Luo stepped forward. The first to disembark was a group of cultivators. These were soldiers who were directly affiliated with the Lockbreaker Society, and each of them had the strength of a Melder or even a Lemeter. Behind them was a middle-aged man in gray robes with a stern expression. He saw Xia Luo and slowly walked down from the spacecraft. A beautiful young girl walked out from behind the middle-aged man. She was quite young and looked about the same age as Luin, but her eyes were raised so high that they almost touched the ceiling. She looked very arrogant. Xia Luo smiled and walked forward, bowing to the gray-robed man. Xia Luo from Astral 10 greets Master Wuxing. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Xia Luo. He then nodded in satisfaction. You're the person that Elder Tan told me about? Xia Luo smiled. Yes, I am. Wuxing grunted. Let's go and meet Elder Tan first. Master, this way please. Xia Luo gestured and nodded politely at the young girl before leading the way. The young girl looked at Xia Luo curiously. Her name was Lu Ji, and her original plan had been to take her to Astral 6 to participate in the entrance exam. However, halfway through, they had suddenly changed their plans and come here to take the Lockbreaker exam for an Astral 10 student. She had always been curious. Astral 10? Wasn't that the academy that had been banished? There were actually students who could join the Lockbreaker Society? She could not understand. The moment she saw Xia Luo, Lu Ji instinctively had a good impression of him. However, she was not confident that he would be able to pass the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam. She was well aware of how difficult the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam was. Even a genius like her, who had been born in the society since she was a child, had to take the exam many times before passing. What did this person have? Following Xia Luo, the three of them arrived at the trial zone entrance through a transmission device. Coincidentally, a man was preparing to leave, and the three of them bumped into Hui Day Night. Hui Day Night only glanced at the three of them before ignoring them and stepping into the transmission device to leave. Wuxing was astonished. He's from the Day Night clan? Someone from the Day Night clan actually joined Astral 10? Xia Luo smiled. His name is Hui Day Night, and he's indeed from the Day Night clan. He's not bad. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. He's not bad? How could she tell? That guy was obviously arrogant, and he was even more arrogant than she was. He did not even greet Master Wuxing when he saw him. Even the elders of the Day Night clan would not dare to be so rude. To Xia Luo, as long as they were not enemies, they were not bad people. At least that was what he believed. The trial master was still the same as before. He sat there half dead, looking as if he had lost his mind. When he saw the trial master, the middle-aged man, Wuxing, straightened his face and immediately stepped forward. Elder Tan, student Wuxing greets you. Surprise flashed through Xia Luo's eyes, and Lu Ji's mouth fell open. Master Wuxing was actually so respectful to this old man. This was Master Wuxing, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was extremely close to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was only one step away from becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Even the powerful clans of the Innerverse had to treat him with respect, so why would he be so respectful to a mere Astral 10 mentor? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 146. The Lockbreaker Society divided lockbreakers into different levels. It was very general, but it was very clear. From low to high, they were divided into discerning elementary, perceptive intermediate, boundless advanced, and a secret higher level. Discerning elementary corresponded to melders and limiters, perceptive intermediate corresponded to explorers and cruisers, and boundless advanced corresponded to hunters. Very few people could break through this division and become a lockbreaker at a lower realm. Wuxing was a perceptive intermediate, but his lock-breaking research had reached the boundless advanced level. As long as he could become a hunter, he could directly become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. There weren't many lockbreakers in the universe who could reach this level, and they were enough to make the various great powers chase after them. Another point was that lockbreakers were very powerful. Any lockbreaker's control of star energy was terrifying, and it wasn't difficult for them to challenge those of a higher realm. Wuxing's status as a lockbreaker coupled with his terrifying battle prowess meant that he didn't need to be overly courteous even when he met almighty hunters. This was also the reason why Lu Ji was surprised. Astral 10 was just an exiled academy, and aside from the director who was rumored to have gone mad, there shouldn't be anyone else who could receive such respect from Wuxing. The trial master opened his eyes with great difficulty. Oh, it's Wuxing. You've grown up. Lu Ji almost went berserk at his words. Wuxing was still very respectful. It's been a long time since we last met. Congratulations, Elder Tan. The trial master smiled. You're still as eloquent as ever. Let's take a look. It's that little fellow. Let's see if he can join the society. Wuxing sternly replied, there's no need. With Elder Tan's foresight, since you've sent an official request for an assessment, there shouldn't be any mistakes. He then turned to Xia Luo and solemnly asked, Xia Luo, let me ask you something. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning elementary lockbreaker? Xia Luo took a deep breath and walked in front of Wuxing. He respectfully replied, I'm willing to contribute the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society. Wuxing nodded and solemnly took out a badge and handed it to Xia Luo. I've added your name to the Society's register. From now on, you are a member of the Lockbreaker Society. Thank you, Master Wuxing, Xia Luo respectfully said. Wuxing nodded in satisfaction and looked at the trial master. Elder Tan, are you satisfied? The trial master did not seem to care. Do as you wish. If this brat embarrasses the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it's all your fault. Who told you to not take the assessment? Wuxing said, actually, I'm here to ask Elder Tan some questions. What do you think? The trial master nodded and sighed. It's been so many years. I've enjoyed the benefits of the society, but I haven't contributed anything to the society. It's my fault. Since you're already here, you should wait a little longer before you leave. Wuxing was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Tan. He then turned to Lu Ji and said, take a look around Astral 10. Master Wuxing, let me show her around, Xia Luo said with a smile. Wuxing nodded. Sure. He then sat down beside the trial master and whispered something to him. Xia Luo gestured to Lu Ji, please? Lu Ji nodded. She felt a little uncomfortable. She had been born in the society and had spent a long time to join it, but this person had joined without even taking the test. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't dare to refute Master Wuxing, she would have definitely stopped him. However, since Master Wuxing had agreed, she had no other choice. Xia Luo was very gentle, and even though Lu Ji didn't introduce herself, he didn't mind. He brought her to the rain observatory. The rain never stopped at the rain observatory, and a dark green curtain of rain covered the entire area. Green tree branches filled the area as far as the eye could see, and if one didn't point it out, very few would be able to tell that these branches came from the same tree. Lu Ji wasn't interested in the rain observatory. Lockbreakers had a very strong control over star energy, and this control was different from how Lu Yin and the others categorized their star energy realms. Instead, it was a unique comprehension and understanding of star energy that only lockbreakers could achieve. Otherwise, any cultivator with a strong control over star energy would be a lockbreaker. If Lu Ji wanted to improve further, she would need actual combat and lock-breaking comprehension. Just watching the rain wasn't going to be easy, so she decided to leave. At that moment, a black dot flew over. Its black hair swallowed the light as it leaped past Lu Ji and stepped into the teleportation device. It was Dark Void. Lu Ji was furious. Stop right there. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that I'm leaving? How rude. Dark Void glanced at Lu Ji, but he didn't seem to care and turned to leave. Lu Ji snorted and raised a hand. She rotated her palm to disperse the surrounding star energy and suppress Dark Void. She was a lockbreaker, and her power level was very high even if she did not have any battle techniques. Lockbreakers were synonymous with power. Dark Void raised a hand and moved his fingers. The space in front of Lu Ji exploded, and her expression changed as she immediately retreated. The void distorted as a shockwave swept past, pushing away the raindrops and restoring the star energy that Lu Ji had dispersed. By then, Dark Void had already left. Lu Ji was shocked. Did he just shatter space? How is that possible? He's just a melder? How can he be so strong? It's an innate gift, Xia Luo smiled. Lu Ji was stunned. Innate gift? It's related to space. Was that person your academy's leader? In her opinion, someone with such strength should be the leader. Xia Luo shrugged. No. Lu Ji was shocked. That person isn't the leader? Xia Luo smiled but didn't explain. The outside world looked down on Astral 10, but they didn't know that Astral 10 was very strong. During the new student competition, they had displayed a strength that had shocked the other academies. With the mentor's training, no one knew how strong they would become. Lu Ji suppressed her shock and looked at Xia Luo. Take me to see your academy's leader. I heard that almost all of Astral 10's older students have left, so there should only be melders left. I'd like to see how talented your leader is since he was able to defeat a melder who could tear through space. Xia Luo was helpless. I'm sorry, but I don't know where he is. How about we look for him one by one? Lu Ji nodded. I have plenty of time. Let's go. Xia Luo smiled and led Lu Ji to the sand ocean. As soon as Lu Ji arrived at the sand ocean, she saw a scene that shocked her. A girl had shaken the desert with a single punch, and the vibrations were transmitted to her feet. Through the vibrations she could feel how terrifying that girl was. How powerful was that punch? Who is she? Lu Ji was shocked. Xia Luo replied, she's a new student. She's not bad. Not the leader? No. Next place. Not long after, the two arrived at Stargazing Deck and saw Zora and Coco. What made them speechless was that Coco was hugging a huge syringe. Lu Ji felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the syringe and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even girls were afraid of this thing. Coco's eyes lit up when she saw Xia Luo. Brother Xia, why are you here? Are you hurt? I'll be fine after a shot. Xia Luo smiled and retreated. No need, I'm not hurt. He then led Lu Ji away. He was also afraid of that syringe. Up until now, no one had dared to let Coco take a shot, so he was very curious about the effects. That girl is quite strong. Do you want to try it? Xia Luo tempted. Lu Ji shook her head. No need. Xia Luo felt that it was a pity. Finally, the two arrived at the treasury and bumped into Silver. His fox-like smile made one's hair stand on end. The moment she saw Silver, Lu Ji's expression changed. If Xia Luo was said to be warm, then this person was chilling. They were both smiling, but they were completely different. Especially when she saw Silver, Lu Ji's eyes stung. She felt a strong sense of danger. This person could threaten her life. Brother Xia, what a coincidence, Silver greeted him with a smile. Xia Luo's expression darkened when he saw Silver, but he only grunted as a greeting. Silver looked at Lu Ji and exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl. Is she a new junior? I heard that many new students want to participate in the Astral Combat Tournament." Xia Luo calmly replied, "No. What a pity. I wanted to interact with her." Silver shrugged and waved at Lu Ji before leaving. Lu Ji's expression turned serious. She had never seen such a terrifying man before, not because of his strength, but because of the feeling he gave her. "How strong is he?" Lu Ji asked curiously. Xia Luo shook his head. "I'm not sure. Since your academy has a leader, it means that you've already competed. How can you not know?" Lu Ji thought that Xia Luo was just brushing her off. Xia Luo calmly replied. He admitted defeat. No one knows how strong he is. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed. Astral 10 was not simple. That was the only thought she had right now. The people she had met were either strange or abnormal, but they were all very strong. If this Xia Luo really did have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker, then he definitely would not be weak. Lu Ji was confident that she was one of the top melders in the Astral Combat Academy, but the people she had just met were not weaker than her. Astral 10 had hidden its strength well. Suddenly, Lu Ji thought of something and looked at Xia Luo strangely. "You're not the leader, are you?" Xia Luo laughed. "Of course not. Oh, I still don't know your name." Lu Ji. Lu Ji? That's a good name, Xia Luo praised. Lu Ji frowned. "Are these the only places you can visit in Astral 10? Sorry, most of Astral 10's places have been destroyed. These are the only places you can visit." Xia Luo shrugged. Lu Ji felt helpless. She had heard of this incident before. It was said that Astral 10's headmaster had gone crazy and destroyed the entire academy, including the battle techniques and weapons that had been collected over countless years. This had caused Astral 10's reputation to plummet to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Xia Luo brought Lu Ji around as he walked out of the time-stop space. In a month's time he had already activated his 8th star. Its power was as he had expected, surpassing the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. However, this was also the end of the serious technique. This technique that had accompanied him for so long and had allowed him to overcome multiple calamities had come to an end. Lu Yin sighed. The serious technique that he had obtained had only contained 8 stars. He had tried to simulate another star, but he had not been able to make any headway. This technique was too profound and it was not something that he could guess at. Thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe. Please donate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 147. I wonder if the mentors can deduce the next part of the serious art. Lu Yin thought about it, but he didn't think it was possible. The power of the serious art was beyond his imagination, and it was already so terrifying with just 8 stars. It surpassed most battle techniques that he had ever seen. No, all battle techniques. It should be a technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and it wasn't something that could be deduced by the current generation. Forget it, I'll see if I have a chance to obtain the next technique in the future. Lu Yin helplessly thought about it and reached out with his hand, causing the 8 stars to revolve. It was beautiful and dreamy. "You're missing one," an ancient voice suddenly spoke into Lu Yin's ear, causing him to jump in fright and instinctively flash away. However, the voice followed him like a shadow. "You're indeed missing one. Unfortunately, it's not perfect." Lu Yin stopped and slowly turned around, his face pale. He felt like his greatest secret had been discovered. He had just walked out of the time-stop space. Furthermore, this person had been able to see him using the serious art? Most people wouldn't be able to see it. Lu Yin saw an old face that he had seen before, and it had left a deep impression on him. It was the crazy director, the one who had almost killed him. At this moment, the director's eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to still be in a state of insanity. He only stared at Lu Yin's palm, or rather at the 8 stars. Lu Yin gulped. Student Lu Yin greets the director. The crazy director ignored Lu Yin and continued to stare at the serious palm. His eyes gradually brightened and he laughed maniacally. Haha, I remember now. It's missing 1 star and it should be replaced. 8 stars aren't perfect, so 9 is perfect. Yes, that's it, haha. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he resisted the urge to remove the stars. He had a feeling that he might be able to obtain an unimaginable fortune from the crazy director. Mad, no, director, you recognize this palm technique? The crazy director laughed maniacally, muttering to himself as if he had suddenly thought of something. Lu Yin waved the serious palm in front of the crazy director's eyes and pretended to sigh. How do I get the 9th star? I don't know. The crazy director's mouth fell open as he stared at Lu Yin. You don't know? Lu Yin nodded. I don't know. I know, haha, I know. The crazy director's laughter shook the heavens. Lu Yin was hopeful. You know? I don't believe it. The crazy principal glared at him. If I say I will, then I will. Even if I don't, I will. I don't believe you. You have to believe me. I won't believe it unless I see the 9th star. You're pissing me off. Fine, I'll show you the 9th star. I'll definitely make you believe it. He grabbed Lu Yin's hand and pressed his palms together. An indescribably strange ripple spread out, filling Astral 10 and even the void. It should have been a shocking ripple, but no one sensed it, not even old Kai or the trial master. At this moment only Lu Yin could sense it. He experienced a more mysterious operation than the elementary Sirius technique. He didn't know if this was the advanced Sirius technique, but he was sure that it definitely surpassed 8 stars. Because in his eyes, a 9th star had faintly appeared on the surface of his body. This was a completely different method of operation from before. If the previous operation of the stars was forcibly condensed one by one, then the moment the 9th star appeared, it resonated with the first 8 stars, forming a beautiful starry sky pattern. Lu Yin stared blankly at the starry sky that surrounded him. It wasn't a real sky, but it was no different from the real thing. It was unimaginable to simulate a starry sky with 9 stars, and he could feel the terror of the starry sky surrounding him. It was different from before. When the power of each new star increased, Sirius Palm's power had undergone a qualitative change. Even Lu Yin didn't know how strong the change was. If the explosion of a single star was enough to distort the void, then what about the explosion of an entire galaxy? Suddenly, the starry sky around him disappeared, and Lu Yin opened his eyes to see the crazy director glaring at the sky. It's you. Don't run. You started this war, so you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't run. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to complete the construction of the starry sky. He could feel how powerful he had been just now, and he didn't know how much power his body could unleash. However, the Sirius Palm that had just constructed a galaxy was enough to make him tremble. Hold on, galaxy, starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes blazed. Since a galaxy had appeared, then could he add more stars to it just like the previous 8 stars? It was a crazy idea, but it wasn't impossible. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he desperately wanted to simulate the galaxy that he had just sensed. That would cause a qualitative change in his power. Lu Yin immediately sat down cross-legged and calmed his heart. A few hours later he opened his eyes. He had memorized the circulation method, but he couldn't activate the 9th star. This star was definitely more difficult than the 8th, and it had taken him almost 2 months to activate the 8th. The 9th would probably take even longer, but he couldn't rush it. He would wait until he rolled his die and entered the time-stop space for 3 months. He was confident that he wouldn't be able to come out. Lu Yin stood up and stretched, feeling his body go numb. What should he do at this time? He couldn't just keep cultivating, and he couldn't go to the trial zones for the time being either. Without a backer, he would be asking for a beating if he went there. There was only one path left, and that was to earn some money while he still had time. His innate gift greatly desired star crystals. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the treasury. Xia Luo and Lu Ji had already left. Old Kai's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin and he exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you're pretty rich. Your star energy actually increased so much in just a few days. You must have used up a few tens of thousands of star crystals." Lu Yin smiled, "No, I was just lucky enough to get some." Old Kai snorted, "I'm not asking you for money. What are you afraid of?" Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. He had always felt that this mustached man was unreliable. Old Kai, how could he not be greedy for money? It was better to pretend to be poor in front of this person. Old Kai, I want to find some missions to do. It would be best if they were near the Great Yu Empire's Xenu star. Old Kai grunted. With your current strength, you won't be able to achieve anything. You can only do missions. He then opened up a list of missions. Choose one yourself. It's best if you pick a difficult one. There's not much time left. Not much time? What time? Lu Yin was confused. Old Kai was confused. You don't know about the Astral Combat Tournament? Lu Yin was stunned. The Astral Combat Tournament? When is it? Old Kai recalled that Lu Yin had just entered the trial zones when the news had spread. No wonder. Kid, do you know how this universe is divided? Lu Yin nodded. Are you talking about the 4 great domains? Old Kai couldn't help but laugh. No, to be precise, it's one of the 3-star domains. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technological civilization domain. The astral wilderness can't be considered a star domain because no one knows how big it is. Throughout the years, the star domain battles have always been the most brutal. The human domain was defeated by the human domain. After a while, Lu Yin found out what had happened and was shocked. The Astral Combat Tournament had been held after the human domain's defeat to raise morale and also to recruit soldiers. Of course, there was also another reason, which was to uncover the freakish geniuses hidden in the various powers. Regardless of the reason, the scale of this tournament was unprecedented. What's the exact time? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Old Kai shook his head. It's not confirmed yet. We'll be able to confirm the time once all the civilizations in the universe are connected. Lu Yin pondered this. All the networks? This was one of their goals. The network connected the universe and reduced the space for information transmission. With the current human technology, this could be done a long time ago, but it had never been done. There must have been some misgivings about it. Now, some people were using the human domain's defeat to push this matter forward. Even so, there would definitely be various restrictions on the universal network after the Astral Combat Tournament. Old Kai scanned the mission list. He thought that Lu Yin was thinking about the Astral Combat Tournament and had no idea that Lu Yin had already thought of something strange. Lu Yin didn't pay much attention to it either, as he had naturally thought of these things. There aren't any missions close to the Great Yu Empire's Xenu star, Old Kai said casually after a while. Lu Yin grunted and looked at the mission list again. Since there weren't any, he'd just randomly pick one. At that moment, a new mission popped up. Protect the Urfa caravan as it passes through the war zones and reaches the Frostwave Weave's first filament of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin subconsciously accepted the mission. The first filament of the Great Yu Empire was where Xenu Star was located, so this mission had come at the right time. Old Kai, is the Urfa caravan also a sponsor of Astral 10? Of course not. This is a mission given to us by the Mercenary Association. They're a sponsor of the Astral Combat Academy, so they'll give us suitable missions every once in a while, Old Kai explained. No wonder there were so many strange missions. I'll take my leave now. Do you have any other instructions for me, Old Kai? Old Kai waved a hand. Fill up your star energy as soon as possible. That's your only mission right now. Lu Yin nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, Wuxing walked out of Astral 10 space station. Behind him, Xia Luo respectfully said, Take care, mentor. Master Wuxing nodded and looked at Lu Ji. He noticed that something was wrong with her expression and asked curiously, What's wrong, Lu Ji? Lu Ji shook her head. Nothing. Master Wuxing didn't seem to mind and looked at Xia Luo. He trusted Elder Tan's recommendation and had allowed Xia Luo to directly join the Lockbreaker Society, but he still needed to know Xia Luo's abilities. As he thought about it, he took out a sphere covered in a metallic membrane from his cosmic ring. When he removed the membrane, Xia Luo saw a transparent sphere filled with berserk star energy that constantly flashed and collided with each other. This is a starburst sphere, one of the Lockbreaker Society's tests for outsiders. Try and see how long it takes to clear the berserk star energy inside, Master Wuxing said as he handed it to Xia Luo. Xia Luo curiously asked, How long does it take to pass the test? Master Wuxing calmly replied, 10 seconds. 5 seconds is considered excellent, and 3 seconds is considered extremely excellent. Xia Luo's eyes flashed. Extremely excellent? He subconsciously looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you need to clear it in 3 seconds, Master Wuxing said when he saw Xia Luo's gaze. He also saw a spacecraft that did not belong to Astral 10, and it had the Lockbreaker Society's symbol on it. Lu Ji snorted. Go away. Luin blinked. You were talking about 3 seconds, right? I can do it too. His words stunned both Master Wuxing and Lu Ji. Where did this idiot come from? The starburst orb seemed simple, but the violent star energy within was extremely complex. Forcefully smoothing it out would only cause it to explode. Only someone with a certain level of understanding of star energy could do it. There were very few people in the universe who could do it in less than a minute, let alone 3 seconds. Otherwise, it would not have been used as the Lockbreaker Society's assessment standard. Wuxing frowned. The quality of Astral 10 had really dropped. They could not even tell how difficult the starburst orb was. Let's go, where did this idiot come from? Lu Ji was unhappy. She had just been reprimanded and was in a bad mood. Luin was helpless. Just let me try. You won't lose out even if you can't do it. Lu Ji was furious and glared at Luin. Just as she was about to scold him, Wuxing waved his hand. Give it to him. Master this person. Lu Ji was unhappy. Wuxing grew impatient. Give it to him. He then turned to board the spacecraft and leave. Lu Ji snorted and tossed the starburst orb to Luin before following behind Wuxing. Luin took the starburst orb, and the star energy within it began to go berserk once more. He tried to sense it, and it would take him at least 10 seconds to calm it down with his own star energy control. Only a freak like Xia Luo could do it in 3 seconds. However, he could try using the cosmic art, which allowed him to see all of the changes. Luin activated the Sirius art, and 8 stars that were invisible to the average person revolved around him. He could clearly see the violent star energy within the starburst orb. I'm done. Luin smiled. Just as Wuxing was about to board the spacecraft, he suddenly turned around and stared at the starburst orb in Lu Yin's hands in disbelief. For seconds. This kid had completed it in 4 seconds. Lu Ji was stunned as well. For seconds? No way. Where did this freak come from? Even Xia Luo took 5 seconds. Master Wuxing instantly appeared in front of Luin and stared at him in shock. Again. Luin smiled as he had taken the bait. The Lockbreaker Society was the backer that he had been looking for. There were too many enemies in the trial zones and Astral 10 was too famous. Without a backer he would not be able to survive. A special organization like the Lockbreaker Society was exactly what he needed. After all, the Astral Combat Academy definitely had people from the Lockbreaker Society. The starburst orb went berserk again, but this time Master Wuxing and Lu Ji stood in front of Luin and stared at him. Luin used the Sirius art to see the violent star energy changes within the starburst orb. He tried again, but this time he was even faster. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Ji's mouth fell open. This guy could really complete it in 3 seconds. Where did this freak come from? She had been born in the Lockbreaker Society, and her parents and grandfather had all been Lockbreakers. Even so, it had taken her more than 10 years of training to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds. Where had this guy come from? Wuxing was ecstatic. He had finally met 2 geniuses, but this one was even more of a genius. He had already known about Xia Luo's situation, so he had not been too surprised. However, this one was truly a pleasant surprise. Young man, what's your name? Are you a student of Astral 10? Master Wuxing asked eagerly. Luin nodded and smiled. Luin from Astral 10. Greetings, sir. Master Wuxing was astonished. Lu? Your surname is Lu? Luin replied, Yes, my surname is Lu, and I'm from Earth in the Great Yu Empire. Great Yu Empire? Legal status? That's good. I'm Wuxing, but you can call me Master Wuxing. Wuxing relaxed. The Lockbreaker Society had an ironclad rule that did not allow anyone with a primeval surname to be accepted without a legal status. Lu was one of them and Xia was the same. However, Xia Luo had already been assured by Elder Tan, so Master Wuxing did not mind. Fortunately, Lu Yin also had a legal status. Otherwise he would not have been accepted no matter how much of a genius he was. Greetings, Master Wuxing. Lu Yin was very respectful and modest. Master Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Lu Yin, the more he liked him. Coincidentally, discovering a genius was the greatest affirmation for him, and the greater the achievements of such a person, the greater his vision was. The reason why Master Wuxing often roamed the universe was to search for such geniuses, but unfortunately there were too few of them. He had not expected to meet one today and had almost missed his chance. Lu Yin, have you heard of the Lockbreaker Society? Master Wuxing asked. To the side, Lu Ji was still in a daze. This person had easily accomplished something that she had spent more than 10 years to accomplish. Xia Luo had taken 5 seconds, and it would take at least a few years for someone to achieve 3 seconds. This person in front of her was just too disgusting. Lockbreaker Society? Of course I've heard of it. Lockbreakers are a very respectable profession, Lu Yin praised without holding back. Master Wuxing was even happier now. He rarely smiled, but he was truly happy at this moment. He was satisfied with the sincere look in Lu Yin's eyes. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin blinked and pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Can I, Master? Of course. The Lockbreaker Society has its own assessment system for talented cultivators. However, you were able to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds, which is enough to make an exception. As long as there are no problems with your identity, you'll be accepted. By the way, your control over star energy has reached the realm of infinite change, Master Wuxing said. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Master Wuxing grunted and asked Lu Yin to wait. He wanted to investigate Lu Yin's information, and as long as there were no problems, he could immediately join the Lockbreaker Society. While Master Wuxing was investigating, Lu Ji stared at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Her stare made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Astral, 10 is really something. You've hidden your strength well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Hidden strength? How so? Lu Ji sneered. In her opinion, Astral 10 was just pretending to be weak. Everyone thought that Astral 10 had been crippled, but who would have known that there was more than one expert here? 2 Lockbreakers had appeared all of a sudden. Lockbreakers were extremely rare in the entire Astral Combat Academy. On average, each academy would have 2 Lockbreakers, but Astral 10 had suddenly produced 2 of them. Generally speaking, those who could erase a starburst orb within a minute would be qualified to participate in the Lockbreaker Society's assessment, and those who could succeed within 10 seconds would pass the assessment. Anyone who could erase a starburst orb within 5 seconds on their first attempt was considered a genius. Astral 10 had Xia Luo and this guy. Lu Ji was already wondering if there were any other freaks out there. For some reason she suddenly thought of Silver and that mysterious leader. Right, she had forgotten to ask for the leader's name. Hey, who's Astral 10's leader? Lu Ji asked. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me. Lu Ji was disdainful. The person in front of her didn't give her any sense of danger, and he was much worse than the silver-haired guy. If he wasn't even the silver-haired guy, how could he be the leader? Stop bragging. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was this woman so sure that he wasn't the leader? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 149. Remember, no matter how hard Astral 10 works, it'll never catch up to the other academies in the Innerverse. At most, you'll be able to compete with Astral 9. The Astral Combat Tournament doesn't rely on starburst orbs or hidden abilities. It's about true power, Lu Ji said. She had already placed herself in Astral SAX's shoes. Lu Yin was baffled by her words. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Soon, Master Wuxing walked in front of Lu Yin with a smile on his face. He solemnly took out an emblem and handed it to Lu Yin. Student Lu Yin, let me formally ask you this. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning junior Lockbreaker? Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes burned with passion. I'm willing, Master. I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Ji was speechless. This was exactly what Xia Luo had said. This had to have been rehearsed. Master Wuxing was also stunned, but then he smiled and solemnly handed the emblem to Lu Yin. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, you're a member of the Lockbreaker Society and have been registered. However, your contribution points will be 0, and you'll only be rewarded if you successfully unlock a Lockbreaker. Contribution points are the most important criteria for other people who want to ask a Lockbreaker for help. You'll have to work hard." Yes, Master. Lu Yin was excited. All he wanted was the Lockbreaker Society's backing, and he didn't care about contribution points. Master Wuxing muttered to himself, Xia Luo has Elder Tan's guidance, so there won't be any problems. You've just joined the society and don't know anything yet, so you can't rush into lockbreaking. How about this? I'll give you a few books, but you have to promise me that you'll contact me the moment you start lockbreaking. Xia Luo had joined the Lockbreaker Society as well? It seemed like this person had come for Xia Luo. Elder Tan should be a trial master. These mentors were the ones who kept their secrets. Luin nodded and took the books. These were all books from the Lockbreaker Society, and their value was immeasurable. Lu Ji glared at Luin. Take care of them and don't lose them. They're worth more than you can pay for them even if you sell yourself. Lu Ji, don't spout nonsense. No matter how valuable books are, they can't be more valuable than people. Books spread knowledge, while people create knowledge. There's no comparison, Master Wuxing said sternly. Lu Ji had been scolded, but she didn't speak. Not long after, Master Wuxing said a few more words to Lu Yin before leaving with Lu Ji. Lu Yin looked at the spacecraft in the sky and sighed with emotion. He had never thought that he would encounter such a good thing right after he left. The Lockbreaker Society was no ordinary organization, and with this identity he would be able to do well anywhere in the universe. Interesting. It was not easy to find a backer in the trial zones as a lockbreaker. If they did not acknowledge you, then even if you had a badge it would be useless. Everything still depended on one's strength. Lu Yin felt that he needed to at least have some successful lockbreaking experience before he could blend in with those people. He boarded his own Aurora spacecraft and prepared to head to the Ilfa caravan's rendezvous point. It was a day's journey away from Astral 10, which was quite far with the spacecraft's speed. However, it was still within the Frostwave weave. Before starting the spacecraft, Lu Yin had checked to see if it needed a power source, but he hadn't been able to find anything. With the advancement of technology, a spacecraft's power source operated in a way that he couldn't comprehend. In any case, it didn't require any other power source. This was good news for Lu Yin, as he would have gained yet another money grubber. Although the Aurora spacecraft was a bottomless pit of money grubbers, it was better to have as few of them as possible. He set a course and allowed the spacecraft to fly on its own. He then took out the book that Master Wuxing had given him and began to read it seriously. In Astral 10, Xia Luo leisurely walked around as he played with the starburst orb in his hand. His eyes flashed as he removed the metal membrane. The star energy vibrated, and the next moment the berserk star energy within the starburst orb was smoothed out. If Master Wuxing had seen this, he would have been shocked speechless. Smoothing out the berserk star energy in 3 seconds was extremely outstanding, and Lu Ji was at this level. At her age, there weren't many lockbreakers at this level in the Lockbreaker Society, and those who could do it in less than 3 seconds were even rarer. Smoothing out the star energy in an instant was hard to come by even in countless years. Lu Ji had tried her best to increase the speed by even 1 second, but to Xia Luo, it seemed to be as easy as breathing. The discerning elementary test is childish. Xia Luo casually extinguished the starburst orb and looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. A day later, a beeping sound came from the spacecraft. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that there were many more spacecraft around him. They were all landing on a space station on an azure planet. He rubbed his head. After reading for more than 10 hours he was tired, so he decided to take a nap. He hadn't expected to be here already. After more than 10 hours of reading, Lu Yin gained a deeper understanding of lockbreakers. At the same time, he also understood why the universe respected lockbreakers so much. If the universe was likened to a treasure box that contained countless treasures, then lockbreakers were the gatekeepers who held the keys. There were a few examples in this book that clearly demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone had been opened by a powerful lockbreaker, which had opened the path for the Day-Night clan's peerless battle techniques. There was also the Ross Empire, one of the 3 powers that had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. The ancient technology that they had inherited had been opened by a lockbreaker. There was also Shamrock Enterprises, which also had an inheritance treasure that had been opened by a lockbreaker. There were many more examples that demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. Compared to lockbreakers who could open ancient artifacts that had been covered in dust for years, their battle prowess did not attract much attention because there were too few of them. Currently, there were only 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the Lockbreaker Society. There were countless people in the universe, but only 630,000 lockbreakers had been born. Astral 10's entrance exam had attracted millions of students, so 630,000 lockbreakers was very rare even in the Frostwave weave, no, even on Earth. It was equivalent to the population of a small county, let alone the entire universe. Lu Yin exhaled, finally understanding what organization he had joined. It was no wonder why Master Wuxing had not believed that he could complete the Starburst Orb's test. Those who could complete it were not 1 in 10,000, but 1 in hundreds of millions. Of course, Lu Yin did not simply believe in being registered. Who in the universe didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? There were definitely more than 630,000 lockbreakers, but it was not much more. Talent for understanding star energy determined the number of lockbreakers. Lu Yin was also considered a genius, but unfortunately he mostly relied on the serious technique. Lu Yin put the book away and looked outside. There was still a line of spacecraft waiting to enter. Although it was slow, it would still take less than half an hour. Not long after, Lu Yin parked the spacecraft and found the Urfa caravan at the agreed-upon location. The Urfa caravan was a comprehensive caravan that not only gathered goods, but also all sorts of mercenaries. They were so cautious because of the war in the Frostwave Weave. When Lu Yin had left Astral 10, he had already heard about the war in the Great Yu Empire, the Second Prince's betrayal, the relapse of Undying Yushan's injuries, and the disappearance of Zhang Dingtian and the others. He knew all of this, but he could not interfere. King Zishan was just an empty title, and he himself was only a melder. He did not even have the right to interfere. The only thing he could do was to bless Zhang Dingtian and the others. Everyone had their own destiny, and they might die or encounter great opportunities. No one knew. If possible, he would see them in space. Lu Yin thought back to the night he had drunk with the second prince on the capital star. A fat man who looked like a merchant walked over to him. After introducing himself to Lu Yin, he did not seem too surprised by Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10. Astral 10's reputation had long since been ruined, so he did not care. 2 hours later, Lu Yin took out 150,000 star crystals as backup and boarded his own spacecraft. He followed the Urfa caravan into space. Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10 did not surprise the fat merchant, but the Aurora spacecraft made his eyes light up, and he spoke to Lu Yin much more warmly. Lu Yin laughed. His status as a student of Astral 10 could not even compare to a spacecraft. What a joke. He wondered if this merchant would be scared to death if he told him that he was a lockbreaker. The Urfa caravan had a total of 12 spacecraft in a line, heading north of Frostwave Weave. The cargo spacecraft was very large while the others were small. Lu Yin was the only one who had a personal spacecraft, but it attracted a lot of attention since there were not many Aurora spacecraft in the outerverse. Lu Yin smoothly set foot on the flight path, and unless he ran into interstellar pirates, there was nothing else for him to do. He thought about it for a moment and decided to continue reading. Not long after, his gadget beeped. Lu Yin was surprised to see that it was an unfamiliar number that required a video call. Without hesitation, he tapped on the screen and saw a familiar face. Long time no see, little seven. A man appeared on the screen. He looked to be in his 50s with a strand of white hair hanging down from his forehead. His eyes were eerie as if they could see through people's hearts. Lu Yin was delighted to see the man. Uncle Reuben, I didn't expect you to contact me. How are you doing outside? The man called Reuben had a solemn expression, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. However, his gaze towards Lu Yin had clearly become warmer. Lu Yin nodded, very good. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 150. Since we guessed that they had obtained the Undying Scripture, why didn't anyone attack them? For the great powers of the Innerverse, eliminating Undying Yushan should be as easy as snapping a finger. That's because Undying Yushan isn't the only one under suspicion. Any cultivator who's been to the Starfall Sea is a suspect, and there are many of them. Furthermore, it's not as if no one tried to attack Undying Yushan back then. Otherwise, where do you think he got his injuries from? It's precisely because of his injuries that the various great powers have relaxed their suspicions about him. Even now, we can't be certain that the Undying Manual is with him, and we're just trying to verify it. There are many more suspicious people in the Innerverse, Reuben replied. He had heard of the Starfall Sea before, and it was a very ancient place that had been visited by many people. No matter how powerful the Innerverse great powers were, it was impossible for them to investigate every single person who had been to the Starfall Sea. There were many people who were stronger than Undying Yushan, and those people were the ones who were more suspicious. Undying Yushan could only be considered collateral damage, but even so, there were still many people who had designs on him. You already know what you need to know. Go to the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star and try your best to find the location of the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. If you can't do it, then give up. The chances of the Undying Manual being there are very slim, and as Undying Yushan's condition deteriorates, the Innerverse powerhouses are getting restless. Don't take any risks. King Zishan's identity isn't just for this. Lu Yin still had a lot of questions to ask, so he quickly dialed back, only to find that the number was no longer in service. He couldn't help but feel helpless. His family was too careful, and he didn't even have the chance to contact them. It would take at least 10 days to travel from the battlefield to the Frostwave Weave's first northern filament. Lu Yin flipped through the book that Master Wuxing had given him once more. A few days passed unknowingly, and on this day, all of the caravan spacecraft came to a stop. The space in front of them had been sealed off, and a magnificent battle had unfolded before Lu Yin's eyes. Light swept across the universe as planets exploded, causing space to distort as black holes devoured everything. This was Lu Yin's first time witnessing such a large-scale interstellar battle, and the weapons that the humans had created left him in awe. A single beam of light was enough to destroy an entire planet, and even the average explorer did not have such power. The universe was very big, and the war here was just a drop in the ocean. However, the shock it gave people was not small at all. The bombardment of technological weapons, the battle between experts roaming the starry skies, the perfect combination of power and technology, this was modern warfare. Lu Yin's spacecraft shuddered. A few planets in front of them had been destroyed, causing the void to tremble. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a large man sorrowfully wielding a warblade in the sky above a faint red planet. He looked bitterly at the dozens of warships surrounding the planet and sighed. The weapons developed by the warships were powerful enough to kill explorers, but the preparation time for the weapons was very long. Generally speaking, explorers could attack before the warships were ready, and destroying the warships was very easy. Therefore, in any interstellar war, the warships would be protected by powerhouses. The burly man was helpless. He wanted to destroy these warships, but the two enemy explorers in front of him would not let him succeed. He could only wait for the warship's destructive weapons to be ready and then destroy him and his hometown. This was a great tragedy. Any interstellar battle that involved explorers was a large-scale battle, and this was an eye-opener for Lu Yin. However, he didn't feel any excitement, only sorrow. This reminded him of his experiences in the Innerverse. The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and this was something that he deeply understood. Several warships' destructive weapons exploded, and the explorer who had been protecting his hometown roared at the sky before finally disappearing into space with his hometown. Countless people watched this scene and fell silent. Explorers were considered invincible by many and could freely explore the universe, but they were still defeated in the face of such a large-scale battle. There was no end to their cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, the space in front of them was unsealed, and the caravan could continue heading north. As Lu Yin passed by the warships, he inadvertently made eye contact with one of the guards. This person's gaze was cold and emotionless, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura. This was a powerhouse who had adapted to the battlefield and was different from ordinary powerhouses. Lu Yin didn't know where this person was from. Was he from the Second Prince's side? Or was he from the Great Yu Empire? The Urfa caravan was very lucky. Because the Great Yu Empire's war had spread far and wide, many interstellar pirates didn't dare to show their faces. They were able to safely reach the first filament a few days later. After bidding farewell to the fat boss, Lu Yin received some compensation. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He set a course and headed straight for Xenu Star. Compared to when he had left, Xenu Star was now heavily guarded. Armies from all three rings were patrolling the area, searching every spacecraft that entered the star. Lu Yin saw many spacecraft that didn't belong to the outer verse entering Xenu Star, and many of them were probably here for the Undying Manual. Sure enough, with Undying Yushan on the verge of death, the Innerverse powerhouses didn't even bother to hide their tracks. These people all wanted to search the Great Yu Empire after Undying Yushan's death. Fortunately, they weren't very strong, which meant that the Innerverse didn't care too much about Undying Yushan. That made sense, as it was rumored that a technique that could guarantee immortality should be heaven-defying. If such a technique really existed, then Undying Yushan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. His current state most likely meant that he hadn't obtained the Undying Manual. These people just didn't want to give up on their hundreds of years of hard work, and this was their final gamble. Looking at the long line of spacecraft, Lu Yin used his authority as King Zishan to find the person in charge. When he saw who it was, he smiled. It was a familiar face. It was Long Chu, the first person to plot against him after arriving on the capital star. However, Lu Yin had resolved the matter. Doran Yushan was a few hundred years old and had a bunch of children and grandchildren, but they were all blocked by Undying Yushan. Everyone was paying attention to Undying Yushan's condition, so Luyin walked around the palace as King Zishan. As long as he didn't get too close to Undying Yushan, there would be no problems. The palace was huge and Luyin walked around for half a day without finding anything. He didn't even know where the Zishan family's treasures were hidden. Did Duke Yushan know where he had dug a hole for Luyin to find? Luyin was helpless. Even if Duke Yushan knew, it would be useless. He couldn't contact Duke Yushan, and he wasn't naive enough to think that no one was watching him. His gadget should have been monitored the moment he entered the palace. It was getting late and Luyin couldn't wander around the palace. He had no choice but to leave. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, several courtiers were waiting to be summoned by Undying Yushan. Two of them were people that Luyin had asked for bribes before and could be considered acquaintances. When they saw Luyin, the courtiers' expressions changed. The two who had been extorted didn't look too good. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.